Labor and Elections Committee. I am the chair, Melissa Wells. So I want to welcome you to the committee, and we'll be joined shortly by our Vice Chair, Delegate Kerr. We have a large number of folks testifying today, so I just want to make sure I share some of our housekeeping rules. Sponsors, they are on time. We ask them to be courteous with their time, as always, as they always are. Also a reminder that witnesses have 2 minutes to speak, and please asking for folks to silence your cell phones, and please refrain from standing by the doors. We have a smaller committee room. So we have limited space for entrance. So we just ask that folks do not block the entrance. Also asking that this is a smaller space, as I already stated. So if you could please refrain from sidebar conversations, because believe it or not, we can hear it up here. And also our microphones pick up those conversations as well. So the general public that is streaming also has difficulty hearing. And then also a reminder for folks just to please speak clearly into the microphone, so bring it as close to your mouth as possible so that everyone can hear you very clearly. But with that, we're excited for all the bills we have on the docket today. We will begin with our first bill, HB 52, which is Delegate Wilkins. And Delegate, if you have a panel, please have your panel come up with you. If not, yes. I think I have Yannette, Monica Cooper, Nicole Porter, and I think Marsha Briley Savage is an alternate. I don't know if she's here or not.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for having me, and to all of the members of the Government, Labor, and Elections Committee. I am Delegate Janelle Wilkins, for the record, and I'm proud to present House Bill 52, the Voting Rights for All Act. House Bill 52 is about the unalienable right to vote. The core of this bill is that the right to vote is not about who we decide is good and granted that right, or who we decide is bad and we remove that right from them. The right to vote should not be a privilege or a punishment. Currently in Maryland, those incarcerated for misdemeanors or awaiting trial can vote while incarcerated. We ensure this right with ballot boxes and a process for them to vote. The only individuals in the state of Maryland who would otherwise be eligible to vote who cannot vote are those who are incarcerated and serving time for felony convictions. HB 52 removes the prohibition on voting for Maryland residents serving time for a felony so that every Marylander, regardless of their incarceration status, retains their right to vote. Everyone deserves to have a say in the policies and decisions that impact our lives and shape our futures, including people who are currently incarcerated. The punishment for a felony in Maryland is usually imprisonment. Those convicted should serve their time. Losing the right to vote should not be an additional punishment. Maine and Vermont already ensure this full right, and Maryland should follow suit. I urge a favorable vote on House Bill 52.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Monica Cooper. I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Justice Project. I am a Democratic State Central Committee elected official, and I'm a formerly incarcerated woman. And the very first thing that I've considered my entire stay while I was at MCIW is who will lead this state. Because the people who are incarcerated has a vested interest in the budgets that you pass, in the programming that's there, in the reentry that they will receive. They have an interest just like everybody else. And I just want to share with you guys really briefly before my 2 minutes up. I read an article, A Right Deferred, African-American Voter Suppression After Reconstruction. And here we are, hundreds of years later, debating who deserves the right to vote. We are running out of time. We are running out of time to ensure that every able body can vote. It's at our door. Democracy is in the bounds. It may very well be the ex-offenders and returning citizens that will help you retain your seat. We need every single vote to count, every single vote. We've been fighting this fight for hundreds of years. People were lynched for voting. People were murdered. They were intimidated. And here we go, that same playbook, those same tactics. It's shameful. Nobody should have that right stripped from them because you're still a citizen. I consider myself an American. I'm a tax-paying citizen. Every time I come here, I ask y'all to lower them taxes. I'm gonna say it again, please. But I am a tax-paying citizen like everybody else. I'm a homeowner like everybody else. I have the same interest that you do, and guess what? I'm formerly incarcerated. And the people who are in there, they will be your neighbors, and they will have the same interest. I want the homestead tax credit to be favorable for me. And while they're in there, they're thinking about the same things that you think about. They should be able to vote. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wells and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Yanette Emanuel, Public Policy Director for the ACLU of Maryland, here in strong support of House Bill 52. Voting is a fundamental right and the cornerstone of our democracy, yet for far too long it has been unjustly denied to those incarcerated with felony convictions. This policy is not just an oversight, it's rooted in a long history of racial oppression. Out of slavery came an effort to maintain white supremacy by blocking the political power of Black people through mass incarceration, racist policing, and the deliberate linkage of voting rights to imprisonment. Felony disenfranchisement laws were never about justice, they were about exclusion. They emerged from Jim Crow era alongside poll taxes and literacy tests, all designed to suppress Black political power. Disenfranchisement laws have a clear disparate impact of the Black vote across the country, here in Maryland, but most starkly for Baltimore City. Black Marylanders make up 30% of the state's population, yet over 70% of the state prison population is Black. In 2022, Maryland's disenfranchised population totaled 6,587, with Black people making up 11,678 of that figure. Compounded with the racial disparities is the further diluting effect of Baltimore City's overrepresentation in prisons and jails. As of January 2019, almost 30% of all Maryland prison inmates were Baltimoreans. Our criminal legal system should not determine who is worthy of participating in our democracy. The legitimacy of our government depends on ensuring that every citizen has a right to vote, regardless of their incarceration status. We urge you to pass this bill and ensure that Maryland no longer perpetuates an unjust and discriminatory system. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wells and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nicole Porter. I'm with the Sentencing Project, a national research and advocacy organization, but I'm also a Maryland resident. The Sentencing Project's position is that no legal system impacted American should be excluded from voting, whether in the community or in prison. And the Sentencing Project is also a member of the National Voting in Prison Coalition and joined nearly 30 Maryland, national, and non-Maryland state groups in supporting House Bill 52, and I submitted that as part of my written testimony today. I want to focus the remaining time that I have on the community safety benefits of House Bill 52. There is indeed a community safety benefit to expanding the vote to persons completing their sentence inside of prison. Voting is among several pro-social behaviors for justice-impacted persons, like getting a college education, that is associated with reduced criminal conduct. And having the right to vote or voting is related to reducing recidivism for persons with a criminal legal history. Voting is, in fact, a fundamental right to expressing civic involvement and community belonging, and it is short-sighted from a community safety perspective to continue to exclude the thousands of Marylanders who are completing their felony sentence inside of one of the state's correctional facilities. Felony disenfranchisement also ignores the important distinction between legitimate punishment for a crime and one's right as a citizen. Convicted individuals may be sentenced to prison, but they generally maintain their basic rights. Even someone held in maximum security prison cell still has the right to get married or divorced or to buy or sell property. And to the extent that voting is an extension of free speech, consider that a person in prison may have an op-ed published, perhaps with a greater impact than casting a single vote. So it's with those indicators in mind that the Sentencing Project urges a favorable report for House Bill 52.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Wells and members of the committee. My name is Marsha Brawley-Savage, and I'm here in strong support of HB 52. I come to you with a perspective shaped by years of frontline experience in our correctional system. In 2016, I was here in this very place in Annapolis when we fought to restore the rights to 40,000 Marylanders Since then, I have served as the Director of Reentry and Transition Services for DPSCS, and I'm now the Reentry Coordinator for Anne Arundel County. I have seen firsthand, while our laws say we value rehabilitation, our practices often do not do the opposite. Currently, we expect justice-impacted individuals to return to their communities, pay taxes, and follow laws. Yet we deny them a stake in the democratic process that shapes those very laws. In my work, I have seen that voting is a tool for reintegration. When an individual is encouraged to engage in the political process, it fosters a sense of responsibility and a connection to the community they will eventually rejoin. However, even those currently eligible, the barriers are staggering. In facilities, we are internet and mobile devices prohibited. Modern voter registration is nearly impossible. Case managers are often spread thin to provide consistent help. This bill addresses the hurdles head-on by establishing a toll-free voter hotline to ensure meaningful access to information. Denying the vote is a missed opportunity to foster social reintegration. States like Vermont and Maine have proven that allowing the incarcerated to vote do not harm the system. Rather, it strengthens the individual's commitment to society. We cannot expect people to return as fully participating citizens if we have spent the entire sentence treating them as subjects rather than stakeholders. It's time for Maryland to align with its actions and values of redemption and civic participation. I'm urge favorable support of HB 52.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have some questions for the sponsor panel. Delegate Schmidt.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. I do have kind of two quick questions. I see it's almost kind of two bills in one, right? With the hotline and then all with the right to vote. Is a misdemeanor? Are they able to vote if they're convicted of a misdemeanor?
Yes, correct. So currently in the state of Maryland, if an individual is incarcerated for a misdemeanor or if they are awaiting trial for their case, they can actually vote while incarcerated.
Okay, I appreciate you enlightening me with that. And then I guess we had talked about this a little bit before. You had a similar bill last week. Is it going to be voting where their residence is or where they're currently incarcerated?
Sure.
I guess they're
great
permanent
question.
residents. Yep.
So where their permanent residence is,
Permanent
which is usually where they were originally before
Okay.
incarceration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Delegate Crutchfield.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Delegate, for bringing this, and Chair. And I definitely have to speak to one of my favorite people up there, who is Monica Cooper. So in fact, what I'm going to do is even ask you a question. So there is some testimony that's unfavorable to this bill. And I'm just going to read you a couple of things, and you tell me your thoughts about this, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
One is that the loss of voting rights is a form of punishment, one of the main purposes of sentencing. And then the second one is felons sentenced to long periods of incarceration do not have the same experiences and community influences that non-incarcerated individuals have. This greatly restricts their understanding of what is happening in the community, constraining their ability to make an informed decision when voting. Tell me what your thoughts are about that.
Well, I guess my first thought would be the court system may have sentenced the person to 5 years. They didn't say you can't vote. So the sentence was given by the judiciary. The court says you have 5 years. They didn't say, Monica Cooper, you can't vote. That was a decision made by policymakers. Policymakers making that decision. The second thing is incarcerated people are probably more informed than some of you folks sitting around here. That's not an insult. No, you guys are bright.
Not taken as one.
But incarcerated people are because they do have a lot of time, and they watch plenty of news media outlets, they read plenty of papers, and they have enough time, like Jesus and that Sermon on the Mount. They are meditating on what it is that they desire for their lives when they leave there. They probably go to church more than all of us. But they really have that kind of time, and as I'm saying, I guarantee you, if you paid a visit right now, they will be able to tell you every relevant issue, whether it's gerrymandering, whatever it is. They will be able to tell you about every relevant issue that's happening to us, against us, in our nation, in our cities, and in our state. I dare you to go and ask them. Dare you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Delegate Chisholm, it went off, okay, Delegate Chisholm.
I think it was answered, but I'm just curious about this. So what if they're a Maryland resident and then they commit a crime in another state and are convicted there? Would they be eligible to vote in a Maryland election even though they're being held in West Virginia or Virginia?
So this would be for people incarcerated in Maryland. So if they're a Maryland resident, they're somewhere else, they would be subject to those state laws. This is for Maryland residents who are under the jurisdiction of our facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Wu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Madam Chair, for bringing the bill forward. I really like the spirit of this. Do you know how many people will fall into this category?
That's a great question. We have about 16,000 incarcerated individuals who are serving time for felonies right now in the state of Maryland. And I think it's also important to add that in Maryland, Black residents are about 30% of the population, but 72% of our prisons, so 30% of the overall Maryland population, but 72% of our prisons. So it's an issue that highly impacts Black residents in particular.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no more questions, that concludes the questions for the sponsor panel. Madam Chair, do you have to get back to committee by any chance?
I do have to get back to
Okay.
committee. I will, because I had left last time. I'm gonna try to stay.
I just wanted to,
a little bit.
double check.
Thank you for helping me out, Madam Chair.
You're very
I
welcome.
appreciate
Thank you. Okay, and thank you to your panelists. So with that, we'll move on to additional favorable testimony. I have Michael Pinard, Trina Selden, Joanne Antoine, Gwendolyn Levi, and I think we have enough chairs. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we just have enough for 4. Yep. And okay, yes, perfect. Okay. We'll begin with Ms. Antoine.
Yes. Apologies. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Joanne Antoine, Executive Director of Common Cause Maryland, and I am testifying today in support of House Bill 52, which would expand access to the franchise to all citizens, putting an end to felony disenfranchisement here in the state. I don't want to be too repetitive, but obviously as an organization that works on voting rights, we understand that disenfranchisement weakens the voting power, specifically of communities of color. You know, in Maryland, that has resulted in Black citizens and other communities being unable to express their opinions at the ballot. But we, again, can continue to be a leader, and we can fight back against attacks that are aimed at disenfranchising voters and communities of color. So I wanted to speak specifically to the progress that we've made. As you heard before, we've restored the right to vote, and we passed the Value My Vote Act in 2021, which ensured voting access inside. And when you look inside the correctional facilities, eligible voters are receiving packets that have voter registration and other voter educational materials. SBE actually records nonpartisan videos that play on a loop on in some of the facilities that's called inmate TV, informing of their right to vote and how to go about doing so. In DPSCS facilities, there are drop boxes in place in Hagerstown and more. So again, you know, as coalitions, we've been able to go into, I believe it's more than 12 correctional facilities to assist with voting and to monitor the process as it's happening. And, you know, I can confirm, again, that there are folks inside who are voting. Even here in Anne Arundel, where we visited Ordnance Road Jail with Marcia, who just testified, and where we've been able to work with Dems and Republicans who wanted to make their voices heard. I'm trying to keep my testimony short, but again, you know, Maryland, we can be a national leader. We can join DC in putting an end to the practice of disenfranchising individuals. I did want to lift up the hotline. I know that I'm out of time, but we need that piece passed. I think it's not about education. It's also ensuring that as people are voting inside, that they are able to report issues to us, right? We have very minimal oversight inside the correctional facility. We need on the record for them to share. So with that, I would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Gwendolyn Levi, and I'm a justice-impacted person who has, and also a member of Out for Justice. I served 16 years of an original 400-month federal sentence. Of that 16 years, 9 of those were served at the Maryland Correctional Institution for Women. I'm going to skip around a little bit. Inside of that, many of us tracked legislation. As Monica said earlier, many of us sat in groups. We sat around in the canteen. We sat around in the dining halls, and we talked about what was going on in our neighborhoods, what was going on in our community. We looked to see what bills were being passed. We talked about those legislations. We kept ourselves informed. We knew that health care, education, reentry preparation, family connection, just basic dignity was given to us by our right to vote and by our loss of our right to vote. So, but there was one essential tool of democracy we did not have, and that was the right to vote. Since my release in 2020, I've worked with organizations, Maryland Justice Project, many civic organizations, League of Women Voters, and what we did was we registered returning citizens. We made sure that this was true. We made sure that felons knew. In 2021, we ran around the whole state returning
If you could
citizens.
please use the mic, just so folks
We
can
ran
hear
around
you.
the whole
Thank
state,
you.
making sure that returning citizens had that right to vote. We made sure that they were educated, just like we're doing now, educating inside. We made sure that those outside knew that they were able to vote. We made sure that those who were convicted of misdemeanors inside, like the lady said before, we educated ourselves, and we're doing the same thing while we're incarcerated. We are educating ourselves. We're staying connected to our families. We have groups that come inside and bring us the issues. They tell us what's going on in our communities. We form opinions. We are not just saying we need the right to vote because we have that it should be given to us. We need the right to vote so we can become members of our community and know that we are welcomed in our community. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Trina Selden, founder and executive director of Out for Justice, and I'm here in strong support of House Bill 52. Out for Justice is a community-based organization that works to engage and empower people impacted by the legal system so they can fully participate in civic life. For nearly 20 years, we have advanced fair elections and helped remove barriers that exclude returning citizens, Black communities, and low-income Marylanders from our democracy. I know this issue personally. When I returned from prison in 2003, reentry felt overwhelming, and one of the most damaging barriers I faced was my loss of my right to vote. Even after completing probation, I was misinformed and denied the ability to register. At a critical moment in rebuilding my life, I was treated as if my voice no longer mattered. That experience led me to found Out for Justice, and since then, we have advanced reforms like Ban the Box and the Value My Vote Act, restoring voting rights to tens of thousands of Marylanders. These efforts show a simple truth, that people succeed when systems are designed to include them, not exclude them. HB 52 applies that lesson. It automatically restores voters' rights registration for eligible individuals upon release and ensures that they receive clear notice and information. This matters to me. This matters because the period immediately after release is unstable and unnecessary barriers only create confusion and disengagement. This bill is about dignity, public safety, and community stability. Civic participation strengthens connection and reduces recidivism. HB 52 affirms that incarceration should not permanently sever someone's relationship with democracy. For these reasons, I strongly urge a favorable report on HB 52. I'm sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Wells, committee members. Everyone has spoken so beautifully and urgently about why this bill is long past due, and I'll just add a couple of things, maybe calling the lines a bit. So my name is Michael Pernard. I'm a professor at University of Maryland Carey School of Law, faculty director of the Gibson Bank Center for Race and the Law. So among the things I do, I represent individuals who are serving decades in prison for crimes they committed when they were much younger than they are now. You know, my clients have built careers with Maryland Correctional Enterprises. They make goods that we all use in our daily lives. Some of the goods are here in this building. Some of them have gone to college. Some of them are raising their families and serve as mentors. Some of them raise trained canines to be support animals for individuals who are outside of prison. So the point is, just like us in this room, right, the folks we're talking about live very, very different lives, right? But this is one huge difference that we have with them, is that we are able to sort of celebrate and be proud of our ability to vote, and they are denied that opportunity. And as we heard from the prior panel, this has been decades now, I mean centuries rather. And so disenfranchisement based on felony convictions began immediately after the Civil War, when we had black codes that criminalized all aspects of black lives. And denying the vote to black citizens more generally was a backlash against the 14th and 15th Amendment. And we've heard about the stats of our incarcerated population. So this is another form of racial disenfranchisement. So denying the vote to those incarcerated is the remaining vestige of carceral disenfranchisement in Maryland in this long past time to remove. And I'll just say this last thing because I know my time is up. Just give me 5 seconds, please. One of the things that sort of gets under my skin, and I tell this to my students all the time, is when we talk about people who are incarcerated returning, quote unquote, returning to society as if we're different societies, right? We are one society, and we have to celebrate that and recognize that. And so we should all feel attached to it, and that's what this bill strives to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, there's a question from Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So my question for Common Cause is, it's my understanding the bill allows people to vote from prison who are currently incarcerated, right?
Yes.
Okay. And does that include individuals who have been convicted of murder?
It would be anyone who is considered a citizen that is incarcerated at DPSCS facility.
Which I guess that would be a yes. So it would include people who would be convicted of murder.
That would be anyone, again, who is currently incarcerated, who is a citizen, regardless of their reason for incarceration.
So that would be yes. So my next question is, then there's a 1-800 toll-free voter hotline that would allow the individuals who are incarcerated to receive information about voting and election-related materials, et cetera. So what would stop a politician from using that 1-800 voter hotline and simply promising those in prison who are incarcerated for murder that if you elect me, I'm going to let you out of prison?
Yes. Apologies if it's not clear, and if we need to make amendments, we will. But right now, the hotline would be to call the State Board of Elections to report issues and to ask information about the election. So it would be election officials that are answering their questions. It wouldn't be a random hotline, even where they're calling advocacy organizations like ours. Apologies if it's not
so
clear.
your Common Cause, and I think you know that it's not the responsibility of the State Board of Elections to provide information concerning candidates and their positions to any individual.
Yes.
That's not their function.
I agree. When they are calling the hotline, it is to ask questions around their eligibility. It is to maybe check to see if their ballot has been received. It is other questions, and obviously to report issues. I believe that if they were to call the State Board of Elections and ask for information regarding the candidates, the State Board of Elections would also say that they are not able to provide that information.
And last question, Madam Chairwoman, thank you. So notwithstanding the 1-800 number and the hotline, what would stop a politician now that felons, including those convicted of murder and serving time, would receive mailers or mail information from politicians who would promise to release them if they are elected?
I mean, well, that is obviously our goal here is to ensure that if someone who is eligible to vote, their right to vote is restored, that they do, just as any individual, receive mailers. And similar to right now, a candidate send mailers that include disinformation, unfortunately, to voters at home. There could be instances where that happens inside the facility too. But again, I do want to make sure that we are focused on the scope of the bill. Right now, our focus is on restoring the right. We can talk about implementation and what it looks like when candidates are reaching out once we've passed that bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Because Delegate Fisher raised some questions for myself, but basically the bill does not speak to it. The hotline is just for information about the upcoming elections, and that the bill also doesn't speak to the ability for a candidate to send correspondence or campaign electioneering information directly to them in the prisons. We'd have to change a lot of laws.
Yeah, we'd have to change the law. But right now, again, there is nothing prohibiting the candidates from sending in mailers, right? Obviously, it's going to be difficult for you to target, but individuals inside do receive mail. You can send mailers in right now.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions for this panel, thank you very much for all of your testimony. We have some additional favorable testimony. Next, I'll call up to the table Yeshua Downey, Nikki Tyree, Antoine Quarles, and Kiana Johnson. Is a Mr. Martin Mitchell here with us today? All right. I'm just calling all of the individuals that were listed for in-person testimony. All right, thank you. We'll begin with you, Ms. Tyree. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Okay, ready. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, who's not here, and esteemed committee members. My name is Nikki Tyree, Executive Director for the League of Women Voters of Maryland. At the League, we believe that elections need to allow as much participation as possible while also being equitable and representative. HB 52, Voting Rights for All, does just this. Although people may be serving sentences for felony convictions, they are still full citizens deserving of their civic rights. There remains an interest in their families, their communities, and those elected to represent them. More than that, it is impossible to have a robust democracy when so many Marylanders are locked out of the process. In a time where we are seeing attacks on democracy and our values, Maryland has an opportunity to be on the front lines of fighting back. Maryland has a chance to end disenfranchisement of our fellow Marylanders. To defend democracy, it takes all of us. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the whole committee. Thank y'all, and for everyone who testified. I support House Bill 52 because, based upon my lived experience, spending time behind the wall for 2 decades, I was never told that I couldn't vote, but I was never given the right to even try to vote. But then in the process, after being released and coming home and then told I couldn't vote, through value my vote and leading this process of being a member for Alpha Justice, but then helping start and educate people in community how to have these discussions, and now being able to be on situations to go back inside and talk with brothers inside about their right to vote and how, but then discernments of a lived experience. Some guys that's misdemeanors that can vote on the insides, our felony guys feel they've been pushed to the side and being more disenfranchised and separated while they behind the door. So I think this is a process that needs to be cleared so everyone can establish their right to be citizens. You know, some of our families, while I was on the inside, used to call me and ask me, who should we vote for? Why should we vote for them? And we used to have debates and conversations with each other after watching the news, world news, CNN, reading National Geographic and all this other stuff, and then go back to families and say that you should vote for this person. We think you should do this. So we understand the process. We're not far behind because we're locked in and we watch the news all day long. So some of us can give great debaters as the greatest debate they can ever look for. But I think that passing this will give a lot of people their self-esteem right back to say even now they're really looking at me as a human, not just a bid that brings money or that I did something wrong what I didn't really know, because fortunately I was just a child. But now someone's raising me up and teaching me with myself. When I first found out, every year I'm voting. So I favorably ask y'all to support this bill.
Thank you. On behalf of Campaign Legal Center and at the request of Common Cause, I'm pleased to submit this testimony in support of HB 52 to restore voting rights to individuals convicted of felonies serving and to add a voter hotline. As someone born and raised in Maryland with a large family in Maryland and a past felony conviction of myself, this bill is important to me. I'm Yeshua Downey on the Restore Your Vote team at Campaign Legal Center. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit based in DC that works to protect and strengthen democracy across all levels of government. And we help restore voting rights to people with past convictions by providing rights restoration services and empowering community leaders to understand and monitor implementation of rights restoration laws. So this bill would effectively eliminate this racist practice of felony disenfranchisement that serves no legitimate purpose within the criminal legal system and hinders rehabilitation and reentry. Enfranchising incarcerated individuals is key for democratic accountability. Elected officials make consequential decisions every day that directly impact incarcerated voters. Legislators make the laws that they're charged with breaking. DAs prosecute their cases, judges adjudicate them, and sheriffs and other law enforcement police them on the streets and run the jails and prisons in which they are incarcerated. Their exposure to the criminal legal system gives them a major stake in public policy, and their participation is crucial to holding our elected officials accountable. Despite these facts and experiences of the incarcerated voters, felony disenfranchisement laws persist, and the history explains why. In many states, these laws were enacted after the Civil War and proliferated during the Jim Crow era with the explicit and open purpose of undermining the 14th and 15th Amendments. Put simply, felony disenfranchisement exists and continues to exist because of efforts to suppress voters and communities of color. This also rings true in Maryland, unfortunately, which has a history of delaying or obstruction towards equal voting rights. They were the last to ratify the 15th Amendment in 1973. We urge you to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Mr. Mitchell, are you here to testify on HB 52 as well? I called you, but you weren't in the room yet. Okay, you can come up to the table.
Hello. Gotcha. Greetings. Greetings, Chair, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for taking up this critical issue. My name is Martin Mitchell, former at-large councilman for the city of Laurel and an active NAACP member. But today I'm here as a community organizer with Life After Release. If anybody doesn't know, Life After Release is a community-based organization that supports our brothers and sisters returning home, some while still in a carceral state, through court support, mutual aid, and real community and real resources and real pathways forward. HB 52 is a bill, of course, I testified on last year. Democracy does not become complete. Democracy did not become more complete since the last vote, and justice did not become more balanced. And as thousands of Marylanders remained incarcerated, they did not stop becoming citizens. And so HB 52 does two critical things. Of course, as discussed, the voter hotline and allowing individuals convicted of a felony and serving a court-ordered sentence of imprisonment the right to register and vote. Let us be clear. Again, incarceration does not erase citizenship. People who are incarcerated are still counted on the census. Their presence still determines legislative districts. They are still subject to the laws passed in this body. Many carry financial obligations to the state, yet they have been denied a voice. That is taxation without participation. That is taxation without representation. And voting should not be looked at as a reward. It is not a privilege for some. It is a constitutional right and a cornerstone of democratic participation. And so I urge this deliberative body to vote favorably on HB 52. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So seeing no questions from the committee, thank you to the panel for your testimony. This concludes the, Delegate Tomlinson, you moving slow, man. Sorry. Please stay seated, folks. Thank you. Delegate Tomlinson.
He couldn't answer my question, so I'm forced to ask it. I was just you brought up taxation without representation. I was just trying to think, are incarcerated individuals, I'm truly trying to like process in my head, are they paying any taxes while incarcerated?
Well, many of the MCE employees, especially, are definitely paying, income taxes, especially on the, sub-minimum wages, that they make already.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was just trying to think if there was any other taxes they were paying. Well, okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Tomlinson. Okay, with that, thank you again for your testimony. That concludes the bill hearing for HB 52. Thank you to all who came and to the sponsor. We'll move on to our next bill hearing, which will be HB 565, Delegate Long. Delegate Long, if you would please bring up if your panel is here with you, your sponsor panel. I have Anne Marie Abel, Kurt Engel, Miriam Klopka.
J. Long.
I'm sorry. Delegate Jeff Long?
Jeff Long.
We have two Longs in the House today, folks. You are on the list. Yes, Delegate Bob Long. You will be called later.
Script. Don't put it on mine. Let's stick to your script.
Okay, you may begin, Delegate.
Thank you, Madam Chair Wells. Gosh, it feels great to say that and to be in front of this newly formed committee, Government, Labor, and Elections. For the record, I am Delegate Jeffrey E. Long, Jr. of District 27B, here presenting HB 565. I will read to you what I've submitted and then just very briefly give you a synopsis and overview. HB 565 ensures that members elected to represent specific school board districts are chosen by the voters who reside in those districts. This legislation promotes fair representation, strengthens local accountability, and aligns school board elections with core democratic principles already in practice across Maryland. As the committee considers this bill, it is important to recognize how at-large voting structures can dilute voices and weaken accountability, especially Black, Brown, and marginalized community voices. When candidates designated to represent specific geographic districts are elected countywide, communities may find their localized educational needs and priorities overshadowed by broader countywide interest. The Fair Representation Act addresses this concern by requiring that district-based board members be elected by a plurality of voters cast within their respective districts. Again, this only deals with those who represent a specific district, not at-large members. So I'll say it again. This concerns requiring that district-based board members be elected by a plurality of voters cast within that respective district. This approach ensures voters directly select the individuals responsible for representing their schools and neighborhoods while preserving existing at-large seats where applicable. This bill does not restructure school boards, alter term lengths, or impose new mandates on counties. It simply clarifies the electorate for district-specific seats. District-based voting enhances responsiveness and trust. Parents and educators and community members benefit when their representative is directly accountable to the voters they serve, and this structure encourages engagement, transparency, and confidence in school board decision-making. I'll leave you with this in closing. I represent District 27B. District 27A does not elect me. For those who are on this committee, if you're in District 22 or 23 or 24, 25, and so forth, you are elected by the residents of that district, not by every resident of the state of Maryland. And so I hope that offers some more context to what we're trying to accomplish here, and I respectfully urge this committee's favorable report, and I'm joined by these lovely ladies. I'm a thorn amongst three roses. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate, we can begin, I guess, well, the mic is in front of you, so we can begin with you, ma'am.
We're starting. Do you want to go first? With the mics.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne Marie Abel. I am the chair for the Democratic Central Committee in St. Mary's County. Thank you, Chair Wells and Vice Chair Kerr and committee members. St. Mary's County uses resident districts to ensure representation is geographically dispersed across the county, yet because of at-large voting, it woefully falls short of what it means to have true democratic and inclusive representation. My county is stuck with at-large, a suppressive voting system that dilutes district voters' choices and voices and choices. Did you know that a Board of Education member can be elected without having won the majority of the resident district voters? It happened in St. Mary's during the 22 election. The District 1 Board of Ed candidate won their district by 127 votes, yet at large suppressed District 1 voters' choice. In practice, the at-large voting system has the effect of candidates selectively campaigning around the county using a pick my voters strategy to get the votes of residents in other districts. The candidate wins and the district loses because their votes have been diluted and their voices muted. The county as a whole deprives and denies their neighbors true representation, as it did for District 1 in 2022. HB 565 ensures district voters truly have a say in who represents them on their county's Board of Education, champions their interests, and ensures their voices are heard at the Board of Ed's decision-making table. If it's good enough for our legislative and congressional districts, it's good enough for our Board of Ed districts. And HB 565 should be amended to include district-based voting for St. Mary's County Commissioners. At-large leaves the will of district voters behind. At-large for district representation should be left behind everywhere in Maryland. We request a favorable with amendments report for 565. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Craytu. Today I speak in favor of HB 565. As a parent, grandparent, and 41-year Calvert County resident, I have become alarmed by the recent extreme politicization of our school board. For example, in early 2024, after months of very divisive public meetings, the 2 Republican members of the BOE joined the 4 Republican county commissioners to force an external audit of our school finances, casting a cloud of suspicion over the then Democratic majority. When the audit was released after the election, CCPS was in full compliance with recommendations of the 3 prior state audits, but the damage was done. The $53,000 audit, in my view, a partisan political stunt, was paid for by the taxpayers. Nonpartisan elections are intended to reduce political bias in our schools. However, the Southern Maryland News on November 6, 2024 reported, quote, "In the end, it was all about the team." On Tuesday, voters went big for the triumvirate of Melissa Goshorn, Joseph Marchio, and Paul Harrison. This slate had the financial backing of our wealthy Republican delegate, Project 1776, and the same 4 commissioners who voted for the audit. Our democracy is under attack even at the very foundational level of our communities, our local schools. HB 565 can help level the playing field by requiring candidates to campaign and be accountable to the families of the district they represent, and reduce the ability of one political party to control the outcome of the entire election. HB 565 supports democracy and accountability. Please support it. Thank you for your time and attention.
Good afternoon. My name is Miriam Klapka. I reside in St. Mary's County in District 1. This is the 4th attempt, to my knowledge, in the last 5 years to change the way we vote in St. Mary's County, to change from at-large voting to district voting. I'm here today in hope that this bill will provide the momentum for that change. There are 4 districts in the county. Each district has its own characteristics and demographics. The districts also differ politically. Districts 1 and 2 have a plurality of Republican voters. District 3 has a majority of Republican voters, and District 4 has a plurality of Democratic voters. At-large voting negates the differences between these districts and results in communities unable to get a seat at the table. Each district's voters should be able to elect a board member who represents their priorities and values, and also have the ability to remove board members who fail to support their constituents. A couple examples. In 2021, the commissioners voted unanimously to oppose a bill that increased the number of early vote centers in St. Mary's County. There was no voice at the table to advocate for making voting more accessible to county voters. Unbelievable. In 2021, our all-Republican Board of County Commissioners appointed 5 Republicans to the 5-member redistricting board, despite community calls for a bipartisan board. And you heard earlier about the 2022 general election, where our District 1 Board of Education candidate, a highly qualified citizen, lost as a result of at-large voting. At-large voting dilutes my vote. There is no fair argument for a 20,000 voter district board member to be elected by 80,000 county voters. It's time to change the way we vote. I urge a favorable report for HB 565. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for one last opportunity for Mr. Kurt Engel. I don't know if he, oh, there, okay. Stay right here, stay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wells and members of the committee. I'm Kurt Engel from St. Mary's County. As a constituent of St. Mary's County, I urge the committee to vote favorably for 565 to ensure that our Board of Election Education is selected by a plurality of the voters in the district they will represent. It does not make sense that our Board of Education is made up of members representing the 4 commissioner districts, yet is elected by the county at large. People from the very far south of the county, like Ridge, desire representatives selected by voters in their district, not by voters up in Mechanicsville. We didn't vote for members of the House of Delegates with an at-large vote. Why should we elect our Board of Education in this manner? Our county, like many Maryland counties, has subtle differences across the districts. These differences should be respected by passage of the Fair Representation Act. This, of course, brings up the question of why do we elect our Board of County Commissioners in the same at-large fashion? I would like to suggest that HB 565 be amended to include the county commissioners in the Fair Representation Act as well. District-based voting prevents vote dilution and respects the citizens' voice of the districts that make up our counties. District-based voting should be implemented for all Board of Education and amended to include Board of County Commissioners. Please pass the Fair Representation Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you to the bill sponsor and your sponsor panel. We have a few questions from the committee, beginning with Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Long, for the bill. So just briefly, the Board of Ed members are not, they're only on the ballot for the general election. There's no primary, is that correct?
That's not correct. So there is a primary election, but when it comes to the general election, if I live, for example, there are, and I believe my friend here from Calvert can correct me, there are 5 seats in Calvert, and there are 2 that are at large, and all 5 are still voted for at large. So although I don't live in Calvert, but if I would live in District 1, I would vote for District 1 and District 2 and District 3 on top of the at-large members. What this bill is proposing is that we're not eliminating the at-large positions, but we're just saying that if you live in District 1, you should only vote for your District 1 representative, and that you can vote for your at-large rep as well, too.
Okay, so you're describing the current process, and that's what you're looking to change with this language about the plurality in each district.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Long, it's great to see you. I miss sitting near you in committee.
I miss you, yes.
I see that you submitted an amendment in the bill file. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, and thank you again for you all, for those who have had a chance to see it. I want to first say they've mentioned commissioner districts, and I am amenable to that as well. So please know that you'll receive that later. However, I also have added in an anti-racism clause that I would like every school board to adopt throughout the entire state of Maryland. And I will spare you the length of going into the details as you see the very thorough amendment, but it would again uplift the fact that anti-racism means ethnicity, individual racism, institutional racism, opportunity gap, privilege, racism, systemic racism, all those various forms, that every local school board must adopt that, and that every local county superintendent should develop the procedures and how that's carried out. Some may argue and say well, what's the difference between that and discrimination? Discrimination and anti-racism are two different separate concepts and issues, and so I'm also asking to amend this into the bill as well, too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you all for coming. This sounds familiar to me. Did we pass this before?
I'm glad you asked. This bill passed the entire House of Delegates. I believe it was in 2021, and if I am not mistaken, it was HB 665. Now, know this: the anti-racism clause that I am introducing and asking to be amended onto this, that is new, but every particular county that was in this bill that you currently see it drafted were all a part of that same bill that passed the House of Delegates in the year 2021. I believe it was sponsored by the good delegate from St. Mary's County, 29B. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I remember that. And if I could just pontificate for a moment and explain my vote, my green vote on that bill. It actually has nothing to do with anything anyone said, in all seriousness, so far. But in my county, in Montgomery County, we have over 1 million people. We elect our school board at large, all of them, no in-district voting. And it really has nothing to do for me with partisanship. It has little to do with racial dilution. For me, it's practicality. We ask our school board candidates to run in a county of more than 1 million people. They don't fundraise very much, and they don't really have resources to get the vote out. And so voters oftentimes come to the polls. I've heard from them when I'm at the polls with my own literature, not having any idea, anything about the school board candidates that are on the ballot. And so I like this bill, not for any of the reasons that have been said, and I voted for it before, because I think that district voting would allow our school board candidates to get out there and door knock, get their voices out in a smaller, confined area so that voters have more information about the candidates on their ballot. Isn't that so?
Isn't that so? ENT terms.
The spirit of Chair Barbe lives. Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for bringing the bill forward, Delegate. I was wondering if your panel, anybody in your panel can share, are there examples in counties that participate in this current form of voting, which I wasn't even aware of prior to going into this bill? Are there examples where an individual has won their district but lost countywide because of it? And if so, could you share that with us briefly?
Yes, in the 2022 general election, we had a very highly qualified Board of Ed candidate who won within District 1, but lost within the county. So she lost, but within her district, she won.
So she was elected by the people that she would ostentatiously represent as the member from District 1. She would be, but because she lost countywide, she wasn't seated?
Exactly. Correct.
Okay. Wonderful. Any other examples? Many other counties?
I can add an example to you,
Yeah,
and I can't give you the stats right now, but I will get them to you. There's a town that I'm blessed to represent. It's called North Beach in Chesapeake Beach, and it is in Calvert County. And believe it or not, although Calvert tends to lean about maybe 60% voting for the GOP and President Trump, Chesapeake Beach tends to lean more Democratic. And that district within itself, if they had the chance to be able to vote as a district, not just based upon party, but also upon needs. The needs of North Beach and Chesapeake Beach are vastly different from the needs of Solomons and Southern Maryland, where you're down into the bridge where St. Mary's County is, but not just my county of Calvert, but as you can see, it is St. Mary's and all those who do not still currently have this system.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Schindler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. Simple question, are these the only 4 counties that have this very specific type of voting?
I'm glad you asked that question. If you give me a moment. So if you had a chance to review the fiscal notes, there are 12 counties, including Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Caroline, Charles, Dorchester, Hartford, Howard, Prince George's, Somerset, Talbot, Wycomico, and Worcester, which are all elected by the voters within the district. And again, I want to lift that up too, because a lot of those counties have so many differences politically. So it's not as if this is just angled for a political reason, right? The only 6 remaining counties, which are Calvert, Cecil, Garrett, Montgomery, Queen Anne's, and St. Mary's, do this current system, which is why we're seeking to change this today.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one virtual testimony from Miss Nancy Soring. Oh, 2. Well, for favorable, excuse me. Yes. But we have one favorable with amendments virtual, which is Brandon Russell. Hi, good afternoon, Nancy.
Yeah, am I there? I can't see myself, but that's okay.
We can see you. You look great.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have 2 minutes.
For having me today, and I want to thank Delegate Long for putting in this bill. The League of Women Voters has always supported districting standards that not only protect the right of all citizens to vote, but encourage them to vote. And I think, as you've heard today, that at-large voting diminishes the incentive because one can feel that their vote is overdone, is overwhelmed by the other people in the district. So for all the reasons you heard today, which I'm not going to go into again, we do support this. There's one thing I would like to consider, though. The bill says specifically that the people from the district would elect their representatives with a plurality. And right now, that's the way all the elections are done in the state. However, there is a move to go towards ranked choice voting, which means they would be elected by a majority. So you might consider saying elected by a plurality or whatever voting tabulation is in place in that district or in that county. And then that would be more flexible. You wouldn't have to come back again. Should, like Montgomery County, finally succeed in getting the authority to do ranked choice voting, you wouldn't have to come back to you to change this one bill. So that's just something I'd like you to consider. And once again, we do appreciate the move to a better representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no questions for Ms. Soring, that concludes. Thank you to the bill sponsor and to your sponsor panel. That concludes the favorable testimony. We do have one virtual, or excuse me, we have a in-person, Michelle Whitaker, favorable with amendments. I don't know if you're here, Ms. Whitaker. Going once, going twice. Okay, we have joining with us virtually, Brandon Russell. He is favorable with amendments. Good afternoon, Mr. Russell.
Committee. I'm Brandon Russell. I'm a resident of St. Mary's County, and I'm urging a favorable report on favorable with amendments on HB 565. In St. Mary's County, though members of the Board of Education and Board of County Commissioners must run in a district, as you've heard, all members are voted on at large. The existence of the districts suggests that voters within those districts choose their own representative, but in practice they don't. The system is confusing, misleading, and creates an unnecessary barrier to voter understanding and engagement. At-large voting restricts the ability of constituents to hold their elected officials accountable. Voters in rural District A may prioritize environmental or agricultural issues, while voters in a more urban and populous District B may prioritize infrastructure. When all votes are cast countywide, priorities of the more populous districts consistently override those of rural communities. At-large voting results in leaders being elected who participate in groupthink, without diversity of thought, without true representation of the entire community. Both Calvert and St. Mary's County Boards of Education have left constituent needs unaddressed, and the same can be said of the county commissioners in each jurisdiction. When officials are elected at large, they can rely on a broader electorate to win and leave other constituents disengaged and disenfranchised. At-large voting also discourages a diverse and representative candidate pool by diluting the voting power of specific communities and groups with shared interests. Our democracy functions best when everyone has a meaningful voice. So it's time for bold action to protect the one person, one vote promise of American democracy. I propose a favorable with amendments report, amending the bill to require any locally districted elected offices be elected by a plurality of votes from each district. And I propose listing it as emergency legislation because voting rights can't wait until 2028. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Good to see you, Ms. Whitaker.
Thank you. For the record, Michelle Whitaker, Executive Director for Ranked Choice Voting Maryland. I apologize for having to run over here for this, but we support HB 565 with amendments, and primarily we wanted to just raise concern with codifying plurality of wins in law that creates inflexibility in terms of addressing any other issues that might occur in an election, whether you're talking about a district election or an at-large election. So we wanted to ensure that that language was flexible enough to allow for the jurisdictions to, one, choose methods of voting that work best for their communities, and that if there is a change that needs to happen, that they do not need to come back to the state to make that change, and therefore creating a longer time before they can address any of those issues that might arise. I believe others have talked about issues with at-large elections and plurality voting that can disenfranchise communities. We strongly believe at Ranked Choice Voting Maryland that everyone should have fair representation, and there are fair representation models that are available with at-large voting if you're using things like proportional ranked choice voting, cumulative voting. There's other methods that can help to make sure you're ensuring that all members of the public or the electorate in that area get representation that is reflective of their share of that electorate. And so we urge a favorable report with amendments and would be happy to work with the bill sponsors on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker. Okay, seeing no questions from the committee, that concludes our bill hearing on HB 565. We'll move on next to Delegate Fair, HB 689. Thank you. No.
Get that microphone away from him. All right. Thank you. Good. Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kern, esteemed members of the Government and Labor Elections Committee. For the record, Delegate Chris Fair here presenting House Bill 689, which is a short emergency bill to address the timing concerns raised during the House's passage of its congressional redistricting plan. House Bill 689 moves the congressional candidate filing deadline from 9 p.m. on February 24th to 9 p.m. on March 20th, 2026. It does not move the primary date. It does not affect races for any other office, and it has no fiscal impact. SBE has confirmed they can easily make the change without any other changes being necessary. When the Senate advances the congressional map that the House has already approved, this bill ensures that candidates have the time to consider running and file in their appropriate district. Therefore, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 689. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Fair. Seeing no questions from the committee, that concludes the bill hearing on HB. Oh, you know, it always is Republicans, I feel like, that push it last minute.
Too, because it's technical.
Delegate Chisholm.
What if it passes and let's say that the Senate does pass the map? Sure. And then the court overturns it, and somebody were to say, well, I was waiting to between the time period of February, I guess it's the 20th to March 20th.
Yeah.
And they say, well, now I'm not able to file, but I would have if we. Do you follow me? They're kind of waiting for the map to come out, but then the map gets turned over, and then they say, well, even though it got turned over, I still want to run, but now I've lost my opportunity.
So it does. So the plus side is that it enhances the amount of time that people have time to make that consideration. If, let's use your assumption to go down that rabbit hole, even though I would say I would disagree that the courts would overturn it. If we pass the map, and then we pass this bill separately, and we just extend the deadline to March 20th. After March 20th, if the courts were to step in and do anything, all the candidates that are filed up to March 20th would simply be worked within the districts that they choose to run in. So in congressional races, as you know, they don't have to actually live in the district, though many of them prefer to.
I guess by that contention, you would just rather just move the deadline now anyhow because it serves the, in either of our situations, you would say that it suffices for what you're seeing might happen and what I'm seeing might happen, correct?
Yeah, I think you'll hear from, I think you can hear from people pretty clearly that they would like more time to parse through this conversation and make decisions for themselves if they want to run for one of those seats.
Got it. Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me do 3 looks to make sure I got everyone. With that, no more questions. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 689. Thank you very much, Delegate.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll move next to HB 333, Delegate Polakovich-Carr. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, I'm Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr, here to present House Bill 333. This is a bipartisan bill that I've worked on for several years with Delegate Griffith. The bill has twice passed the House, and the vote last session was unanimous, but since it's in a new committee this year, I did just want to spend a couple minutes just walking through the bill and the issues that it aims to address. This bill would ensure that the appointment process used to fill vacancies in the General Assembly is transparent and inclusive of the public. As you know, all legislative vacancies are filled by appointment by the governor with input from the local central committee. In raw numbers, we've had 69 legislative appointments made in the past 10 years. Maryland actually ranks second among all states for having the most seats turnover in the midst of a term, so we're second worst in the nation. I want to be upfront and say that this bill is not about any particular appointment, nor am I judging members who first arrived here by appointment. Appointees didn't create the process by which they came to fill the seats. So this is not a reflection of anybody. That said, whether you were elected or appointed to the House initially, we should all have a vested interest in ensuring a transparent process for legislative appointments. Just as voters rightfully demand transparency and a well-run process for our state elections to elect delegates and senators, the same should be true for appointments. The bill before you outlines a more standardized process and timeframe to be followed by each central committee. It would require sufficient time and broad outreach for the advertising of a legislative vacancy so that residents have the opportunity to apply. It gives the public the opportunity to review submitted applications and to watch the vetting process. And the bill would help restore public trust by prohibiting secret voting and self-dealing. Specifically, a central committee member who applies for a vacancy would have to recuse themselves from the appointment process. Notably, some of the provisions of the bill are already part of the bylaws for one or both major political parties, and I am very appreciative that both Republicans and Democrats in Maryland have taken action in recent years to update their state party bylaws. But even with these changes, Maryland is still operating under a patchwork of different rules depending on the political party and the county. HB 333 would ensure that the appointment process is more consistent across the state. And lastly, I know, colleagues, that you did hear the bill on special elections, I think just last week, and I'm not going to weigh in on the policy of that, but I do just want to tee up the issue of, if special elections moves ahead or doesn't, what does that mean for this bill? And I would say in both situations, I still think this bill is needed. And I'm just going to walk through the numbers on that really briefly. So the special elections bill that you heard only applies to vacancies that occur in the first year of the term. And I've actually looked at the data for the past 7 legislative sessions dating back to 1999. So had that special elections bill been in place for that entire time period, it would have triggered a special election in 21% of the legislative vacancies. For the other 79% of the time, there still would have been an appointment. That was 105 appointments over that 27-year time period. So that's why I'm still pushing this bill. I still think it's needed, whether we have special elections or we don't. But in conclusion, I believe that these reforms will ensure a transparent and fair appointment process that builds public trust. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay. Making sure that I don't miss anyone. Okay, seeing no questions for the bill sponsor. Yes, we do have, there is someone joining us virtually, Jason Spiegel. Mr. Spiegel, if you are live streaming, could you please close out the live stream or mute the live stream? Hi, good afternoon. Mr. Spiegel, you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name's Jason Spiegel, and I'm testifying as a private citizen in support of HB 333. The process of filling vacancies in the General Assembly is controversial. In fact, at last night's meeting of the Montgomery County Democratic Central Committee, several members of the public publicly questioned the fairness of the current process. Until such time as the Constitution is amended to provide for elections to fill vacancies, the General Assembly can increase transparency and help restore some measure of confidence in the current process by adopting this bill. As the sponsor indicated, many of the provisions of the bill are already used by both party central committees to fill vacancies. The criticism I most frequently hear is that members of the Central Committee who apply to fill legislative vacancies are not required to recuse themselves from voting on filling the vacancy. The proper and only honorable thing to do would be for members to recuse themselves, but it is not required and does not always happen. A major argument raised in opposition to recusal is easily rebutted. It is true that candidates in an election can vote for themselves. All candidates who are on the ballot can vote for themselves. However, the only candidate who can vote on a legislative appointment before the Central Committee is the Central Committee member. That is not right, and recusal should be memorialized in law. I want to thank Delegate Polakovich-Carr and Delegate Griffith for their leadership on this issue and urge the committee to favorably report HB 333.
Thank you, Mr. Spiegel. Okay. Oh, Delegate Lehman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Polakovich-Carr, for bringing this bill. I'm certainly, impressed with the idea behind it to make these appointment procedures much more consistent. I wonder if you could just speak very briefly to, how wide-ranging are the various counties now with respect to, say, the issue of the 7 days for the application period to be open for at least 7 days, and then the notification piece where you have, at least, I think it's 3 days before the actual meeting is held.
Yeah, so it's going to vary based on the political party, and I'll say just in general, the Maryland State Democratic Party bylaws actually set the floor for all central committees, and the Republican State Party bylaws actually are guidance and specifically say that if the local party doesn't adopt their own regulations, that this is the process. So they take kind of different approaches. We can get back to you and maybe look more specifically on those two provisions that you said. I'll say in terms of the time frame piece, I believe the Republican bylaws might actually give a little more time than that currently. Again, we're not saying you can't have more time. We just want to make sure that we're setting the floor for the amount of time that folks have to apply.
Okay, and quick follow-up. And have you come across any examples? Because I've heard things here and there about, some central committees sometimes not even following their own processes. Have you, and you don't have to cite examples, but is that true that sometimes, individual central committees aren't even consistent with whatever rules they have?
I'll be honest, I really only watch my own central committees, and I have not seen that there. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Delegate, I wanted just to clarify if there's anything in your bill that speaks to dictating or based off the bylaw changes, if it would dictate how voting takes place. So I know in some jurisdictions, it's only the central committee for that district, but in some jurisdictions, it's the comprehensive central districts for that county. So I was just curious if your bill speaks to anything.
No,
about
the bill
that.
is silent on that.
Okay.
That would still be up to the local central committee if that's allowed under the state party bylaws.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no more questions, that concludes the bill hearing for HB 333. Delegate Polakovich-Carr, we are now going to move on to your bill HB 357. I think I see Morgan Drayton, and then I do see Angelica Bailey favorable with amendments. Are they all both on your panel?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else?
No, that is it. They're welcome
perfect.
to come up, and I'll just go ahead and get started in the sake of time. So again, for the record, Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr here to present House Bill 357. Colleagues, as you know, municipalities in Maryland have the authority to run their own elections separate from the gubernatorial and presidential elections, that the state holds in even years. In practice, this means that there are elections taking place across the state throughout the year in both even and odd years. For the average voter, it can be hard to know when these hyper-local elections are going to take place in their own community. This bill simply brings some transparency to the dates of municipal elections. Under the bill and my forthcoming sponsor amendment, each municipality would need to publish the date of their next election on their website, if they have a website, as well as the offices that will be on the ballot. The State Board of Elections would also be required to publish online a list of all municipalities and their upcoming election date. As I just mentioned, I have requested a sponsor amendment that streamlines the bill to make it simpler for municipalities to comply, and my amendment is based on the feedback that I received from MML, as well as the Maryland Association of Election Officials and the State Board. So in sum, this bill is just about making it easier for voters, potential candidates, and the press to know when city or town elections are happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Drayton?
Thank you, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr, and members of the committee. My name is Morgan Drayton, Policy Manager with Common Cause Maryland, here in support of HB 357, which is just a small change which would create new reporting requirements around municipal elections. We already know that registered voters really kind of check out of the political space in the time between our presidential and midterm elections, and the fact that it's currently so difficult to find up-to-date info on when these municipal elections are taking place likely contributes to a lower voter turnout rate. HB 357 will ensure that that information, including the name of the municipality, the election date, and the offices that are being voted on, will be displayed prominently on the state and each municipal website. As I said, this is a small change that we think will really help ensure the public is able to keep up with and hopefully make their voices heard within our municipal elections. And for those reasons, we would request a favorable report on HB 357. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. Angelica Bailey-Thupari for the Maryland Municipal League. Our association is favorable with amendments on this bill, but we have worked closely with the sponsor, which we very much appreciate. And we've come to a very good place here. With the sponsor amendments, we would request a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thupari. Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing the bill forward again. We've talked a lot about this bill over the years, and one of the challenges that we've experienced is we passed a bill a couple years ago that dealt with municipalities filing their election results, and we continue to have some struggles with getting the municipalities to properly file those so that we can have the information up there. There's been some suggestions from some emails that we received just for the Election Law Subcommittee about whether or not we should publish municipalities that aren't in compliance once we pass a bill like this, and would that be of interest to you as an amendment to the bill to have a it's not like a major thing, but it would just point out, hey, these municipalities have not published data to this point.
And that actually is part of the forthcoming sponsor amendment, is to include that list. So it's, FBE would just be highlighting which municipalities they have not received the dates for.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more questions, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 357. We will move on next to Delegate Hornberger, I think is next on the list. And Delegate Long, you will follow Delegate Hornberger, just so you know. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. We miss you dearly in Ways and Means, but so happy to see you over here. For the record, Delegate Kevin Hornberger, here on behalf of HB 454, Election Law, Voter Registration Eligibility, U.S. Citizenship Verification, the Save Our Elections Act of 2026. The Save Our Elections Act requires that the Maryland Board of Elections verify citizenship of voters by utilizing the Federal Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, or SAVE tool. Under this bill, the Board of Elections shall use the tool for voter registration and voter list maintenance. If an individual is reported by the SAVE Act tool to lack citizenship, they would be notified via mail. So they would just be sent a letter. This doesn't institute any penalties or fines or anything like that, just simple notification. And it also gives, if someone is flagged and does receive that, directions on how to appeal or potentially add additional information so that they're compliant. So what is the SAVE tool? Because some of you may not be familiar with what the SAVE tool is. It's an information system that's administered by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, which is used by state and local governments to verify an individual's citizenship or immigration status to determine eligibility for state benefits, licenses, and other entitlements. Currently, 23 states use the SAVE Act for voter registration and maintenance, including Virginia and Colorado. So blue states, red states, purple states. So some of you might be asking, does this tool exist in Maryland? And it does. We actually have a number of Maryland agencies that currently use the SAVE Act as a search tool, including the Department of Human Services, Family Investment Administration, which uses the tool to verify citizenship for 10 benefit categories, Maryland Department of Labor, Division of Unemployment Insurance, Maryland Lottery and Gaming uses it. All of these are to verify citizenship. The service is also free, no cost. So let's get Maryland in a better posture. I would also add that, there may be some folks who will say, well, is this a problem? Why do we need this bill? If you all followed in the news, the gentleman named Ian Roberts would have been flagged immediately for not being able to participate in our elections. It was determined that he was a registered voter in the state of Maryland who later moved to Iowa. So, and this would be a rolling tool, whereas they would do voter list maintenance using the SAVE Act as well as new enrollees. So let's get Maryland in posture with these other states, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Delegate Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. I see quite a few letters of opposition. Did you get a chance to look at any of these letters by any chance?
Yeah, so I flagged through with them. There are concerns that this list may be used for nefarious purposes, or that it may be outside of the realm of the Elections Board to use that. And to most of those letters, I would say we're already using it. We're already using it in multiple state agencies. So if that were true, then that behavior that's described, the sort of doom and gloom, would already be taking place.
Yeah, I see one here specifically, right? It talks about the unreliable use of the data and raise the risk of wrongful targeting citizens. I guess
yeah, again,
really...
two things to point out on that. One, again, we're already using this system. It's in place. And the way that the bill is written actually provides a cure process. So if there is, the system of nature is that there are mistakes in these lists, a very large list, there's a process in place to cure that and to remedy it.
Gotcha. So it sounds like it almost makes it even more fair.
Yeah, what we don't want, so the goal of this bill is that we don't end up with non-citizens participating in the election, right? This is the bedrock of our society. We have to have assurances that the folks that are voting are permitted to do so. You all are very plugged in with the political scene. We have races in Maryland that are decided by 5, 10, 3 votes. If it is found to be that some of those votes were cast illegally, it undermines our entire democracy. So that's why I think this bill is necessary.
Excellent. Thank you for answering the question.
Yep.
Thank you. Delegate, do you mentioned the curing process. Can you talk more about what that process entails?
Sure. So the bill doesn't specify how the election board does it. It's their discretion to determine it, but they do rolling inquiries already. So the voting board, I don't know if Jared Demarinis is here today, but they look at things like death records, moving in and out of state. So they're already doing voter maintenance roll list. They're already doing maintenance to the voter rolls. This would just be one more tool that they could use at their discretion as they're doing their jobs.
Yes. No, I was just curious how the SAVE. So okay, let me step back for a second. Mm-hmm. So the state Board of Elections is who does the curing process.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, got it. And is there anything that stipulates timeline for communication between the federal partners and the state, our state partners, State Board of Elections, about, timeliness to respond once identifying if someone was not supposed to vote or if is not legally registered to vote or here in the country legally? Is there anything that speaks to that?
So the communication would take place between the Board of Elections and the individual that was erroneously filed or was flagged because of citizenship issues.
Correct. I'm wondering, I guess my question more specifically is, since we're sharing the information with the federal partner, if there's any, if the federal partner provides any guidance on the timeline for communication back to the state about.
Yeah, so my understanding is that it's instant.
It's instant. Okay. It would be great to find more information about how that process actually works, timeliness of the process, because I'd imagine as we get closer to election time, time's of the essence. So I think that's something that is important, but obviously we are all very supportive of ensuring that people are properly registered and legally able to vote. So
sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the bill, and I don't see any more questions. So
okay,
thank you very much.
Have a nice evening.
Same to you. Okay, next we move on to Delegate Bob Long. We will hear his bill HB 462, and we appreciate your patience in waiting, Delegate Long.
I guess the last name Long was a little confusing. Chair, Chair, Vice Chair, Delegate Bob Long for the record. I'm here to testify on HB 462. This is a voter ID bill that we have looked at, and just like you just said, we want to make sure our elections are fair and people are allowed to vote. We want to make sure they're the people that are saying who they are. Give you an idea, Georgia passed voter ID. And actually, Dr. Letta King was Martin Luther King's niece, actually quoted saying, "We fought after Jim Crow, insisting giving my identity. See me as human being equally." So and so now to say you don't need any idea. Why do you need identification? Please see me. Please know me. That was Dr. King's niece. She's seen the importance of having an ID. And I know there's been a lot of talk about the possibility of slowing down the votes or slowing down the process. And as they talked about when they first implemented in Georgia, this actually the numbers picked up. They actually had more voters, and there was no problem with lines or anything. We need to foster, confidence in our elections. Voter ID is a good bill. To give you an idea why I'm so passionate about this, back in 2000, I'm going to say 18, it might have been 22, I don't remember. But a little lady, I guess she was probably 80 years old, come to vote, had a walker. She had to stop 3 or 4 times to get to the voting place. That to me says we need to make sure her vote counts like everyone else. Like Delegate Hornberger said, some of our elections have been won by 14 votes, and we want to make sure those votes are counted correctly. Matter of fact, our county executive won by 14 votes, Johnny Yosefsky. So, we want to make sure that it's all, who's voting is the person that they say you are. And I have personally witnessed a lady going from poll to poll voting. And I know you're going to say it's strange, but when you work a polls long enough, you kind of get to know people. This woman had a handicapped van. She got out, she voted. I didn't follow up with it. I didn't ask why, but she did vote twice. At least I know of twice. I didn't really get involved. I actually called the attorneys and they said, just stand down. So I did, but I did witness her voting 2 different polling places. How she did it, I don't know, but I'm just saying it's possible. That's what this voter ID bill is all about, to make sure only the people who are eligible they can show their ID and they're who they say they are. And I will leave it for any questions.
All right. Thank you, Delegate.
Okay.
Thank you, Delegate, for the bill. I do not see any questions for you, so we appreciate you bringing the bill. That concludes our bill hearing for 462.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again.
Yes, you too. We miss you.
I miss you too. I miss you guys as well. We'll move on next to Delegate Ruth with HB 499. Do you have a panel, Delegate Ruth?
No.
No, okay.
No, thank you, Madam
Just want to double check. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the best committee in the House. Thank you so much. For the record, I'm Delegate Sheila Ruth, and I'm here to present House Bill 499. This bill has to do with ballot petitions, which are the things where you collect signatures to put something on the ballot, whether it's a question or a candidate or a party. In Maryland, we do not have the ability to put statewide questions on the bill, on the ballot, by collecting signatures. That can be done by the General Assembly to put statewide questions on the ballot, but not by collecting signatures. However, you can collect signatures to put a local question on the ballot for your county. And that's a right that's guaranteed in the Maryland Constitution, as well as the right to collect signatures for candidates. So this is about a process that's guaranteed for people in the Maryland Constitution, but that probably has not been changed since it was put in the Constitution. It's still a very old way of doing things, and it really needs to be modernized to make it fair and to make it work better. This is not about making it easier for people to collect signatures. This is about modernizing it in a way that makes it accessible to everybody and that makes the process work better. You should have on your desk something that looks like this. This is what it looks like when somebody is collecting signatures to put on the ballot. Each one of these blocks has to be filled out by people. So it's still a very manual process. People fill out the information that's on the block here, first name, middle name, last name. So the first problem right away is the rules in the current law state that you have to fill it out in a certain way. It either has to exactly match your voter registration, or it has to be your full surname, one full given name, and initials of the other given names. I never remember, for example, whether I used my middle name when I registered to vote. So I would either have to look it up or I would have to do it with, the initial method. And if I don't do it exactly right, then my whole entry gets invalidated. And sometimes we say the signature gets invalidated, but it really is not the signature. It's not like comparing the signature. When we say the signature, we're talking about the whole block. So if I fill this out and I say Sheila Ruth, but I don't put my middle initial and I don't put my middle name, then my whole entry is invalidated. And so I've no longer signed this petition, even though it was something I really wanted to do. So that's the first problem. The second problem is some of these things get confusing. You'll see there's a birth date and date of signature, and the birth date is right above the date of signature. And some people get confused and they put the date, they put today's date in the birth date. Once again, the whole thing is wiped out and you've no longer signed this petition because you entered it in the wrong place. The birth date is actually optional, but some people don't want to put their birth date because it's personal information. The Board of Elections requests that because that's helped to use to validate the block and make sure it's actually the person signing it. But it is a barrier because some people don't want to put their birth date. So one of the things in my bill says that if something is optional, it has to be labeled as optional on the form. Another problem with this process is it's completely inaccessible to people with visual impairments. And you'll see there is testimony from the National Federation of the Blind of Maryland in support of this bill. If you want to sign a petition and you're blind, you have to get somebody to help you, which it takes away their independence and it takes away their privacy as well. So there's a lot of problems with this. The other thing is that the Board of Elections looks at, the local Board of Elections looks at every single one of these. And so they're going through and checking them, and it's hard to sometimes read people's writing. So sometimes things get thrown out because they can't read the writing. It's time consuming for them to go through it. There's some inconsistency sometimes where you have two different signature pages checked by two different people. One is much stricter than the other, so the rules are not always applied evenly. And so one of the things that my bill would do is it would allow for modernizing this process by allowing electronic signatures. Now, you might think that's like change.org. It's not like change.org. It's not like a website where you just go in and type your name and that's it. It still would require the information that the Board of Elections requires. And in many ways, it actually would improve the process because, for example, it would make it easier for the Board of Elections because they're not having to check all these entries in people's handwriting. The other way it improves the process is that it improves the error rates. So currently, most petitions, you have to have 10,000 signatures to submit a petition. And most petitioners are advised to submit 1,500 signatures, 15,000 signatures for the 10,000 because there's that many errors. There are often as many as a third of these are thrown out for errors. And that's not thrown out because they're not valid voters. That's thrown out because they didn't write their name correctly the way it's supposed to be written, or they put the wrong date in the birth date field, or something like that, and it's thrown out. Now, any process that has a 30% error rate is a process that's failing. So this would really help improve and modernize the whole process. The Board of Elections actually allowed electronic signature collection during the pandemic, during 2020. And the way that it worked is they authorized certain third-party applications where the application would actually, as you enter your name in, it would actually look it up on the voter registration and make sure that you are valid, living in the county where you're signing it, and it would sort of check as you're putting the information in. So it sort of pre-checks it. So the information that was submitted to the Board of Elections is already pre-checked, making their job that much easier. Now, the bill does not require that particular method of electronic signature collection. It leaves it to the Board of Elections for how to define that. But we have proof of concept. We have proof that electronic signatures for ballot petitions can work. There is also case law that allows all the information on here to be collected electronically, everything except the actual signature. So this is just taking one step further from that. One last thing I'll mention that my bill does is that it allows for a process where if your entry is thrown out because of technicality, you can, up to a certain date, submit a corrected page to correct the information and make sure that your block is not thrown out. And so all of that is just a way of modernizing a process, bringing it up into the 21st century. I can sign almost any legal document electronically now, but I cannot sign a ballot petition electronically. I still have to, if I want to sign a ballot petition, find somebody that's walking around with these things, or find a way to meet up with them or encounter them at a farmer's market, fill this thing out, and have it submitted. So with all that, I ask for a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I see a question from Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing the bill. I heard it. I think this is our fourth year hearing this bill, so I really do appreciate you bringing it forward each year to highlight this issue because it's important to keep it on the front burner. But there is testimony from our friends at People on the Go. They have concerns about disability access. I was just wondering if you had a chance to look at their amendment that they proposed, and if you wanted to weigh in on it at all, if you had a chance to review it.
So I did review it. I'm certainly open to making the amendment. The bill actually does say, and I think they mentioned that in their testimony, that the Board of Elections has to make sure that the electronic signatures are accessible to people with disabilities. I tried in this bill not to be too prescriptive because the Board of Elections needs the flexibility to be able to define this in a way that works for them. But if the committee feels that that would be a beneficial amendment, I'm certainly happy to include that.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Delegate, again.
Let me call one more time to see if Andy Ellis is in the room. Mr. Ellis, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you to the chair and to the committee and to Delegate Ruth for continuing to push forward this important issue for Maryland's democracy. I think this is part of an ongoing conversation about how Maryland's multi-party system can be as healthy as possible and work as well for voters. And I want to start with a quote from Jared Demarinis and the Baltimore Sun soon after he became the state administrator of elections. He said, "Online petition gathering has been brought up before our board by third-party officials, and it's one of those things we looked at. We allowed it for COVID, and it was successful. But over time, it's definitely a policy shift that is in the domain of policymakers, and that's why we're here today." I'm one of the third-party officials who Demarinis is referring to. Non-principal parties like the Green Party are one of the groups of people who use the ballot petition process as part of our day-to-day or our year-to-year operations. In 2020, Greens and Libertarians were in the middle of our ballot petition drive when the COVID state of emergency went into effect. This ground our petition process to a halt, and I worked with Mr. Demarinis on what eventually became the emergency regulations that allowed electronic signatures on ballot petitions. I've submitted written testimony about validation rates and the other policy aspects of this that I think are useful and important, but today I'm here to say it worked. It worked, and both parties were able to continue their ballot access that they've had in Maryland since about 2000, but it also worked for election workers who were more able to quickly and effectively count the petitions without having to determine whether they were invalidating a legitimate voter's expression of their voting rights. But most importantly, it worked for voters. Voters had time to assess whether they wanted to sign. They could sign from anywhere, not just at a farmer's market. They could sign on their schedule. They didn't need to print out the petition and mail it to somebody. And most importantly, the expression of their voting rights were less likely to be invalidated in the review process. This is common sense legislation that modernizes an often overlooked process. I urge a favorable report on HB 499 because we know it works and we know it's good for voters.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Are there questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 499. We will now move on to Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, honorable members of the committee, Delegate Ciliberti. For the record, my name is Vaughn Stewart, and this is House Bill, old habits die hard. This is House Bill 584. Let me start with a simple truth. Democracy only works if voters believe their voices matter more than money, more than power, more than hidden influence. But right now, too many Marylanders are not sure that's true. They wonder if their vote is equal. They wonder whether their ballot is protected and secure. And they wonder if their elections are truly their own. And so this bill, this proposed constitutional amendment, offers us a chance to answer them clearly that the answer is yes. So essentially, this bill is a bit of light and loving plagiarism. I have taken 3 of what I consider the most central reforms to our election process that we will be considering as a committee this session, and I've stuffed them all with the sponsor's approval and assent into one giant constitutional amendment bill. And so those 3 ideas are the following. 1, a Maryland Voting Rights Act to protect us here in Maryland against things like vote dilution, no matter what the federal government does. We will hear bills along these lines this session. Number 2, setting up a fair election fund for public matching funds for candidates to ensure that everyone, no matter what your economic background is, can run for office, just like many counties have set up and many other jurisdictions have done. We will actually hear that bill from Delegate Baylor here in a few minutes. And then number 3, a bright line against foreign or hidden money in our elections. Maryland elections obviously should be decided by Marylanders, and so this constitutional amendment bars foreign influence and foreign nationals from participating in our elections either directly or through other committees. And that actually is modeled after a bill from Delegate Palakovich-Carr, who we recently heard from. So I'm offering this as a potential vehicle for the committee to pursue. Now, obviously, if the committee in our immense wisdom decided to pursue each of these bills statutorily, I would not complain. But I think there is some merit to packaging them all together and putting them on the ballot this November. Number one, I think these are very strong democratic reforms that should be permanently enshrined in the Maryland Constitution rather than things that could be clawed back by future General Assemblies. Number two, I think that voters should have a say. So maybe not everyone in this committee agrees with all three of them. Maybe you like one or two, but not the whole thing. I think providing them as a package deal to voters so that voters can decide how their own democracy functions has some merit. And then third, there's something really powerful about putting democracy reforms on the ballot uniquely, which is that it has the possibility, in fact, I would say the probability, of bringing voters who are most skeptical, most cynical, who feel most left out of our political system, a real chance to show up and improve our democracy. The kinds of voters, we've all heard from them, right? Like, we don't necessarily knock on their doors because they're not registered, prime voters who vote in every off-year primary, right? But we hear all the time, whether you're at the grocery store, you're at a soccer game or whatever, folks that are like, I may vote. Like, I'm not sure, like, our politicians kind of all corrupt and crooked. It kind of feels like politics is no longer, doesn't really matter to me. It's just a bunch of people that go down to Annapolis and make a whole lot of votes, and it doesn't really affect me, and I feel like they're maybe on the take, or like, who knows, right? Those kinds of voters, I think, are the ones who uniquely would want to come to the polls to vote for what I am calling a clean Maryland democracy amendment. And I would argue those are the voters that we most need to bring into the system and to assure them that no, in fact, we do have a healthy democracy in Maryland, but we can make it even healthier with their help if they come to the ballot this November and for every election in the future. So again, this is a new committee. We got elections. It's a new issue for me. I'm excited. I will happily vote any bill that Delegate Fair, that Subcommittee Chair Fair pumps out that helps our democracy. But this is a different angle that I think we should pursue and at least consider as a committee, which is, what if we pulled together our best ideas and let voters decide? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Okay, seeing no questions for you, we'll move on to your favorable witness. Excuse me, Delegate Siliberti.
Oh, man.
That's the third time you've done that.
I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Must be something wrong with me today.
You're really quiet.
Move favorable, Delegate Siliberti?
Negative. Actually, many of us would say that's a very good bill.
Okay.
Many of us.
Okay.
The only problem we
Hopefully
have,
most.
The only problem we have is with the sponsor.
Yeah. I deserve that one, Delegate Siliberti.
What do we do about that?
Delegate Siliberti, if it's the committee's will, it's now the committee's jurisdiction, as everyone knows. And if it's the committee's will to substitute my name for a sponsor who has a little bit more sway, a little bit more charisma, and a little bit more handsomeness, like, for example, yourself, I would vote favor.
I agree.
Okay. Then we have a consensus. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will hear, we have one favorable witness, Mr. Andy Ellis. Good afternoon, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you again to the committee and the chairs. In 2023 and 2024, I was on the Baltimore City Charter Commission. We spent a lot of time wrestling with the conventional wisdom that in Baltimore City, voters almost always vote yes on charter amendments, and that it was very hard to facilitate public interest or public debate about ballot questions. The conventional wisdom had some strong basis. It had been 20 years and 50 charter amendments in a row since Baltimore City voters had rejected one. After the commission ended, I became the chair of Baltimore for Democracy, a ballot issue committee dedicated to defeating Question H, a charter amendment that would have shrunk the Baltimore City Council by nearly half. We worked to make it a story in the press, engaged unaffiliated and disenchanted voters, collaborated with other coalitions, and worked with elected leaders to generate a real and thoughtful public debate, one of which Delegate Wells was on a panel with me for. And we won. Question H was defeated, but perhaps more importantly, the voters in the city had a deeper understanding of how their representation worked, how money and politics worked, and people also understood that democracy can produce results that defy the conventional wisdom. All of the elements of this bill are good on their own right. They're pieces of legislation that we'll hear today that I think that many of us support. But the primary reason I'm supporting this bill is because the constitutional amendment gives us as voters the opportunity to discuss the process of democracy with our neighbors and with strangers. And that is how we build the muscles of a grassroots democracy that will make us a better Maryland. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report on HB 584.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Okay. Seeing no questions, that concludes our bill hearing on HB 584. Next, we will hear HB 509, Delegate Vogel. Do you have a sponsor panel, Delegate Vogel?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Come on.
Hi. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, good to be back in glee here with House Bill 509, which sets a restriction on contributions by gas and electric utility companies to political candidates in the state of Maryland. Until 2005, these contributions were barred against federal law by the Public Utility Holding Company Act, which was reversed in 2005. And since the Act's repeal, we have seen explosive growth and involvement from utility companies in state politics. State utilities, gas and electric utilities, are state-regulated monopolies. The state has direct control over how much profit they pass on to shareholders, the prices they charge ratepayers. It is a clear conflict of interest, and one that with this bill we would put an end to, for those utility companies to be contributing to the legislators that pass legislation that impacts their operations, that impacts how much they can charge ratepayers, that impacts a number of ways in which they are able to operate. And it's also unacceptable for them to be contributing to the folks, to the legislators and the officials responsible for appointing people to the Public Service Commission that has a great deal of control over the operations of those utilities. My panel here will share more on why this is important from a clean government standpoint, from an environmental standpoint, and I really urge a favorable report on House Bill 509. And with that, I'll turn it over to my panel.
Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Emily Scar. I'm a senior advisor with Maryland PIRG, the state-granted monopoly. As you just heard, our utilities are state-granted monopolies, which puts them in the unique position where the state has direct control of how much profit they can deliver to their shareholders. This dynamic makes utilities' political dealings more vulnerable to corruption or the perception of corruption in the public's eye. And since Exelon bought out BG&E and Pepco, energy customers' delivery rates have risen dramatically, along with utility profits. Investor-owned utilities have a right to earn a reasonable profit, but when profits and rates skyrocket and consumers are getting less value, there's a regulatory problem that needs to be addressed. Banning campaign contributions from utilities will help limit utilities' influence in the legislative and regulatory environment and rebuild faith in the regulatory process for Maryland energy customers. 23 states ban all corporate campaign contribution, and as you heard, utility campaign contributions were banned federally at all levels of government until 2005. Utilities are already spending millions of dollars on lobbying in Maryland every year and are one of the top donors in our elections. It's inappropriate to allow a state-granted monopoly to donate directly to candidates for local and state office. Allowing such fundamentally skews our democratic process to favor the profit imperative above the public interest and weakens the voice of average people. While the Supreme Court has gutted limits on corporate spending through independent expenditures, the court has turned down requests to consider lifting bans on direct contributions to candidates from corporations. These bans are a strong tool that we should be using. As customers are facing rapidly rising energy rates, this bill will help restore faith in the legislative process and begin to address utilities' outsized influence in our elections. Thank you. We recommend a favorable report.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jamie DeMarco, and on behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, we urge a favorable report. Utilities are fundamentally different companies from other kinds of companies. If, hypothetically, Home Depot spends money on a political candidate I don't support, I can shop at Lowe's instead. But if your utility supports a political candidate who you oppose, you have no ability to bring your business to a different company. Utilities made a deal with the government. They said, in exchange for having the right and the privilege of having monopoly, we will be heavily regulated. And it is the mission of this legislature to regulate that. The legislature, of course, has created the PSC to delegate a lot of that responsibility, but it is fundamentally the responsibility of the Maryland General Assembly to regulate utilities, and we believe it is fundamentally inappropriate for the entity being regulated to be donating to the political campaigns of those regulating it. This is also very important for clean energy and affordability. Utilities make money through rate of return on large capital expenditures. That means that if there's a transmission deficit, they would like to build the biggest, most expensive transmission line to solve that problem. That is their incentive as the structure is currently set up. There are now other technologies, like grid-enhancing technologies that allow more transmission over existing transmission lines, or distributed solar and batteries that can ease that congestion. These are lower-cost alternatives. It is very important that we maintain the ability and the confidence of the public that the public utilities are finding the lowest cost solutions because they are being heavily regulated and effectively regulated to ensure that that is happening. We urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I don't think you're going to get any argument out of folks that monopoly, at least here, I'm sure, that monopolies are bad, because I don't like monopolies either. So why not break up the monopoly by encouraging competition in the energy business, such as allowing different competitors to come into the market against BG&E? I say that because it was this legislature that eliminated competition for BG&E. Namely, the majority party did that.
There's a reason that our utilities are a monopoly for energy distribution, and it makes sense. We don't want to have two sets of pipes, two sets of poles, two sets of wires. So we really have no choice. We have a monopoly, and a monopoly, when well-regulated, works. That's what this is really about. I don't think it really pertains to the...
So you're arguing for monopoly, but you're also arguing about technology that is probably technology from the last century. Technology is advancing so quickly. There is the ability today to end the monopoly if this legislature wanted to do so. And I think it's a really great conversation to have, because you're all
I'd be happy to talk about opportunities to end the monopoly for distribution, because that's the first I'm hearing we cannot pay someone else to maintain the wires and pipes. For the energy itself, that's, I think, what you're talking about. Absolutely, I think there's a lot of discussion being had in the session on how to handle competitive energy procurement separate from local distribution.
How about campaign contributions to legislators from AstraZeneca who are asking this legislature for over $100 million of free taxpayer money?
Delegate, if you want to co-sponsor my bill next year to ban all corporate contributions, I'm happy to work with you on it. But
and how about the sphere? So I think
for right now, if I can answer your question,
sure, of course.
We're specific. There is precedent for this, right? We do it with video lottery operators that they can't contribute, given the fact that they are publicly regulated. This is. The utility companies, as we've discussed, are publicly regulated to such an extent that the Public Service Commission and the legislature, more indirectly, have direct control over their profits and how much they charge ratepayers. To me, it seems unacceptable, and I hope you can agree, that they're spending upwards of $100,000 every year to influence those very legislators.
And that would all end, and that's really all I'm saying. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for and that would all end, of course, if you end the monopoly. The same thing applies, to your same concept with the teachers union, right? It's a monopoly because of the way it's funded. So the way you fix all of this is to stop monopolies, which to me is uniquely American. and rather than picking and choosing which monopolies you like, which is what I see here.
Delegate, I have a number of bills that are in your former committee in ECM to break up monopolies, antitrust legislation that I'm introducing. Right now, as it stands, we have these monopolies that are publicly regulated around utility companies.
Thank you, Delegate Vogel.
And this legislation would address the conflict of interest that exists.
Thank you, Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the bill, Delegate Vogel. I was just curious, in reading over it, I cannot tell whether it is meant to include municipal utilities or cooperatives. It's a little bit confusing. There's mention of gas, municipal gas systems, which I think there's only one in the state, but there's no mention of municipal electric systems, and I don't see anything about cooperatives.
So, Emily, you might have a clear answer.
I think we should double check if it's
I
investor.
can't
I think
hear
it's investor-owned utilities, but we should double check how the state defines utility companies, and we can get back to you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate, would you be amenable to including any companies that receive state dollars from being able to contribute to? And I ask that because on the energy market, like the C funds continue to go out in millions of dollars to different companies and nonprofits, and then you see that it gets donated back. And I think you and I probably agree that that's probably not good for anybody, because you're buying influence, right? And that's what you're trying to stop with this bill. You're trying to get them to stop buying influence. We are a competitive state. We're not technically supposed to be a monopoly, but we created the monopoly. SB1 probably created the monopoly and made it even worse. But I think I agree with you that I think we should do our best to make sure that we're not buying influence by giving campaign contributions to any one delegate or party.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Delegate. This bill is pretty narrowly focused, but I generally tend to support a ban on corporate contributions more broadly, right? That's how I have run my campaigns, without accepting corporate contributions. But I will say, right, my understanding is that there are existing regulations and laws in place around businesses that engage with state government in that way. I don't know the exact details of how much they have to spend, what percentage of it. That I can look into later and share that with you. But there are some restrictions in place already. I'm always interested in speaking to further legislation to address any conflicts of interest that may arise.
Great, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no more questions for the sponsor and the sponsor panel, we'll move on to additional favorable testimony. We have Casey Hunter, Morgan Drayton, and that's it for favorable. So, Ms. Hunter, you can begin.
Thank you to the chair, the vice chair, and members of the committee. I'm Casey Hunter here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Maryland, giving my boss Nikki a break, and our 2,000 members in support of House Bill 509. So a core piece of the League's mission is to ensure that voters can have confidence that government decisions are being made in the public interest. That confidence depends on transparency, accountability, and clear safeguards against undue influence in our elections and in the policymaking process. House Bill 509 helps protect that public trust by prohibiting gas and electric utility companies that do business in Maryland from making campaign donations to candidates for state and local office. Utility companies provide essential services that all Marylanders rely on, but they also operate as state-granted monopolies, and their rates, service requirements, and infrastructure investments are shaped by the decisions made by the General Assembly and the Public Service Commission. In turn, their profits are directly impacted by those decisions. Allowing a company with a direct and significant financial stake in the policy process to make contributions creates a real or perceived conflict of interest. Even the appearance of that conflict can undermine voter confidence that decisions about utility costs and services are being made fairly. House Bill 509 helps reinforce that decisions about energy reliability, affordability, and infrastructure are guided by the needs of Maryland residents, not political spending by regulated monopolies. Strengthening transparency and fairness in campaign finance strengthens confidence in our government and helps ensure that policymaking reflects the public interest. The League urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wells and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Morgan Drayton, Policy Manager with Common Cause Maryland, here in support of HB 509. Since the disastrous 2010 Citizens United Supreme Court decision, Americans across the nation have resented the ever-growing influence of corporate money within our political systems. The Maryland legislature has made very significant efforts to ensure transparency and clear boundaries within our campaign finance system, but in a world where money becomes more and more influential with every election cycle, we agree that it's time to take it a step further by prohibiting corporate contributions from gas and utility companies altogether. As we heard on the last panel, we know that utility companies are spending millions of dollars to lobby within the state, and the fact that gas and electric utility companies operate under a state-granted monopoly in Maryland make this a sticky political situation that's rife for corruption or the appearance of corruption. Banning campaign contributions from utility corporations and their political action committees is a step towards limiting their overall influence on our elections and helping to restore Maryland voters' trust in our political systems. And as we heard also on the first panel, a prohibition on corporate contributions is not a novel idea. 23 other states already do this, and utility campaign contributions were actually banned at all levels of government until 2005. This reform would help ensure that utility companies are not able to exert undue influence on our legislature and help to restore trust in our election systems within the public. So for those reasons, we would request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also just wanted to share to Delegate Lehman's question. I spoke with counsel, and this does include municipal and cooperatives. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. With that, seeing no questions for this panel, that ends the favorable testimony for the bill. We'll move on now to unfavorable. We have with us Bruce Biriano.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, for the record, my name is Bruce Biriano. I'm a registered lobbyist in Annapolis. And whether you believe it or not, I'm here just on my own. If you look at the registration, I am a registered lobbyist for Washington Gas. Washington Gas, I am not representing them here at all. Bills like this disturb me. I've been here in Annapolis for 54 years. It's interesting, I've sat here for 2 hours. You talked about the importance of the right to vote, talked about participation in the election process by people that are incarcerated, and then you have a bill here that stifles democracy. You all are adults, you're intelligent, you're independent people. Who comes next? Whether it's a monopoly or not, you don't have to accept contributions. This, I think, is a very anti-democratic bill. If you have a policy in your elections of who to accept from and who not to accept from, that's your prerogative, and you should do it. But let's not kid ourselves. I know that a lot of the utility companies are not in favor now. There's plenty of legislation in there to restrict them, to give greater powers to the Public Service Commission, and to regulate them. That's all a separate issue. But this is, the only reason I'm here is because it really offends me. It really is anti-democracy. If you don't want to accept their contributions, don't take them. But it's all disclosed. Nothing's hidden. Absolutely nothing is hidden. There are a myriad of companies that in reality may not be monopolies, but they have dominance here. C&P Phone Company, Comcast, and I'm not ridiculing them. It's, I just think, I think for the legislature to pass something like that, and I say this very, very respectfully, a lot of you know how deeply I feel about the legislature as an institution. And passing something like this makes the legislature look foolish. It really does. There is a bill on the books. There's a law on the books that's never been challenged. But the old way, not the old, but the previous Ways and Means Committee that had this authority would pass it that you couldn't give contributions if you're in the racing industry. So I would urge an unfavorable report. you're really dealing with a very, very slippery, unconstitutional approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Delegate Tomlinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Bariano. A lot of the conversation has been about, well, you know, the bill is about utilities, but then the larger conversation has been about corporate contributions. But wouldn't you, and Delegate Fisher kind of briefly mentioned this, but wouldn't you agree that, I mean, if we're gonna start there, why not move on to organizations such as unions, the teachers union? I mean, I would argue that organizations like those probably contribute more than even utility companies, and we pass legislation all the time that greatly impacts them. Would you agree?
Absolutely. Everything is disclosed. Not only disclosed by the lobbyist company, but in other words, my companies that I represent, they have to disclose under the ethics laws contributions that they make. You have to disclose in your forms what you receive. So you have full disclosure. We are one of the states. There are some states that do not allow corporations, whether monopolies or not, to make political contributions. As long as I've been here in Maryland, corporations, whether they're monopoly and they're monopoly because of the realities of the service that they provide or they're not, they can make political contributions. And you do it here, and I think this is unconstitutional. There have been cases at the federal Supreme Court that have held that these kind of bans are a breach of First Amendment freedom of speech, because freedom of speech, part of it is participation. Talking. Some people talk rather than get involved. They make contributions to express their feelings and their speech. So I personally think that, and I want to say one other thing, and then I will stop, Madam Chair. I apologize. Look at page 2 of the bill, please, just for a second. All right. It says on line 1, a utility company may not directly or indirectly make a contribution to. Then line 3, the campaign finance entity of a candidate for a non-federal public office in the state. So if you want to, say Washington Gas, and I'm not here on their behalf, say they want to give money to someone running for sheriff in Prince George's County, or state's attorney in Washington County, or the school board, or anything else, they couldn't do it under this bill. Look at how pregnant and how broad this bill is. Every single elected office in this state that's not a federal office would be covered under this, and these companies could not give contributions to them. Just, it's Michigan to me. It really is. Absolutely Michigan.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Mr. Bariano.
Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Seeing no more questions.
Thank you.
We appreciate your
Very
enthusiasm.
happy for you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Look good.
I appreciate that. I'll take the compliment. Thank you very much. With that, that concludes the bill hearing for HB 509. We will now move on to HB 568, Delegate Baylor. And you have a panel with you. I think I have listed Ms. Antoine, Ms. Scar, and Ms. Puentes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly miss all my E&T colleagues, but Delegate Ciliberti, I miss you the most, for sure. For the record, I'm Delegate Dylan Baylor, representing District 30A, here testifying in support of House Bill 568. Over the last 2 decades, we've seen a drastic increase in the amount of corporate and special interest spending in our elections, and in turn, the voices of those that we represent continue to be diminished. It's clear now that we have to do more to address that and strengthen the voices of our constituents in the electoral process. The good news for us is that we have one of the best solutions to combat that, and that is implementing small donor public financing campaigns for those running for office. Small donor public financing programs encourage small donor participation by providing matching funds for local small campaign contributions. In exchange, participating candidates must only accept small donations and donations from individuals, not corporate PAC or special interest dollars. While public financing programs have the inherent benefit of limiting the amount of corporate and special interest money flowing into our elections, they can also positively change the entire tenor of our elections themselves by allowing more regular folks to run for office, enabling candidates to spend more time directly meeting and listening to constituents, and I think you'll hear some stories about that later, and making elected office holders more reflective of the communities they serve. Right here in Maryland, we have already started the implementation of public financing, going all the way back to the 1970s, when the Gubernatorial Fair Financing Fund was originally established, with Governor Hogan even using public financing in his 2014 campaign for governor. The legislature has also made other advances by passing the Campaign Finance Reform Act of 2013, which authorized local jurisdictions to implement local public financing programs. And in turn, there are now several counties who have implemented such a local program. This amounts to over 65% of Marylanders living in jurisdictions that have public financing at the local level. Additionally, in 2021, the General Assembly passed the Maryland Fair Elections Act to strengthen the program and align it with the counties. This legislation would make sure that option exists for us here at the General Assembly level. The program designed under House Bill 568 is similar to others operating at the statewide and local levels, and I just want to give some high-level overview of it. Candidates who choose small donor public financing would need to meet rigorous but realistic requirements to qualify for public matching funds. Under the proposed legislation, state Senate candidates would need 250 eligible donations for an aggregate total of $15,000 to qualify, and House of Delegate candidates would need 150 eligible donations for an aggregate total of $7,500 to qualify. Candidates who choose small donor public financing would be limited to only accepting eligible private donations of $250 or less. Candidates who choose this program must refuse donations from large donors, PACs, corporations, and other candidates and political parties. And candidates would be eligible for a total match in both the primary and the general elections. That is a meaningful amount and would allow for competitive elections. This total match for state Senate candidates would be $125,000 in the primary and general elections, and for House of Delegate candidates, it would be $75,000 in both the primary and general. And the fiscal note, and also in my testimony, there's a breakdown of what the public match would look like. One other thing of note for the committee, just for consideration, that was not included in the bill draft, but I think if there's a will to move this now or in the future, we need to think about and figure out, is under the proposed legislation, a qualifying private donation would be anybody in the state of Maryland, because we just expand the gubernatorial program. But we had a lot of conversations about, do we do those living in the district, those living in the county that the person is running in? So I think that's one thing for consideration. With all of that in mind, I respectfully request a favorable report of House Bill 568 to help create an alternative to the increasing corporate and special interest money flowing into our election, change who can run for office, and make us more accountable to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Antoine.
Yes, good afternoon again. Chair Wells and members of the committee. For the record, Joanne Antoine, Executive Director of Common Cause Maryland, testifying in support of HB 568, which would create an actual program, an optional program where candidates running for for the General Assembly can power their campaigns can power their campaigns from funding from constituents that they seek to represent. Delegate Baylor has already covered how the program works, so I just wanted to speak to the momentum that we're seeing at the local level. And I did want to make sure that I acknowledged two of our local champions here, Delegate Jen Terrasa and Delegate Mary Lehman, who worked with us in Howard County and Prince George's County to establish programs. So again, right now, more than 65% of the Maryland population lives in a jurisdiction with public campaign financing. We've established 6 programs so far in the largest jurisdictions in the state. That is Montgomery County, Howard County, Prince George's County, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Anne Arundel County. 5 of those programs are in use this election cycle, 3 being used for the first time. And I believe last time I checked, and the numbers may have gone up, but we did have well over 42 candidates so far that had opted into the local programs. Now, I live in Montgomery County, where our program is in use for the 3rd time, and I have seen firsthand the impact that it can have. Montgomery County historically has always had just one woman serving on the council, and right now I believe we have 6. 5 of them ran their campaigns using small dollars. And what we've seen is that it has forced candidates to go well beyond what we call the super voter, right? Because of Montgomery County, it seems like every candidate is using it. They are going into communities that historically, might only be engaged at the peak of elections, right, during GOTV and so forth. So again, momentum at the local level. We know these programs work. Again, this is a working bill, so we'd love your feedback as we continue to work on it, but I do believe that it will lead to a more representative General Assembly when a program like this is in place. So again, urging a favorable report. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Emily Scar, Senior Advisor with Maryland PIRG, here in support of HB 568. I'm proud to have spent over a decade helping counties across the state to establish small donor public financing systems with Joanne, working with Delegate Terrassa and Delegate Lehman to establish the programs in their counties. We believe that in Maryland, the amount of money your family makes, your race, your gender, should not determine the volume of your voice in our democracy. But the rise of corporate and large campaign contributions have forced Maryland elected officials and candidates to be increasingly dependent on these donors, giving them less time to hear from and serve their constituents. HB 568 serves the dual purpose of reducing corporate and large donor campaign spending and re-engaging the community in the electoral process. It also expands who is able to run for office. In 2023, Maryland PIRG Foundation research found that Montgomery and Howard County's fair elections programs showed strong results. Small donors produce 96% of funding to participating candidates, while only 3% of funding to candidates who did not participate in the matching program came from small donors. Qualifying candidates received an average contribution of $124, while the average contribution from non-participating candidates was over $2,000. Qualifying candidates received, on average, 186% more contributions from individuals than candidates who did not participate. That's an average of 698 versus 244. And by increasing the number of individual donors, qualifying candidates in these races were actually able to raise more money in total, on average, per candidate than non-participating candidates. Now it's the time to bring the fair elections program to races for Maryland General Assembly. We made adjustments a few years ago for the gubernatorial program, which had bipartisan support, and we hope soon we will be bringing this program statewide. We urge our favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chair Wells and members of the committee. My name is Erika Puentes. I'm the legislative coordinator for Progressive Maryland. Progressive Maryland is a member-based organization with the aim of building a more just Maryland by centering working class Black and brown voices. Our dedication to fairness and equity leads Progressive Maryland to strongly support HB 568. Progressive Maryland is proud to have played a leadership role in passing local public financing programs all over the state, including Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and Anne Arundel County. And as an organization led by working class Marylanders, we invested in the fight for public financing because our members are well aware of the barrier to entry into public service represented by big money in our politics. And since the passage of local public financing laws, we have seen a new generation of working class leaders seek and win local office, helping to transform laws on critical issues like wages, police accountability, and the cost of living. We believe that public financing of state races is deeply connected to the affordability agenda championed by Speaker Peña Melnick, a state government that is led by working class people who know what it means to fall behind, is a state government that will take affordability seriously. Every year, Progressive Maryland trains members to run for office through our Maryland People's Leadership Institute, and we are proud of their accomplishments. What's sad, though, is the number of members who want to run but decline to train because they don't have access to the money networks necessary to run for and win a seat in state government. This bill would even the odds for working class people who want to lead their states informed by their lived experiences, and we respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 568. Thank you.
I don't know if it's going to reach all the way.
Sorry. Good afternoon. Y'all can hear me. Good afternoon, Chair Wells and member of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 568. My name is Keisha Morris Desir, Associate Director of Democracy at DEMOS, a national public policy organization working to build a just, inclusive, and multiracial democracy and economy. Bringing public financing to the Maryland General Assembly advances a simple yet powerful principle. Everyone, regardless of how much money they have in their pockets, deserves to have a meaningful voice in our democracy. Since the Supreme Court's ruling in 2010 in Citizens United, unlimited political spending has amplified the voices of wealthy donors. That dynamic sidelines everyday Marylanders, especially Black and brown communities. We saw this very clearly in Baltimore before public financing was adopted. Demos's research found that in the 2016 elections, nearly 2/3 of donors were white in a city that is only 30% white. We also saw that almost 50% of donors owning over $100,000 a year were donating, even though only 20% of residents in Baltimore earn that much. Public financing helps correct that imbalance. Maryland already has very strong local models, and the Montgomery and Howard County small donor matching programs has already increased participation and also expanded who can run for office. HB 568 would extend those benefits statewide and strengthen our democracy. For these reasons, Maryland should join states like Connecticut, Maine, Hawaii, and a number of others and extend public financing to the full legislature. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you to the bill sponsor and your sponsor panel. We will begin with questions with Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for bringing this bill, Delegate Baylor. It's near and dear to me, this subject. I spent my last 2 years on the Prince George's County Council working on getting a public financing bill passed, and it was the last bill that I got passed in 2018 before I left. So a couple of questions. One is, so first of all, I guess this takes effect in January of next year. So that means the first election, if this becomes law for state delegates and senators, where they would be eligible would be the 2030 election?
Correct.
Okay. And so what the biggest challenge, as you know, is the set aside of funding for the matching money. So I'm seeing in here, and this is tied to the history of public financing for gubernatorial candidates, where there has to be an appropriation of, I think it's $3 or $4 million, but I don't see any mention of funding if this expands to Senate and House of Delegate candidates. So how would that work?
Yeah, I'm happy to help answer that. So the way that the law is currently is the third year of a term.
Could you talk closer to your microphone,
Yeah,
please?
apologies. So the way it works currently and how it would operate under this is, and I'll ask anybody to correct me, but on the third year of a term, so as we kind of head into that election, the State Board of Election needs to verify that the amount of funding in the fund is enough. As of right now, it's if one gubernatorial candidate runs. But what we're proposing under this bill would be enough funding if 141 delegates choose public financing and 47 senators, so one per race. So after that new number is determined, then the following budget would need to have that necessary appropriation. So that's why under the bill, it says up to $32 million, because if you do the matching amounts, times it by if every single delegate and senator took advantage of the program, that's how much it would cost. But that's how the funding works. Does that answer your question? And if you want to add anything.
And I was going to say if I could add something, because I saw the reaction when we said 141. So obviously public campaign financing, while it's there to assist, it is not easy to qualify. So even if a candidate has opted in, they need to show that they are a viable candidate by reaching the qualifying thresholds. And even there, it does not mean that they are going to receive the max match. So while we are saying that this is how much, we're preparing in case there are a ton of candidates who do happen to run. Not all of them, unfortunately, will qualify, and not all of them will receive the max contribution, the max match.
Yeah, and lastly, just in addition to that, in Anne Arundel County, for example, this is the first election cycle where we have a public financing program at the local level, and thus far at the county executive or county council level, we've only had one person take advantage of it, and we don't know what the magnitude of people that would take advantage of it at the General Assembly level.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for this. And first, I just wanted to mention that besides the excellent delegates to my left and to my right, I also helped to get public financing passed in Baltimore County as an activist before I was an elected official. So why, I noticed you're setting the actual dollar amounts to qualify in the legislation. Why do it in the legislation as opposed to having a separate process to?
You mean like the $7,500 for delegate candidates?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would just, at least from my perspective, and I would ask anybody to answer, but I think one of the big things is we want to be clear about what it takes to qualify for the program. So establishing it in state law would make sure that's clear across the board.
Yeah, I think it's an important policy decision that I would want the legislature to have. Most of the counties have advisory commissions that are designed to make feedback and suggest changes because we want this to be a living program, but I would suggest we start with the legislature giving that policy guidance. I'm sorry for not giving you a shout out. Total oversight. Thank you for all your work in Baltimore County.
No worries, no worries. I've long been a supporter of public financing, but
I remember seeing you at the polls when the ballot initiative came up.
thank you. And but I am concerned that you put it in legislation and it's harder to change if the amounts don't work. I know, for example, in Baltimore County, this is also the first year that we're using it, and the limits seem like they're, I mean, some candidates have actually qualified now in Baltimore County, but I've heard feedback that it's very difficult to qualify. And also, you know, it's, I guess I just feel like, and then if there's inflation, the numbers might change. And if something is in law, it's harder to change if it's not working right. So yeah. I guess, are you open to considering other options?
Yeah, would love to work with you if it's the will of the committee, and happy to have that conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you so much, Delegate Baylor, for bringing the bill. I think it's really great. I also really appreciate you giving a shout out to Delegate Siliberti. There was some really unflattering remarks made about him earlier, and I thought they were uncalled for, and I'm glad that you were here to defend his honor. Of course. Yeah. So in all seriousness, I do have a shout out. I, of course, love my three ENT besties, Delegates Terrazzo, Ruth, and Lehman, and appreciate their role in bringing public financing to their respective counties. But I did want to not be remiss. I know that Montgomery County was praised various times to acknowledge, and we actually have a rare honor here that the architect of Montgomery County's program, the first program in the state, is here with us, Councilman Phil Andrews. If you can give a little wave. Yes. He former executive director from Common Cause, if I'm not mistaken. He fought this for many, many years and helped shepherd through, I think, what has been in Montgomery County, not only one of the most successful programs in the state, but one of the most impressive in the country. So I wanted to make sure he got his flowers as well. Delegate Ruth actually stole my question about putting the dollar amount in state law, but I have a related question, which is that what is the rationale for giving more money to senators if they have the exact same geographical area as delegates?
Yeah, I think, and as Joanne said, this is kind of a working bill in the sense we got to figure out the qualifying donation of, you know, is it state, county, district? I think this was also a thing that we talked about a lot. The House sub-districts make it inherently different, right? So you have some people, because I represent 30A, I have 2 delegates in my district. That's 80,000 people roughly, whereas some delegates represent 120,000, while some represent around 40,000. So I think that was kind of a part of our consideration, and just the nature of senators always representing that roughly 125,000, 130,000 people was kind of where we were thinking, but that's also open for discussion. And
I think also just looking at historic trends, like that's usually where we start from, is what is the average cost to run for office in the Senate versus the House? And we sort of want to play to the more expensive districts, knowing that that's where public financing can make a big difference, and we want to make sure all candidates have access to it. And what we found is candidates who may be in a Senate district, House district, City Council district that generally is way below that threshold, it doesn't drive up spending. Folks actually, so hard to raise this money, they raise what they need to be competitive.
That makes sense. Would you guys consider an amendment to just take out the state Senate entirely?
I was going to say that before.
I was going to say if we want to do a pilot.
Okay. Thank you very much. Seeing no more questions for the bill sponsor in this panel. We do have a few more. Thank you for the bill. Thank you all for testifying. We have a couple more favorables. We are joined by my Councilman Zach Blanchard from Baltimore City. We have Miss Sharonda Huffman, and we also have Andy Ellis. How are you? Good to see you.
Madam Chair, what am I doing here? Holy cow.
All right, you may begin. 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, members of the committee. I'm Councilman Zach Blanchard, Baltimore City's 11th District. I'm the first candidate to use public financing and win in Baltimore City. And I just want to talk as someone who has talked to several thousand voters in a campaign season telling them that I was publicly financed, right? And so something that it resonates with people. It resonates with regular people. It resonates with voters across the district, and it particularly resonated in lower income neighborhoods in the district, right? Your working class voters are, I think, even more likely to be skeptical of the system as a whole. That's common, I think, kind of across the country right now. But to be able to say, like, hey, I'm in Baltimore City, it's $150 max, and say, hey, I'm never going to take a contribution of more than $150, so that even if we disagree, you can trust that I'm saying what I mean. I'm not getting paid to act like it. Like, it really connects with people, and it particularly connects, I think, with working class voters. And just I noticed some of the panelists have maybe been, were more progressive leaning, but I would say, as someone who's, I grew up in rural Louisiana, Naval Academy graduate, Marine Corps veteran, plenty of friends and family on the right, and I don't think there is anything that makes this unique to resonating with voters on the left. I think the concerns about money in politics are shared by voters across the state and across the country. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you to the committee, and I guess whoever put together this awesome schedule today. I'm really excited to be able to testify on a lot of these bills that I have thoughts on. So, for the record, my name is Andy Ellis, and I'm a Green Party candidate for governor. And myself and my running mate, Owen Silverman Andrews, are the only active state-level candidates right now using the state-level fair campaign financing program. We entered into it in October, and we are trying to be the first small party to qualify for it at the governor's level. Public finance is the best real-world antidote we have to the corrosive effects of money in politics. It does not make everything equal, but it does allow candidates without access to the same kind of wealth to be on the same playing field. And I want to speak specifically to the way that public finance can help make candidates from non-principal parties more viable and non-principal parties more healthy. Dr. Bernard Tomas, who is a leading academic expert on third parties, says this: third parties are therefore stuck in a vicious cycle of not being able to build resources because they are seen as unable to win, and unable to increase their voter support because they cannot raise resources. Public financing, thus, is one of the key ways to address this resource problem, and is the key element in making Maryland's multi-party system work better for voters. Even if candidates outside of the two-party system don't win, they play a significant role in our democratic process. They increase general election competition, they increase turnout amongst dissatisfied voters, they highlight spaces that two parties can move to that they may not have seen, and they bring new and fresh ideas to the election. Expanding public financing to state delegate and state senate candidates allows us to bring these benefits to every corner of the state and to some of the voters that could most benefit from multi-party competition. The benefits of this legislation expand beyond non-principal party candidates, but it is a key part of making Maryland's multi-party system healthier, better for voters, and better for democracy. I urge a favorable report on HB 568.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and committee. I didn't sign up for this bill, but I did want to tell you something about it, so I just want to make sure I'm on the Maryland Voting Rights Act. So I am one of the candidates in Baltimore County that is doing campaign financing. And like Delegate Ruth had mentioned, it can be extremely difficult if you have the wrong threshold. So I can understand why someone wants to have a minimum threshold. In fact, I'm going to say honestly, you don't know until you try it. So in Baltimore County, the threshold is $15,000. I am not a political person. I am the president of the Blue and Gold Democratic Club, but I do not have any past political experience where I ran a real race. $15,000 is very difficult. It's the highest. And I just want to say that it's probably the highest because the candidates, the people sitting that's making the decisions probably did not want competition. So keep that all in mind as to the reasons why you might have a particular number that you start off with that is flexible in the event that someone wants to do it, but don't make it too high that no one can. And I particularly live in a district where all of my representation is not necessarily something that I would, they don't care about my voice. I live in Legislative District 6. It's been Republican since 2014. And I try to get people to run against the establishment, including Delegate Long, who was here earlier, but they won't. And so we have the same thing over and over again. But I think that if you made it more competitive, and you did have this legislation, then maybe you can have more competitive elections, because no one actually runs a competitive election because it's hard to raise money. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Delegate Schmidt.
Yes, thank you. Why would you say they don't care?
I am a Democrat. I literally have a representative, Todd Crandall, who's my councilman. I have sent him several emails. He doesn't respond. He has his own personal issues. My values aren't always the same as the people that represent me. Now, I have very nice people, but that doesn't necessarily mean they represent my interests. And I'll talk later about the Voting Rights Act and why.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, this concludes our in-person favorable. We do have 2 individuals who are registered for virtual, Miss Nancy Soring and Miss Charlie Carter. Hi, Miss Soring, you have 2 minutes. Good to see you again.
Thank you. And I'm not going to repeat all the advantages to public campaign finance that the previous witnesses have already stated. One thing I am going to talk a little bit about is I was very happy when I believe it was in 2015, the fines and fees for campaign finance violations went into the fund for the Governor's Fair Campaign Finance Fund. And I hope that that will continue and be shared with the legislators fund as well. And the other thing, I just had a suggestion that I think we need a more robust campaign to advertise the checkoff that's on your income tax so that one can voluntarily donate a portion of their tax to this public campaign finance fund. It's not going to go a long ways, but I think it does 2 things. It lets people know about it, and it also will hopefully replenish the coffers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Charlie Carter, it's good to see you. I think you're on mute. You're muted, Charlie. Ms. Carter, you're muted. We still can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Good to see you. 2 minutes.
It's good to see you. Thank you, Chairman Wells and members of the Government, Labor, and Elections Committee. My name is Charlie Carter. I'm the Executive Director of Step Up Maryland, a civics literacy organization that helps everyday people become civic leaders. And I serve as chair of the Baltimore City Fair Elections Fund Commission. I'm here today to ask for your favorable report for HB 568, the Public Financing Act for State Senate and House of Delegate candidates. For more than a decade, I've worked to advance small donor public financing at the local level. This year, as we've heard, those programs will operate in 6 of Maryland's largest jurisdictions, and Maryland already uses public financing for its gubernatorial races. HB 568 simply brings that proven model to the General Assembly. Every week, I hear from Marylanders who feel disconnected from their government. They're frustrated, unheard, and invisible. National research confirms that this sentiment is at a historic high. And that frustration isn't about the dedication of elected officials. It's about a system that incentivizes time spent with donors over time spent with constituents. A Princeton University study showed that wealthy interests consistently outweigh the voices of average citizens. HB 568 changes that dynamic. It rewards small donor support and allows candidates to run competitive campaigns while spending more time in their communities, not just on the phone fundraising. It improves who runs, who participates, and ultimately who's heard. We've seen this recently in New York State, which launched a similar program in 2024. A December 2025 poll showed that voters support the program by a 41% margin, and it has pushed candidates to build genuine community support instead of relying on big money. It also broadens the candidate pool.
Ms. Carter, if you could begin to wrap up, please. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Research from the Brennan Center shows these programs increase participation and engagement because voters see candidates who look like them and share their lived experience. In my 30 years of training and electing candidates, I've never met one who didn't wish they could spend less time dialing for dollars and more time listening to constituents. HB 586 makes that possible, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. I'm double checking to see if there's any questions from the committee. Seeing no questions, that concludes our testimony in favor of HB 568. That also concludes our bill hearing on HB 568. With that, we will now move on to Delegate Smith, HB 219. Delegate Smith, did you have a sponsor panel? I think I have Ms. Brooks, Miss Marissa Wright, and Morgan Drayton on your first panel.
Yep. I think it's just us three, right, to start? Is there one more? No. One more? Okay. Perfect. Okay. No worries. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the distinguished and pioneering members of the GLE Committee. It is an honor to be before all of you this afternoon. For the record, I'm Delegate Stephanie Smith, and I'm here to present House Bill 219, which is also a piece of emergency legislation. It's the Maryland Voting Rights Act, focused on how we prohibit voter suppression and intimidation. Before I dig into the bill's details, I do want to lift up for those who have not heard this before when I've put forth similar voting rights bills and Ways and Means, is that this is an issue of great importance to me personally. I think the earliest documented interest in my concerns about voting access and rights is when I was 11 years old, and there was an article in the paper where I was quoted as wishing I could vote, but I had to wait 7 more years for that opportunity. But I was raised with my grandparents, and because my grandfather was raised in Virginia, he did not gain access to the ballot until he was 65 years old in 1968. And my grandmother did vote before him, but she paid poll taxes to do so. And so these issues of voting rights and access are not abstract to me, they're very real. And while the Voting Rights Act of the 60s was really about addressing the issues that my grandparents face, I believe that right now we're facing a curtailing of federal protections around the Voting Rights Act. And quite frankly, the Voting Rights Act might be a shell of its former self by the year's end. And so that's why states across the country have taken action to ensure that no matter what's happening in the federal landscape, that protected classes will be protected within the boundaries of their states. So if Maryland were to pass the Maryland Voting Rights Act, we would be the 9th state to do so. One of our neighbors not so far away that was invoked just yesterday by Madam Chair, Virginia took it upon themselves to pass a similar provision in 2021. However, since then, other states like Colorado and Minnesota have adopted their versions of the Voting Rights Act that look much more like the bill that's before you today for your consideration, the Maryland Voting Rights Act. Now, one of the reasons why this bill is important is that there are many great provisions in our state election law already. However, there's currently no civil right to sue for voter intimidation or harassment under state law presently, where you can recover damages. Additionally, there is no ban on suppressive election policies and rules currently under state law. So that's what this bill, HB 219, will create. And the reason why this is really important is that I've sat here for a while and I've heard about a series of efforts that would require ballot initiatives. And so my bill would ensure that if someone actually availed themselves of the opportunity to go and exercise the ballot, that they should be able to do so free of intimidation, harassment, and suppression. A ballot measure is only as good as someone has access to access the ballot. And so for me, I know that under the Maryland State Constitution, the only thing we're supposed to do here, and everything else is a plus, is adopt a fair and balanced budget. And you know, on appropriations, I'll be working on that for all y'all. But I would submit that ensuring that people can actually vote free of intimidation and harassment should be a very close number 2, because I look at at this bill as almost like the small d democracy version of taking your vitamins. You don't wait until you don't have rights anymore to shore them up and to ensure that they're okay. I think that unfortunately, some states perceive themselves as more free, open, and fair than they really are until something goes wrong. And I don't believe that we have a responsibility to only come in on cleanup duty after people's rights have been violated. We should already be ahead of that and ensure that every Marylander has free access to the ballot, free of intimidation, free of harassment. And I do want to submit for the consideration of the committee amendments from myself that provide some technical cleanup. And what would be the every committee is a little different. Should I just give this to you at the conclusion of my remark of our panel? Okay, perfect. I'll make sure that council has that.
And if you can email it to
and email it as well.
Please, thank
absolutely.
you.
We'll do that as well. And so I just want to say I hope that you give careful consideration because we already know that there are instincts about sending people to polling places across this country. And I've done election protection work for over a decade, from Pennsylvania to South Carolina. It doesn't matter if the state is blue, red, purple. It doesn't matter who's in charge. There are shenanigans. This is an anti-shenanigans measure. This is a way to ensure that everyone that feels that they are being, prohibited from exercising their right and their protected class, that they can get relief. So I hope that you'll give support and successful passage to House Bill 219, and I will now allow my panel to take over. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your consideration, and also to the pioneers of GLE. Thank you.
Well, so we can start on this side. Is that Miss Marissa Wright?
Right, yes. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Marissa Wright, and I am an attorney at Campaign Legal Center, which is a nonpartisan organization that defends and promotes voting rights. CLC offers this testimony in strong support of HB 219 as a core piece of the Maryland Voting Rights Act, because it will codify and clarify key protections against voter intimidation and suppression. Now, there could not be a more critical time to enact a state voting rights act, especially in light of the continued erosion of the federal VRA and increasing attacks on voting rights. HB 219 provides voters with tools to fight voter intimidation, deception, and obstruction, allowing them to file a civil lawsuit to obtain ongoing relief and monetary damages. Now, although Maryland law already criminalizes voter intimidation, civil protections are essential to preventing or halting harm as it occurs, rather than relying solely on after-the-fact criminal enforcement. It also protects against new and evolving forms of voter intimidation, such as disinformation that interferes with an individual's right to vote. HB 219 also fills a critical gap in voter suppression protections left by federal case law, which makes it nearly impossible to enforce similar protections under the federal VRA. It requires plaintiffs to show that a challenged action results in a material disparity between the protected class and other voters with respect to voting access. The burden then shifts to defendants to show that the challenge action is necessary to further a compelling governmental interest and that there is no less discriminatory alternative. If enacted, this bill would be a critical tool to protect voters from the conduct that infringes on their voting rights. We therefore strongly ask you to pass HB 219 out of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks.
Chair Wells, committee members, for the record, my name is Imani Brooks, and I'm Policy Counsel with the Legal Defense Fund, or LDF. LDF is in full support of HB 219, and I will focus on why the prohibition against voter suppression is particularly necessary in Maryland. Since LDF's founding by Maryland native Thurgood Marshall in 1940, we have worked to empower Black voters. As the courts and the current administration have deliberately and strategically undercut voting rights at the federal level, LDF has advocated for state voting rights acts. HB 219 must pass this session to ensure voters have necessary protections in the critical midterm elections. HB 219 codifies into Maryland law the same protections against voter suppression that have long been covered by Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act, but adopts a clarified and streamlined legal standard for these claims brought by voters organizations that represent or serve voters, or the Attorney General, and incentivizes out-of-court resolution by providing a safe harbor for political subdivisions to voluntarily remedy violations without the risk and expense of litigation. These protections against voter suppression will enable voters to address practices that create barriers to the ballot based on race, such as the unexpected poll closures, long lines, and lack of election judges seen during recent elections. During the last midterms, Maryland ranked second in the nation for the number of Black voters who did not vote, but would have if turnout rates were equal between Black and white Marylanders. By passing HB 219 for the 2026 midterms, Maryland can remove barriers that impact racial turnout disparities and reduce Black electoral power. More than 8 in 10, or 81% of Maryland voters support such protections. LDF asks this committee for a favorable report on HB 219. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drayton.
Thank you, Chair Wells and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Morgan Drayton, Policy Manager with Common Cause Maryland, here in strong support of HB 219, which, as we've heard, would enact protections against voter intimidation and suppression in Maryland. The protections outlined in this bill are essential to ensuring that all Marylanders have the equal opportunity to freely elect the representatives of their choice. As voters face misinformation, intimidation, and unequal access to the ballot box, public confidence in our democratic systems continues to erode. Enacting prohibitions against voter intimidation and suppression at the state level is an important step towards regaining that public trust. Currently, there's no prohibition against suppressive election policies and practices in Maryland law. HB 219 would codify a clear prohibition that will help ensure that all voters, especially those from historically disenfranchised communities, who are more likely to experience voter suppression, are protected. Maryland does have a criminal prohibition against voter intimidation. However, enforcement of this law depends on the resources of the Maryland Attorney General. We've seen instances of intimidation increase since 2020. However, the legal tools and resources needed to investigate remain costly and out of reach for many victims. HB 219 would create a new streamlined process for handling these instances that allows victims to bring their own cases and seek practical relief while saving all parties, including Maryland taxpayers, time and money. As we approach another contentious election cycle, voters need to know that their leaders are acting to safeguard fair and equal access to the ballot in our state. Being able to combat instances of voter intimidation, suppression, obstruction, and deception, when and where they happen, is an important and necessary step towards making a vision of the government that is truly of, by, and for the people. HB 219 strengthens Maryland's democratic institutions, honors the legacy of the existing Federal Voting Rights Act, and ensures that voters will be equipped with the robust tools to fight voter intimidation and suppression whenever and wherever it happens. So for those reasons, we would request a favorable report on HB 219. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wait, we have a question from Delegate Fair.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill forward and really sharing your story and perspective. There's a lot to unpack here, and I know the subcommittee is really excited to roll up its sleeves and look at this. And kudos to the testimony next to the next bill we're going to hear. This was a large packet that we get to look through and understand better. But I wanted to zero in on one area that at least I've consistently heard concern around, and I wonder if you could respond to it, and that has to do with the deception component. And so there, from advocates that I've spoken with about free and fair elections, deception is the way it's drafted in the bill, at least the way, if I'm reading it correctly, and I could be misreading it, is dealing heavily with doing something that is deceptive that influences your ability to vote. And so in my head, the natural thing that I'm thinking is you tell a voter the election's on Wednesday, November, whatever, which is the day after the election. And that's a deceptive practice in order to stop and mitigate somebody's right to vote. My anxiety is that if a candidate was to say that to a voter as the candidate, I believe that is protected speech by the Supreme Court, that you are allowed to be deceptive and say, I can go out and say I have a PhD in, whatever neuroscience, and that's why you should elect me to office. I can tell you all kinds of things that are considered deceptive. Have you heard that argument, and do you have like a response for it or suggestions for how we can strengthen that to get around that constitutional challenge?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you for the, thank you for the question. I totally understand the concern. There are several elements in the bill that you would be required to show to actually make a claim. And so the example that you just gave, I don't think would amount to anything that's challengeable here. So there's many elements, including the mens rea here. So, that element. There's also whether it actually interferes with the voters' access to the ballot and their voting. So things like that are not the kind of conduct that this is meant to target. I don't know if there's additional.
Well, and that might be a good opportunity. Please feel free to weigh in, but then as a follow-up question to that is, can you just give me perspective on what the intent is here when we talk about deceptive behavior so that I can kind of jot it down in the notes and we can add that as part of the conversation? Yeah, that would be great, please.
So for example, there have been instances when I was doing election protection work where there were mailers and auto calls telling people to turn out on a day that was not the actual voting day. But it seemed legitimate. It seemed like it was coming with an authoritative backing. And so it was to essentially prevent you from exercising your right to vote because you would be showing up on the day that is not the election day. So that's like a small example.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Did you want to add anything to that? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to see if you had any response to perhaps a stance that we already have strong laws around voter intimidation and suppression. I think specifically in our election law article, Article 16. So I'm curious if there's any, if folks have any thoughts or any responses to what our existing election law articles state and why you believe that it doesn't go far enough.
Yeah, I can go and then maybe you'll add. So we definitely applaud Maryland for the steps they've taken with their election law. However, there are some key differences between, for example, the intimidation part of HB 219 and what currently exists in Maryland law. There's no civil cause of action, and that's really important to make sure that we are actually able to remedy the situation. Sometimes it's hard to see these things in the act, but the way that the civil cause of action and the civil damages that are attached, it would allow you to have damages to deter future activity. And are there any additions you want to add about the differences?
Yes, if I may. So yes, damages are very important to making voters whole when they suffer harm. But I think one of the really important parts here is that the civil cause of action allows voters to potentially get a court order to stop intimidating conduct as it's occurring. And so that's not just after the fact like a criminal prohibition would do, but it stops it so that it hopefully doesn't have that harmful effect on voters. And I would also say that here where this bill tries to address new and evolving forms of voter intimidation, such as that deception language, that we're seeing these new threats in terms of misinformation and disinformation that are trying to interfere with voters' rights that currently does not exist in Maryland law.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions from the committee, we do have a second panel with Ms. Nikki Tyree and Dara Johnson.
Yeah, this is the second.
Yes, the second sponsor panel, thank you. And I'll start with Ms. Dara Johnson.
Hey, thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dara Johnson. I am an associate staff attorney and the interim policy counsel with the ACLU of Maryland, here to support this bill that's really, as was explained by the prior panel, urgently needed to get these state protections on the books. And so I'm so sorry. So the right to vote freely and without fear should never be up for debate. Unfortunately, available protections are limited and often leave little recourse for voter intimidation by those willing to do anything to keep voters from fairly casting their ballots, or for voter suppression caused by issues like under-resourced polling sites that can especially impact historically disenfranchised communities. Even though voter intimidation is criminally prohibited under state law, relying on prosecutors to bring charges is just not always the most accessible or even productive solution. There is even less available to combat voter suppression. As was mentioned, protections under the Federal Voting Rights Act have been increasingly limited by the courts. HB 219 is a way to fill these gaps by empowering Marylanders to take action against voter intimidation through a new civil cause of action, combating suppressive practices that unfairly impair access to the ballot for certain communities, and also increasing transparency by strengthening public notice of election changes. Recent news coverage of intimidating tactics that voters may encounter at the polls this year has accelerated the urgency for these protections. However, this is not a new reality. Going back to 2011, the former governor's campaign manager was convicted on charges for a scheme targeting Black Marylanders with robocalls urging them to stay home on Election Day. During the most recent general election, the intent to strike fear was evident with bomb threats that triggered the evacuation of several state board of election offices. In addition to these, there have been other disturbing reports we've received through our election protection work, and it's this year especially, in such a politically volatile year, we really need to make sure these protections get on the books and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wells and members of GLE Committee. Again, I'm Nikki Tyree, Executive Director for the League of Women Voters of Maryland. And while it's easy to be worried about what's to come and what may happen, you've heard from my colleagues that that is definitely something that we are keeping an eye to. I would like to testify that a lot of these things that we're talking about are already happening here in Maryland. And the League is supporting HB 219 because what is happening now, as well as things that we have seen play out in the 2024 elections. In 2024, LWVMD received calls and emails detailing the voters' experience and how it was not the experience that Maryland voters deserve. Worse yet, in 2014, Charles County residents were subjected to their vote being obstructed. Residents were blocked from voting in an experience that the League predicted, as well as on-the-ground partners knew would happen. Recourse through the proper channels was not taken seriously enough, and voters were the ones who paid the price for that. We are asking for you to consider this a measure that would impact right now and not some future need to put off. Please pass HB 219. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you both for testifying. I don't see any questions on this panel. We will move to additional favorable testimony. We have Mr. Paul Limley, and let me just double check today. Miss Bridget Sharp. I believe those are the last of our in-person favorable testimony. Unless there's someone I missed. If you were missed, please acknowledge yourself now. Okay, seeing that, no acknowledgement. Ms. Sharp, will begin with you.
Hi, my name is Bridget Sharp, and I'm speaking on behalf of CANDLE, the Community Action Network for Democracy, Liberty, and Equality. We strongly ask that you support HB 219. The voter intimidation provisions in Subtitle 2 are urgently needed. We're deeply concerned about the safety and integrity of midterm voting. There is a growing sense of permission to threaten and intimidate, fueled by false rhetoric about 2020 election and immigrants being invaders threatening our nation. These narratives have real-world consequences. Several Marylanders convicted of criminal actions on January 6th stated that they acted because they believed the election had been stolen. Since then, Maryland has seen multiple incidences of threatening and intimidating behavior. In 2022, Rui Marie Lavoie, then vice president of the Maryland Association of Elections, testified that she had been threatened during the election. In 2024, more than a dozen local election offices in Maryland received bomb threats, and that same year, electioneers campaigning against an amendment protecting reproductive freedom berated voters as they arrived at polling locations. In fact, Candle members have personally experienced intimidation while peacefully protesting, with vehicles revving engines and swerving towards protesters on multiple occasions. Subtitle 2 also aims to curb fraudulent information that would interfere with voting. The widespread use of artificial intelligence and the rollback of social media content moderation have made it easier to deceive voters. Maryland has already experienced this. HB 219 provides urgently needed protections. By giving it a favorable report, you'll help prevent voter intimidation and suppression and ensure that there are clear, enforceable remedies when violations occur. It is critical to enact these protections before the 2026 midterm elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lemley. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the chair and members of the committee. My name is Paul Lemley, MSEA president, representing 76,000 unionized educators in strong support of House Bill 219. As educators, as a non-monopoly union, as Americans, we are keenly aware of this moment in history. We must raise our voices when we see injustice. We must defend our democracy. Schools are central in all our communities, and we teach the importance of civic engagement. We believe every individual has the right to participate without fear and intimidation. We believe in the inherent dignity of the students that we serve and we welcome into our classrooms every day. As such, we believe it's our duty to speak out when we see injustice in its many forms present in our communities. Our classrooms are really laboratories where students first engage in a democracy. And in many instances, that's the school is the physical manifestation of that democracy when we cast our ballot on election day. We make these sacred spaces safe for our students. Everyone can enter without fear, without harm or intimidation. And we demand that those same spaces be safe for every citizen who enters our doors on election day to vote. We want them to be able to do so without fear. House Bill 219 intends to fight growing efforts on the federal level to create obstacles that silence the voices of citizens and disenfranchised communities. Underrepresentation has a profound impact on communities, affecting access to infrastructure, healthcare, environmental protection, investment in public schools, universities, and more. Strengthening every citizen's access to the ballot strengthens our democracy and ensures an equal voice in shaping our nation's future. Participation matters. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I should have asked this question to the bill sponsor, but I only thought about this because Ms. Sharp, you mentioned the bill about deepfakes, and we heard that bill last week, and it just got me kind of thinking, you know, this committee, and I was on the previous committee that had jurisdiction over election law, but we've heard a series of bills over the years that talk about, I guess, deceptive practices, especially with technology, talking about, as well as voter, election integrity. And so I'm curious to know if you have any response, and if not, I can take this offline with the bill sponsor. But I'm wondering, do you see this bill, and perhaps even another bill we'll hear later, as a bit of a response to the broader landscape that we all look at in this body with regard to election integrity and protection from, all the various growing tactics that are out there, whether it's at the polls with our poll volunteers who volunteer for long hours. But I'm just wondering if you all, in the work that you've done and your commitment to this topic, how you see it fitting into the broader discussion that we are always having almost every session about these issues. And I'm giving you a pretty wide latitude of response there, so I recognize it is a big question with a lot of different ways to respond, but just seeing if you have any thoughts in response to my question.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that there is a great opportunity now to use AI to both target and direct misinformation, and that having a bill like this could possibly protect against that. So.
Okay. Mr. Lemley, you're not obligated to respond.
Well, I think the mechanism of the bill that the delegate envisions allows people the recourse to enforce their own rights. And I think regardless of how a voter is deceived or suppressed or whatever, it's really that mechanism that matters. You're giving them, a democratic way, a fair way to challenge that practice.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no questions from the committee, I believe we have 2 virtual individuals that would like to testify in favor of the bill. I have Shilpa Shinvi and I have Maria Nolan. Oh, there's a third person. I don't have the third person listed. Oh, that's right. Christopher Cano. So we'll begin with Ms. Shinvi.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Shilpa Shinvi. I'm a Maryland voter, and I strongly support HB 0219, the Maryland Voting Rights Act of 2026. I urge all of you to do the same. Trump has shown he is willing and determined to violate our voting rights. This bill contains strong measures to protect all voters in our state, including the voters that Trump is trying to suppress. Having said all this, I was wondering about the wording in a couple of places. In section 1-305A2, it starts with during the period beginning 21 days before the first day of early voting through election day. And it then goes on to say that an election board can meet to vote on changing voting policy. If that meeting happens on election day, and if a change is passed, will that give enough time to warn voters before they arrive at the polls? In addition, it says that the board must provide reasonable public notice of the change at least 48 hours before the scheduled meeting time. Should that be public notice on the meeting about the change? Because the change itself is going to be voted on 48 hours later. So posting it as a change would be kind of difficult 48 hours in advance. And those were I was just wondering if the wording was intentional there, or if maybe I'm missing something, but those things just sort of stood out at me. Overall, I strongly support this bill. It's overall, it's a really strong bill, and I think we need it, especially right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. SCIU Local 500 members include school employees, public sector workers, higher education staff, and other workers who keep our communities functioning. Many of our members are voters who have historically faced barriers to full political participation, workers of color, immigrants, language minority voters, and voters with disabilities. Protecting access to the ballot is not an abstract principle for us. It directly affects whether our members and the communities they serve are heard. This bill addresses a growing and urgent problem: the erosion of voting rights through administrative maneuvering, intimidation, deception, and policies that have disproportionately burdened protected communities. As federal voting rights protections have been weakened, states like Maryland must step up to ensure that access to the ballot is not undermined by silence, confusion, or discriminatory impact. This bill takes critical steps to protect voters by strengthening transparency and public notice requirements when election policies are changed. Too often, last-minute or poorly publicized changes to polling locations, voter assistant, or election procedures leave working people, especially those juggling multiple jobs, caregiving responsibilities, or language barriers, effectively shut out of the process. Requiring meaningful notice and centralized public access to this information is a common-sense safeguard that promotes trust and participation. And this bill also draws a clear line against voter intimidation and deception. The right to vote must be free from threats, misinformation, obstruction, and harassment, whether those acts come from private individuals or actors operating under color of law. Explicitly prohibiting these practices and providing real enforcement mechanisms is essential to ensuring that voters can cast their ballots safely and confidently. This bill prohibits governments from implementing election policies and practice that result in material disparities in access or participation for protected classes. Look, all in all, we strongly support the enforcement provisions in this bill, and we want you to understand that rights without enforcement are hollow. Please, we urge for a favorable report.
Thank you. Ms. Nolan?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 219. My name is Maria Nolan. I'm a student at Harvard Law School and a member of the school's election law clinic. And when I'm not at school, I'm a proud resident of Montgomery County. The election law clinic's work centers on protecting voting rights. We litigate on behalf of plaintiffs under both the federal and several state voting rights acts. During my time at the clinic, I have done extensive research on the New York Voting Rights Act and have helped in the clinic's representation of Black and Latino plaintiffs in a vote dilution case under New York's state voting protections. Now, more than ever, it is time for Maryland to pass a state voting rights act. This term, the Supreme Court is deciding a case, Louisiana v. Calais, that could severely strip federal voting rights protections. State voting rights acts provide essential protections to promote fair participation and build a multiracial democracy that works for everyone. By enforcing comprehensive and clear standards, state voting rights acts expand opportunities to people who are disproportionately impacted by issues like voter suppression. This bill protects voters from acts of intimidation, deception, and obstructions that impair their right to vote. These measures will bolster protections afforded by the Federal Voting Rights Act and also provide a new protection against deception. As you've heard, we're in a time of mass disinformation around elections. It is imperative that voters be protected from deceptive practices that can impair their right to vote. With respect to the protections against voter suppression, this bill offers clear and efficient processes to litigate claims, which brings down the cost of litigation for both voters and local governments. We urge a favorable report on HB 219. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you so much. Seeing no more questions from the committee, that concludes our bill hearing today on HB 219. Thank you to the bill sponsor, Delegate Smith, and your panel. We will now move on to Delegate Wims, HB 350. And Delegate Wims, I think you have two panels. Your first panel is Mr. Adam Leos. Dara Johnson is back again, and we have Monica Brooks that's virtual, is that correct? And then your second panel is Ms. Morgan Drayton, Nikki Tyree, and Marissa Wright.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the House Government Labor and Elections Committee. And I would say I'm very happy to see several of my colleagues from the Ways and Means Committee here on this one. So it's very good to see all of you. For the record, I am Delegate Greg Wims, presenting House Bill 350. The bill is urgently needed. It has been filed as an emergency bill because Maryland currently does not have a state law that prohibits discriminatory vote dilution in local elections, and federal protections remain under attack. We cannot let elections pass without clear safeguards in place. HB 350 prohibits counties and municipalities from using district maps that dilute the voting power of voters in a protected class. It sets a clear standard for providing vote dilution, focus on whether voting is polarized or whether a difference in election methods would make or reduce or harm those that are affected. It also creates straightforward enforcement passed by allowing individual voters and the Maryland Attorney General to bring a claim locally and allows courts to order tailored remedies. Too often, outdated election systems prevent voters from having equal power at the ballot box. Right now, politicians can draw voting district lines in ways that make some people's votes count less than others. Your vote still is counted, but it doesn't carry the same weight as your neighbor. When your vote doesn't count equally, the person who wins doesn't have to necessarily listen to you. That means your concerns about your school, your bus route, your job opportunities, They don't mean as much as those who are making decisions that are in the power. I ask a favorable report on HB 350, and now I'll be pleased to turn over to my panel.
Chair Wells, members of the committee, my name is Adam Liaz, and I'm Senior Policy Counsel with the Legal Defense Fund, or LDF, and I'm thrilled to testify here today in strong support of HB 350, a key piece of the Maryland Voting Rights Act legislative package. Since LDF's founding by Maryland native Thurgood Marshall, we have worked to empower Black voters, recently through state voting rights acts, and Maryland is a top priority for this work. Maryland has made significant progress in building a more inclusive democracy in recent years. Yet, in spite of an increasingly diverse electorate, in many parts of Maryland, there is a substantial risk that Black voters and other voters of color are not able to elect candidates that they prefer to represent them in local government due to unfair district maps or election systems. HB 350 provides Maryland voters with a critical tool to end this kind of discrimination known as racial vote dilution. It empowers voters or the Attorney General to bring an action in and to prove and fix racial vote dilution in state court. And it provides clear guidance to courts to ensure that such actions are simpler and more cost-effective than bringing a similar case under the Federal Voting Rights Act. Notably, more than 3/4 of Maryland voters support stopping racial vote dilution. Enacting HB 350 is a powerful, practical, and popular way to address a critical local need. It's also the best way to push back on the increasing threats to voting rights that we're seeing at the federal level, both from the Trump administration and in the courts. So Maryland must act urgently right now to protect its own voters from discrimination. And by moving HB 350 to the House floor, this committee can do just that. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions from the committee. I'd also like to draw your attention to an extensive appendix that we submitted for the record, which also supports HB 219 that you all just heard. Thank you very much.
Hello again, and thank you. I guess I should say good evening now. My name is Dara Johnson, and I'm here on behalf of the ACLU of Maryland to urge a favorable report on HB 350. So just this week, your colleagues in the Senate recognized the need for this bill with a majority vote in favor of advancing the cross-file out of the Senate. This is after doing the same thing last year on a bill that was essentially identical to what's before you all today. We're calling on you all now to effectively match their energy by favorably voting on this bill, especially with the ongoing attacks on the only other protections available under Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. Without a state pathway to fix local vote dilution, we risk abandoning our democracy to the unacceptable reality that the vote of every Marylander does not always have equal power in our local elections. So far, the Federal Voting Rights Act has served as the only tool to restore balance where local election systems have stripped communities of a fair opportunity to elect their preferred representatives. Our office has worked alongside voters and leaders of color, like this wonderful woman next to me, who have helped to successfully challenge these dilutive systems under the Federal Voting Rights Act. However, Section 2 may soon cease to serve as a viable tool, depending on the outcome of cases pending before the Supreme Court. In addition to filling this looming void, HB 350 offers an even better pathway for voters and local governments alike. In Baltimore County, the more cost-effective framework provided by this bill could have helped reach a workable solution more quickly when we partnered with county leaders and residents to file a lawsuit challenging unfair district maps. County lawyers were paid more than $1 million during that litigation, and the new map that resulted just continued concentrating most of the county's large Black community into only one of the county's former 7 districts. So just to wrap things up, the cost of vote dilution is much deeper than the expense of litigation and ultimately disconnects voters from the decisions that shape their communities. So we urge a favorable report on HB 350.
Good afternoon. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is Monica Brooks, and I'm here on behalf of Wacomico County NAACP in strong support of House Bill 350. Voting rights are not abstract for our community. They're something we have had to fight for in real time. I speak not only as an advocate, but as someone who ran for office in Wacomico County. In all my years observing and participating in local government, I have never seen a person of color have a genuine opportunity to win an at-large seat. The system did not create fair competition, it narrowed the field. It forced me and 2 other Black women to compete against each other for what we thought was our only option to participate in, and that's not meaningful representation. I've attended countless counties meetings and Board of Ed meetings and repeatedly saw decision-making bodies that were almost entirely white and male, with perhaps one exception. And even that limited representation only came after the threat of litigation. That experience is why in December 2023, Wacomico County NAACP, along with other individuals and organizations, filed suit against County Council, Board of Ed, and Board of Elections. In March of 2025, we prevailed, and as a result, Wacomico County moved to a 7 single-member district, including 2 minority opportunity districts. That change did more than restructure our elections, it restored trust. And I'm gonna tell you a specific example. We got to register to vote for the very first time in her life, a 72-year-old Black woman in our county. And when asked why had she never voted, she said, because I never believed my vote counted for anything. And she said, now I think I have a chance. So why is this bill necessary now? Because over the last several decades, we've already seen the erosion of the Voting Rights Act, and as federal safeguards weaken, states must act to protect voters and prevent discrimination before communities are forced into court. House Bill 350 provides that protection. It promotes fairness and accountability, and for this reasons, Wacomico County NAACP asked for a favorable report. Thank you.
Delegate, do you have a second panel, or this is just one?
I did have a second panel.
Okay. I'm going to have them speak, and then we'll do questions.
Okay.
So we'll have to do some musical chairs, unfortunately, but I appreciate everyone's cooperation. So that's, well, Delegate, you don't have to walk away. I think there's enough seats for you, Delegate Wims. You can still stay up there. Yes, there's Ms. Morgan Drayton, Nikki Tyree, and Marissa Wright. We'll begin with Ms. Drayton.
Thank you, Chair Wells, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Morgan Drayton, Policy Manager with Common Cause Maryland, here in strong support of SB 255, which would create a new prohibition against vote dilution in Maryland state law. Or I'm sorry, HB 350, my bad. My bad. Okay, I think we can all agree that this is a very scary time to be alive for all of us, and many constituents feel like their leaders aren't doing enough. The public needs to know that their state and local leaders are taking every step possible within their authority to protect our institutions and all of our rights. They need to know that we won't lose critical protections that advocates like us have fought and died for just over 60 years ago. What we're seeing almost every day from the federal level are attempts to move us backwards from the progress that we fought tooth and nail for, back towards Jim Crow era laws that suppressed the Black vote for generations. But with HB 350, Maryland can fight back. The protections outlined in this bill give the protections outlined in this bill give you all the opportunity to communicate that this chamber is working to protect our rights. These protections are essential to ensuring that all Marylanders, particularly those from historically disenfranchised communities, have that equal opportunity to elect the representatives of their choice. We know that when voters of color are systemically prevented from electing their preferred candidates, entire communities are left without a voice in decisions that will directly impact their lives. Combating vote dilution at the state level is a necessary step toward making the vision of a government that is truly of, by, and for the people a reality. And at a time when federal voting rights protections have been weakened and enforcement has become increasingly uncertain, Maryland legislators have both the authority and the responsibility to safeguard fair and equal access to the ballot in our state now. HB 350 strengthens Maryland's democratic institutions and helps ensure that every eligible voter will have that equal opportunity to participate in choosing who represents them within their local government. And for those reasons, we would request a favorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, GLE Committee. Once again, I'm Nikki Tyree, Executive Director for the League of Women Voters of Maryland, for the last time today, I promise. Thank you for considering HB 350, the Voting Rights Act of 2026. For over 100 years, the League has sought to defend democracy and empower voters. However, this empowerment is difficult, if not impossible, if voters are living in structures that are designed to purposely keep their vote diluted. Under the Trump administration, this continued threat grows. You've heard from many of my colleagues today about why this bill is needed legally. The League asked for today is simple. Ask yourself what is gained by not enacting this bill? Who benefits from keeping these votes diluted? Please consider this bill a codification of those values that as Marylanders we hold sacred, the right for all to vote, especially those that have been historically disenfranchised and continue to live under that legacy. While it's easy to hand wave away the problems our state has as small or easily fixed, to those who live with it every day, it is not. The League of Women Voters of Maryland asks for a favorable report. Thank you.
Hi again, just for the record, my name is Marissa Wright and I'm with Campaign Legal Center. We again offer this testimony in strong support of HB 350 as a core piece of the Maryland Voting Rights Act because it will codify and clarify key protections against racial vote dilution. Again, now is a critical time to enact a state voting rights act in light of the continued erosion of the federal VRA and increasing federal attacks on the right to vote. Although existing Maryland law prohibits racial discrimination in employment, housing, and other areas of public life, there's currently no state law barring racial discrimination in local elections. HB 350 fills this critical gap and codifies the right of voters to challenge election methods that dilute the voting strength of historically disenfranchised communities. This would ensure that Marylanders will always have the ability to enforce their own rights, regardless of what happens at the federal level. This bill also clarifies and simplifies the overly complex legal test that federal courts have created for vote dilution in order to make it more administrable, predictable, and less costly. It simply requires plaintiffs to first prove that there is polarized voting, which just means that there is a difference in the electoral preferences between the affected community and other voters. And then second, that the challenged election method dilutes the community's voting strength in a way that could be remedied by an alternative method of election. Finally, this bill empowers state courts to consider a wide range of locally tailored remedies if a violation is found, and then just choose the one that's best suited to help the impacted community. If enacted, this bill would be a critical tool to protecting voters from discrimination in voting, and we therefore urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing that, we have a question from Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing the bill forward. We've obviously heard a lot of good reasons why. We've heard the debate in the Senate on this bill, so we understand really where the bill is coming from and why we need to take a hard look at this in subcommittee. But I pulled the unfavorable testimony from the Maryland Municipal League. I don't know if you had a chance to read that letter yet, but I was wondering if I could get a reaction from you. Their logic about why they are not supporting it, and I'm quoting directly from their letter, is the bill opens municipalities up to lawsuits if the election system is found to be discriminatory. Could you respond whether you...
I would like, with Adam, could you come up? Yeah, he's my expert.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Sure. And Adam, sit right here.
Yes, it's correct that if you were running a discriminatory election system, this bill would open you up to a cause of action. However, I would say two things. Number one, you're already vulnerable to that lawsuit at the federal level. This creates a state cause of action that would be streamlined and less expensive for everyone. And the second thing is that we've had every year since 2018, actually, there's been, except for the pandemic year of 2020, there's been a state level voting rights enacted. And we've only seen a total of 8 lawsuits over that entire time. So we're not going to see a flood of lawsuits. We're going to see a targeted enforcement for discriminatory systems.
Thank you. And that actually cuts into my second question, which is just that at the end of their conclusion, they say, our members view this bill as an overreach of state power. To your earlier statement there, we already have enforcement mechanisms in place at the federal level, and this is really the job of government to make sure that we're not creating discriminatory practices. Is that
Yeah, I mean, states at the core should be supervising the county and local governments and making sure that their election administration is non-discriminatory. As you pointed out, there's a federal court cause of action already, so we're not creating any new requirements for these localities. They should already be running elections that are non-discriminatory. They should be having election systems and district maps that do not dilute the vote of black voters, other voters of color. All we're doing here is making a state cause of action, partially because it would be cleaner and easier, and partially because, as folks have mentioned, the Federal Voting Rights Act has been eroded in several ways. It's currently under threat, and it's also quite expensive and burdensome to bring these cases. It often costs several million dollars on both sides with lots of experts. And another problem is that, as we all know, elections come around regularly, whereas litigation takes years. So you can actually sometimes have elections happening under systems that are acknowledged to be discriminatory before the actual problem is resolved. And so this law would cut through that and make it a cleaner state solution to the problem.
Gotcha. Thank you. Added benefit, saving taxpayer dollar.
Thank you. Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So my question is, I've read the bill. It's a lot to read, of course. Is the assumption of the bill, is the underlying assumption of the bill that individuals vote a certain way simply because of the color of their skin?
Absolutely not, Delegate. Thanks for the question. That's actually there's a factual inquiry, which is, do election preferences in a certain community tend to break down by race? That's simply an empirical question. If that is the case, that presents a risk of vote dilution because a majority can drown out a minority. We are making no inquiry into the reasons of that. And in fact, one of the things that this bill makes clear is that the reasons are not important.
That's where you lose me, in that I'm confused with the argument. The majority drowns out the minority. In what way does the majority drown out the minority that you're referring to? The majority of what?
So let's say you have a community that is 55% white and 45% black, and it's
so you are basing it on the color of people's skin, then?
The question, yes, this is about racial vote dilution. So the question is, are people's voices being drowned out because of race? Yes.
But your assumptions are that all people vote the same way based on the color of their skin.
No, sir, that's not an assumption that we're making. That's an empirical inquiry.
I think I just cornered you into that because you just answered 3 questions to that effect. And I think that this is really unique, and I think I have a unique history with this because having been raised in Baltimore, I can certainly say that there was a time when that was probably the case, but having lived in Calvert County for so long, Calvert is so not that way at all. It's just not. I mean, we have plenty of individuals who are not white who are Republican, including who have gotten elected.
Yes,
since I've been living there. So it appears to me that the bill is a generalization, and that is exactly what we're not supposed to be doing, is generalizing about people based on the color of their skin.
Respectfully, sir, the bill makes no generalization. The question of whether voting preferences break down by race is an empirical question that has to be answered by statistical evidence. So it is not assuming that. In fact, there are many places where that situation would not exist, like you're suggesting, and therefore it would be essentially impossible to bring a claim under this bill. So only when the preferences can be shown statistically to break down by race, that establishes what's known as polarized voting. If at that point you also have a system where that is contributing to the vote dilution and you can show there's a better way to do it, then you have a cause of action and you can establish liability under this bill, sir.
Okay, and lastly, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, I appreciate it. Lastly, we have a state where we have a black governor, a black attorney general, we have a black mayor of the largest city, we have more black elected members in the Maryland House of Delegates than any legislature, lower body legislature in the country. I'm trying to figure out, like, is the purpose of the bill, and I'm not trying to insinuate anything, is the purpose of the bill to just divide, or is it, because I feel like this legislature in this state has we're at a place where I'm not really sure why the bill is necessary, other than just judging based on the color of someone's skin.
Yeah, thanks for that important question. I think, as I acknowledged in my testimony, the state has made a lot of progress, and you've pointed to some evidence of that progress. The reality is that progress has not been universal and is not always extended at the local
And lastly,
level.
can you give a specific location that you're referring to?
Delegate,
Well, so
let them finish the thought, but I know you have follow-up. but
No, it's just
we're all listening to your questions.
thank
and
you.
we're taking your questions
maybe a
seriously.
specific location.
Yeah, so the ACLU and folks have talked about 3 specific locations where they brought lawsuits: Baltimore County, Wacomico, and Federalisburg, in their testimony here and in the written testimony. Also, they've shown that this is not an isolated incident. So the ACLU of Maryland did research where they've discovered that across counties that have a substantial population of people of color, about a quarter appear to have no elected officials of color. Now, that is not per se a vote dilution violation. That's just a risk factor, right? That it's a risk that perhaps folks are not able to elect candidates of their choice because of the election system. So what we see is that there's widespread risk across the localities in Maryland, and that's why this bill is critical at this point.
Thank you.
Ms. Brooks, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I also wanted to just give voice to the fact that there are different occurrences that happen according to location as well. As I represent a rural community, it's far different than what you're experiencing in urban settings. The dynamics, when I come here and even just seeing this much diversity, we don't have that on the Eastern Shore. Pick a county. You can go from Worcester, Somerset, Wacomico, Queen Anne's, Talbot, Caroline, Dorchester. It is not diverse. So you have to ask why. Now, as he mentioned, there's statistical data from this and experiences that we've had. And if you go through the history of our personal experience in Wacomico County, the only way that we have had any change in any type of diversity, pick one, indigenous, Asian, Latino, anything, has been for threat of lawsuit. Because the change has not happened organically in any way, shape, or form. And so the time has been taken by citizens to organically see this over time. And as a result of that, and trying every way that they could to make things different, then they had to take action. And so you need things in place for the areas that perhaps are not where you're from, right? There are areas that need this. And as we are seeing the dilution that's happening on a federal level, it's trickling down. We're already targeted. Our governor didn't get invited to where all the other governors are. So what's that about? So we have to acknowledge that sometimes things do happen discriminatorily, right? And that sometimes you have to do things to make things different.
Ms. Johnson, I'll let you respond.
Okay, and I won't belabor the point because I think my colleagues here have answered the question fully, but just to help to elevate really some recent examples, as was mentioned in our cases, one that comes to mind is Federalisburg in Caroline County, where for 200 years there was an all-white government up until 2023, when 7 Black women decided to to have courage and file a lawsuit. And now you have 2 Black women on that council representing an area that's comprised of a population where the largest proportion is Black folks. So that in and of itself, we hear your concern about the fact that people make certain choices in certain ways, but the fact is people do often vote for folks who reflect their racial identity. And when you see that that's not happening, where there aren't folks in office who reflect the interests of those communities, then it does signal that there can be a problem that they're not having the equal power in the votes that they're casting.
All right, thank you. Delegate Ruth?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here and for this bill. First of all, my colleague asked about the General Assembly, but this bill is not about the General Assembly, correct? It's about counties, where there are very widely differing situations. Is that correct?
Correct. Counties and municipalities, correct.
Thank you. Sorry. We don't have municipalities in Baltimore County, so I always forget that part of it. And Ms. Johnson or whoever else can answer this, can you elaborate a little more about the situation in Baltimore County and the lawsuit that happened there?
Yes, and so in Baltimore County, and this is in a place where, especially at that time, 1/3 of the county was comprised of Black communities, 40% of communities of color in general, but there was a district map. Formerly there were 7 seats, now there are 9, but when there were 7 seats, all of the Black community members were being packed into one district, just one of those 7 district seats. And this really means that they only were able to elect their preferred candidates within that one district. And so even as I unfortunately ran out of time to explain in my remarks, where we helped to file that lawsuit, because of the deference that's given to local governments under the federal VRA as affirmed by the Fourth Circuit, the map, the remedial map that came out of that just preserved that dilutive map. And so only through advocacy over the past years, and only just this summer, has a new map come in where there are now 2 majority Black districts and 1 district composed of majority communities of color. And that makes sure that those folks actually have a chance for their votes to count towards electing someone who is going to reflect their choice for who's going to represent them in office.
Thank you. And their choice is not always somebody who looks like them. Is that correct? That the important thing is for them to be able to choose somebody who will represent their interests.
Exactly. It's just a signal. It's just a way to see, okay, could there be a problem here? It is not the problem itself. The problem itself is not having equal voting power.
Yeah, thank you. And so this is not, Baltimore County is Democrat-led, so this is not a partisan issue.
No, not at all.
Thank you.
Neither are cell phones on mute a partisan. No, I'm just messing with you. We've been in here for a while.
I've been since 8:30 this morning. I'm so sorry. My bad.
No, thank you. Thank you all. So seeing no more questions from the committee, that at least concludes excuse me, I'm tongue-tied. It's been a long day. We are now finished with the sponsor panel, so thank you very much. We do have more favorable testimony, however. So with that, I will move on to Ms. Sharp. Welcome back. Ms. Greenberg, Marsha Greenberg, Ms. Anne Marie Abel, if she's still here, welcome back. And Ms. Rose Frederick. All right. Would you like to go first? Hello.
Hello again. My name is Anne Marie Abel. I'm chair of the St. Mary's County Democratic Central Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, and the committee members as well. St. Mary's County uses resident districts to ensure representation is geographically dispersed across the county. Yet because of at-large voting, it woefully falls short of what it means to have true democratic and inclusive representation. My county is stuck with at-large, a suppressive voting system that dilutes district voters' voices and choices. In my county, the mother county of Maryland, a commissioner or Board of Ed member can be elected without having won the majority of their resident district voters, and it happened in St. Mary's in the '22 election. The district Board of Ed candidate, a member of a protected class, won their district by 127 votes, yet at-large suppressed District 1's choice. In practice, the at-large voting system has the effect of a candidate selectively campaigning around the county using a pick my voters strategy to get the votes of residents in other districts. The candidate wins and the district loses because their votes have been diluted and their voices muted. The county as a whole deprives and denies their neighbors true representation. Later, these at-large elected officials can willfully ignore the voters in their districts while governing, even voting against the district's interests, because after all, they really don't need their district's votes to win. This happened during our YMCA deliberations, and District 4, a majority-minority district where the YMCA will be located, heard their district commissioner vote no more than once. Typically, voters can hold the representative accountable by voting them out in the next election cycle, and not so with at-large. It's made moot by the rest of the county, making it next to impossible to have accountability. We request a favorable report for HB 350, a critical piece of the Maryland Voting Rights Act. Thank you.
Hi. Excuse me. My name is Bridget Sharp. I represent CANDLE, the Community Action Network for Democracy, Liberties, and Equality. We strongly urge this committee to pass HB 350. At-large elections and unfair district maps deny many communities the ability to elect representatives who truly reflect their needs. These structures dilute community voices and concentrate political power in ways that exclude people from meaningful participation. Black and brown communities bear the brunt of this exclusion. At this moment in our country, the stakes could not be higher. Federal actions have directly targeted communities of color. The Trump administration has dismantled DEI offices and eliminated grants and contracts that supported equity-focused work. As a result, critical research into health conditions that disproportionately affect people of color has been canceled. Programs addressing air pollution in frontline communities, maternal health for Black women, language access for immigrant families, and many other essential services have been terminated. Meanwhile, federal civil rights enforcement has been frozen, weakening protections in voting, policing, housing, education, and employment. And ICE enforcement has intensified in communities of color, now operating with implicit permission to racially profile. In this environment, fair and representative local government is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Communities that are already under attack must have elected leaders who understand their realities and are accountable to them. HB 350 is a concrete step towards justice. It gives historically marginalized communities a real opportunity for meaningful political participation. It helps ensure that these communities can finally elect leaders who will fight for their health, safety, rights, and dignity. For this reason, we strongly urge a favorable report for HB 350.
Good evening, Chair Wells, honorable delegates. My name is Marcia Greenberg, and I've lived in St. Mary's County for over 20 years. I'm trained as a lawyer and have worked professionally to increase women's participation in U.S.-funded democracy programs. In St. Mary's, I work with the NAACP and others who seek racial and social justice. Today, I submit 3 points. First, the at-large voting system in St. Mary's disenfranchises voters. Whether it was originally conceived by white plantation owners and is a legacy of enslavement, or whether it is maintained now by people who are not racially biased but seek to retain their power, it is wrong. When you have 5 white Republican men purporting to represent a county with a diverse population, it is patently clear that something is wrong with the system. We need a legal mechanism by which to challenge and end this system. Second, please do not give those same elected officials, who again do not represent all of us, your local courtesy. It's time for local courtesy to extend to us, the voters. And do not buy their offer to submit the question to St. Mary's voters, because that similarly will only enable at-large countywide voters to outvote the rest of us. Third, we do live in times of shenanigans and cynical efforts to tip the playing field and to make it more difficult for people to vote. We must stop any proposed SAVE Act that purports to address voter fraud that hardly exists, and all efforts to retain archaic at-large systems that prevent fair representation. Instead, we should be lowering barriers so all eligible voters can cast their votes and be represented by elected officials who know and understand their needs. Thank you in advance for passing HB 350 to your colleagues in the House with a strong, enthusiastic, favorable report.
Ms. Frederick.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Rose Frederick. I'm testifying for St. Mary's County NAACP. I'm a prior first vice president and secretary for St. Mary's County NAACP. St. Mary's County NAACP strongly urges the committee to pass HB 350 to enact protections against racial vote dilution in Maryland. The protections outlined in HB 350 are essential to ensuring that all Marylanders, including St. Mary's County, with a historically disenfranchised community, have the equal opportunity to elect representatives of their choice. St. Mary's population is made up of 26% persons of color, and not one elected to office represents the population due to a flawed system of voting. Due to the current election system, the county commissioners' persons of color voices are silenced and discouraged from voting and running for office. Deceased County Commissioner John Lancaster, the first African-American county commissioner for St. Mary's County, was elected to office in 1986 and re-elected in 1990. Since that time, there has not been a person of color as a St. Mary's County commissioner in office. The reason is not because no one has run. There have been several people of color who have run, including myself. During my campaign, I was told by persons of color that they did not vote because nothing would change and that same persons would win, and not a person of their choice or a person of color in St. Mary's County. The current system allows for elected officials to be voted in office by entire county, but they do not represent the entire county, only certain blocks of the county. If county commissioners were voted in office by their district rather than the county, then that district would have a voice and the county commissioners would be held accountable. Please, please, I am asking for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you all so much for coming to testify for the bill and sticking in with us till this late hour. We have a few, well, actually I'm moving ahead of myself. We have a few more in-person favorables. So let me move on to, I think, our last favorable in-person panel. Kurt Engel and Owen Anderson, Adrian Dillahunt, and Roderick Lewis.
Good evening, Chairman Wells and members of the committee. I'm Kurt Engel from St. Mary's County. As a constituent of St. Mary's County, I urge the committee to vote favorably on HB 350 to ensure protections against racial vote dilution in Maryland. The protections outlined in 350 are essential to ensuring all Marylanders have an equal opportunity. As we know, in the recent pass of the Federal Voting Rights Act in 1965 could be counted on to track discriminatory voting practices. However, federal courts have limited the Federal Voting Act protections. I have seen firsthand the effects of vote dilution in St. Mary's County. In our county, we have 5 commissioners, and it is a homogeneous group of white men, while the white population of the county is only 72%. Persons of color make up almost 30% of the total population, but are largely concentrated in a single district in the county and are unable to elect a representative that comes from their walk of life. You see, St. Mary's elects our commissioners by an at-large process. At a time when federal voting rights protections have been weakened and anti-voter policies have been advancing, Maryland legislators need to step up to safeguard a fair and equitable access to the ballot. HB 350 strengthens Maryland's democratic institutions and helps ensure that every eligible voter has an equal opportunity to participate in their local government. I ask for a favorable endorsement on HB 350.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I really thank you for your attention to this matter. I also want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing it to the House for consideration. My name is Roger Lewis, and for the last 5 years, I've had the honor and the pleasure of serving as the Political Action Chair for the St. Mary's County NAACP. During this period, our committee has worked to raise awareness about the unfair at-large voting system used to elect the Board of County Commissioners in St. Mary's County. I also want to note that our brothers and sisters in Calvert County have also been advocating for the same reason as they have the at-large system in place in their county. This system has failed to capture all the voices of the community. As a result, some communities have gone unrepresented in our state. It's hard for many of us to wrap our heads around the fact that here in Maryland, this system remains in place, especially when we understand the history behind it. Additionally, courts have repeatedly recognized that at-large elections can discriminate against communities of color. In fact, many at-large voting systems have been struck down for violating Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which has helped protect voters of color from vote dilution. Last year, many of us were hopeful when the Senate passed this bill with a constitutional majority. While our light may have been dimmed a bit when it died in the House, we remain steadfast in calling out this injustice. With that, I humbly ask that you give this bill a favorable report and help bring all of Maryland's communities on even footing. Vote dilution should not be possible, not here in Maryland, not anywhere. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Adrienne Mathis, and I'm here as a lifelong resident from St. Mary's County, Maryland, and a concerned citizen. I'm here to strongly support HB 350, the Voting Rights Act of 2026. Local governments matter. It influences our schools, roads, houses, public safety, and quality of life. But for far too long in St. Mary's County, we have suffered from voter dilution due to an at-large voting system, especially in our Lexington Park and Great Mills areas. This system allows candidates to win votes from outside the communities that they are supposed to represent, which weakens accountability. Removing at-large voting could make at least 2 seats on the St. Mary's County Board of County Commissioners much more competitive. We all understand this, and in recent years, efforts have been made to address the inequity, including a 2021 bill filed by Delegate Brian Crosby, HB 655, to mandate in-district voting for St. Mary's County Commissioners. And when that bill failed and highlighted the deep frustration many of us feel when our voices are silenced by outdated electoral systems. This current voting system has a personal significance to me. For example, my own mother, Elfrida Mathis, a retired educator for 36 years with 36 years of experience, ran unsuccessfully for county commissioner to represent her district in both 2006 and 2010. Our system dictates that the candidates with the most votes countywide, when even if they have more votes, than the district they are running in to represent. A closer look at precinct voting data would likely reveal how much these outcomes are decided by votes from outside the district.
Ms. Mathis, could you begin the wrap up, please?
Our community deserves fair representation, a real chance for our voices to be heard in local government. For these important reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Madam Chair Wells and members of the committee, my name is Owen Anderson. I am the Deputy Director for Ranked Choice Voting Maryland, and I live in Baltimore County. RCV Maryland believes that we must ensure that every voice is heard and every vote is counted fairly in the electoral process. We strongly urge the committee to support HB 350 to enact protections against racial vote dilution in Maryland. As you've heard, Maryland state law currently contains no protection against racial vote dilution. And during this time, when federal voting rights protections have been weakened and enforcement has become uncertain, the need to protect against racial vote dilution has only increased. Maryland legislators have a responsibility and also the authority to safeguard equal representation. Our communities are at risk. The state must act with urgency. We can follow the example of the other states who have protections against racial vote dilution. We cannot afford to wait any longer. This bill is an important and a necessary step to make a more inclusive and accountable democracy. Communities are left behind in decisions that will impact their lives when voters of color are systematically prevented from electing the candidates of their choice. HB 350 honors the legacy of the Voting Rights Act, helps ensure that every eligible voter has an equal opportunity to participate, and strengthens Maryland's democratic institutions. For these reasons, RCV Maryland respectfully urges a favorable report on HB 350.
Thank you all for your testimony. Seeing no questions from the committee, I thank you all for coming to testify in person. We will now move to our virtual testimony. We are joined by Christopher Cano, Brandon Russell, Maria Nolan. Oh, do we? I'm so sorry. Who's waving? Oh, I didn't have you listed, but yes, you spoke earlier. Miss Sharonda, forget your last name, I apologize. Huffington? Huffman, thank you. Hi, Miss Huffman.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of this committee. I am gleeful, pun intended, to be here today. My name is Sharonda Huffman, and I'm the president of the Blue and Gold Democratic Club, and I'm also a candidate in Baltimore County for council. I'm also a person who was working with some of the organizations that are here today to fight the suppression of voting rights in Baltimore County. Now, let me just give you some history. Baltimore County is almost, since the last census, 50% non-white. However, we have a council of 7 members who are all men with 1 black man. That black man was actually, that actual seat was created because of voter suppression. Ken Oliver was elected in 2002 after former county executive cabinets, and when he was on the council, he actually created a seat so that we could have some minorities on our council. Since then, we've never had a woman of color on our council. In East Baltimore County and communities like Essex, Middle River, Rosedale, Rossville, and surrounding communities, our population has become significantly more diverse over the decade. We are home to a growing Black, Latino, African, Caribbean, and multilingual communities. Many of our residents speak a primary language other than English. Yet, when county council districts lines were drawn, East Baltimore County minority communities were divided into 4 separate districts, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Currently, it's already divided when we have 7 districts. When immigrant bills came up last month, 2 of those East Baltimore County council members, they got up and left. So are the needs of our minority and immigrant communities being represented? The answer is no. They would not apply, the council would not apply the Voting Rights Act to the east side of Baltimore County, but they apply it to the west side. So I urge you for the support of this bill because there's a lot of history. Even for something like Baltimore County, one of the largest counties in our state, is still racially divided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huffman. Okay, with that, we'll move on to our virtual testimony. Mr. Sean Brim, Maria Nolan, Brandon Russell, and Christopher Cano. So we'll begin with you, Christopher. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our members live and work in the very counties and municipalities governed by the election systems that are addressed in this bill. They're parents, neighbors, and essential workers who believe deeply that democracy works best when every community has a fair and meaningful opportunity to elect leaders of their choice and to influence the decisions that shape their daily lives. This bill is a necessary and timely response to the ongoing threats to local voting equity. By prohibiting election methods that dilute or abridge the voting strength of protected classes, this legislation strengthens Maryland's commitment to inclusive democracy and civil rights. The bill appropriately recognizes that discriminatory impacts can exist even in the absence of discriminatory intent. It provides clear and workable standards for courts to evaluate whether local election systems deny equal opportunity to voters. And more importantly, this bill aligns with well-established Federal and Voting Rights Act jurisprudence while addressing gaps left by recent federal court decisions that have weakened enforcement. It ensures that communities of color and language minority voters are not locked out of fair representation simply because discrimination takes subtler or more structural forms at the local level. As a labor union, SEIU Local 500 understands that political power and economic justice are deeply connected. When communities are denied fair representation, workers lose a critical voice in decisions about schools, public services, wages, and workplace protections. This bill will ensure that government reflects the diversity and lived experiences of the people they serve and that working families are not silenced through unfair election systems. Thank you to Delegate Williams for leading on this important issue. And Madam Chair and the members of the committee, thank you for your leadership and commitment to protecting voting rights and strengthening democracy in America. We urge a favorable report on this bill, and thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Mr. Brandon Russell.
Good evening, honorable committee members. I'm Brandon Russell, a resident of St. Mary's County. I'm urging a favorable report for the Voting Rights Act of 2026. You're probably pretty familiar by now how we elect our county leaders in St. Mary's County using the at-large system, so I won't belabor that point. But I will say again that the existence of districts for candidates to run in while they are voted on at-large creates confusing, misleading, and an unnecessary barrier to voter understanding and engagement. At-large voting restricts the ability of constituents to hold their elected officials accountable. Moreover, at-large voting discourages a diverse and representative candidate pool by diluting the voting power of specific communities and groups with shared interests. Yet in St. Mary's County, women, Black, LGBTQIA+, and other minority candidates have run and lost, as you've heard, in districts that may be competitive when voting by district. Our democracy functions best when everyone has a meaningful voice. The Voting Rights Act of 2026 restores power to voters by ensuring communities elect representatives who reflect and advocate for their interests. I'm a former candidate for local office, and I've watched my elected representatives repeatedly oppose efforts for fair representation, including on a bill heard earlier today. We can't rely on them, so we're relying on you to act. The Voting Rights Act of 2026 will provide a legal path through which unfair voting practices can be challenged, and support will be provided through the Attorney General to protect voters' rights everywhere. I strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. Mr. Brim. Mr. Brim, you are on mute or your equipment is not working properly. We still can't hear you, sir. If you would like, we can have Ms. Nolan go, and then maybe we'll give you some time to get your technical difficulties together. Thank you. Ms. Nolan.
Good evening. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a student at the Election Law Clinic at Harvard Law School and a resident of Montgomery County. I'm here to strongly support HB 350. State voting protections are essential today, as you've heard. Federal protections are becoming weaker and weaker. Marylanders deserve protections against vote dilution to ensure every person has equal access to the democratic process. I have seen firsthand how state voting rights acts can empower minority communities that, for years, have been systematically denied the equal opportunity to elect their candidate of choice. In New York, like Maryland, there are some municipalities in which people of color can elect their candidates of choice. But in a lot of other areas of the state, Black residents' votes have been diluted, and they do not have equal access to meaningful participation. For example, in Newburgh, New York, the local at-large system denies Hispanic and Black voters an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice to the town board. Without New York's vote dilution law, these individuals, our clients, likely would not have had the chance to challenge an electoral system that dilutes their votes. Simple changes to local electoral systems can have a huge impact on underrepresented communities, but change can be hard. If passed, HB 350 would give Marylanders the opportunity to seek real change, to create true democratic representation. As the federal government strips its citizens of crucial voting protections, the responsibility now falls to the states to safeguard the franchise of their citizens. We respectfully request a favorable report on HB 350. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nolan. Mr. Was that Brim? Mr. Brim, is your audio working yet?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you, Mr. Brim.
Okay, good. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman Wells. I'm Sean Brim, a member of Cecil County's Democratic Central Committee, and I have the unenviable task of following my colleagues from St. Mary's County. Hello. I'm a fourth-generation resident of Cecil County. HB 350 should be approved. Since the ratification of Cecil County's charter government in 2010, no independent or Democratic Party candidate has been able to win a seat on the Cecil County Council. The charter's at-large voting clause has been an obstacle to minority representation. 100% of races since 2010 have been won by Republicans, who are only 45% of the countywide electorate. In 2024, the Cecil County Charter Review Committee actually recommended repealing the at-large voting clause, but no action was taken. At-large voting confuses the voters who expect to vote for their own district. The Cecil County Council last summer sent a letter signed by all Cecil County Council members that they would not consider the matter in any way, and provided no real explanation at all. Delegate Hornberger submitted HB 815 last week to explicitly change Cecil County's charter to abolish at-large voting. He's to be commended for adding his voice to the conversation. I also wish to give a shout out to Mr. Roland Patterson of the Baltimore County NAACP. Last week, a couple of weeks ago, at the Senate bill hearings, he explicitly mentioned Cecil County and Wicomico County for our voters' rights plight. Cecil County has not essentially had a functioning democracy in 16 years. Because justice delayed is justice denied, I strongly urge the House to pass this historic legislation, HB 350, without delay. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brim, for your testimony. Seeing no questions from the committee, thank you to everyone who has stayed and was here today to testify on HB 350. That concludes our bill hearing for HB 350. We will move along to our last bill of the evening, HB 496. If folks could please keep it quiet, we are transitioning to a bill hearing, so please refrain from discussion. Thank you. We have one last bill hearing. Good evening, Delegate Chi.
Good evening, that's right.
Good to see you.
Well, good evening, distinguished GLE committee members. I first want to take a moment to thank all of you for still being present and engaged. Really appreciate it. And I also want to thank all of the people who signed up to testify tonight for staying extra long. I am Delegate Lily Chi, and I am proud and excited to come before you today with national voting rights advocates and voters across Maryland to call for open primary elections in Maryland. I want to give my special appreciation for one of your members, Delegate Stuart Schmidt, for his leadership on this bipartisan bill. In 2018, I ran for state delegate in District 15 in Montgomery County, which has the state's highest concentration of Asian American populations. It should have been a huge cultural advantage for me, Yet, most of those voters were unaffiliated, making them ineligible to vote in Maryland's closed primary elections. Since the primary elections were the only competitive elections in our deep blue Montgomery County, those voters were essentially shut out of the election that would decide the outcomes, which is the Democratic primary election. As I stated in my Baltimore Sun op-ed back in November, our campaign had to launch a separate campaign to micro-target first-time immigrant voters to convince them to change party affiliation so their votes would matter in an election system not designed for them. We were proud of what we accomplished, but we shouldn't have to do that, nor should we force people to join a political party to make their votes count. HB 496 modernizes Maryland's outdated primary election system by allowing unaffiliated voters, often referred to as independents, to vote in party primaries without requiring them to affiliate with a party. Under this bill, a voter may request either the independent ballot or a major party ballot. Maryland is now home to about 1 million independent voters, which is about 1 in 4 registered voters. Think about this, 1 million. It's a staggering number in the small state with only 4 million registered voters. And the number is accelerating. Over the last 15 years, the Democratic and Republican parties' voter registration numbers have stagnated or even declined, while independent voters nearly doubled. In fact, Maryland added 50,000 independent voters just last year, while the two parties lost a combined about 40,000 voters in just 1 year. This reflects a national trend. About half of Americans now identify themselves as independents. This should be a wake-up call for both major parties to make ourselves more relevant to the growing number of people in the middle. So who are those independent voters? They are diverse in every possible way, and you will hear from many of them, including some veterans who fought for this country and fought for our rights, but are now finding their voting rights impeded by Maryland's closed primary elections. And many of them are also party-averse immigrants from countries where politics often evokes fear and distrust. Another fast-growing cohort of independent voters is young people. In fact, over half of millennials and the Gen Zs identify themselves as independent when they register to vote at age 16 in Maryland. The last thing on their mind is to affiliate with a political party. By the time they actually go to vote at age 18, they are surprised to find that they can only vote for the school board members, with all other options left intentionally blank. This is undemocratic. Most elections are now decided by primary elections in both red and blue counties, with many elected leaders only concerned about being primaried in their next election. It is an unhealthy dynamic that rewards party purity and echo chambers on both sides, with voices in the middle silenced, and candidates having no incentive to seek the middle ground. A common argument against open primaries is that they are parties' nomination process. This argument ignores today's demographic realities and the fact that primary elections are still funded by taxpayers and conducted by a public entity, which is the government, not political parties, and therefore should be open to all registered voters. Another concern is that someone might game the system by remaining independent, allowing them the flexibility to choose a ballot or pick the weakest candidates in the other party's primaries. Ironically, I have to point out that it is our current system that encourages people to game the system, with some independents feeling compelled, or even third-party voters feeling compelled to register as members of the majority party to make their voices count. One only needs to look at our next-door neighbor, Virginia, which has an open primary system, to see how this could work for a state. Nationally, about 2/3 of the states already have open primaries, so Maryland is in the minority. Over the years, Maryland has expanded voting centers and voting hours, installed drop boxes, and made mail-in voting permanent. Yet these measures simply made it easier for existing voters to cast their ballots without allowing more voters to vote in elections that matter. This flies in the face of a state that prides ourselves on being inclusive and progressive. At a time when both parties are struggling to remain relevant to a dwindling number of engaged voters, our way forward is not to shut out new voters, but to invite them into our democratic process as much as possible. Disenfranchised voters can lead to apathy, frustrations, anger, and weakens our democracy and tears our communities apart. There's a new op-ed today in the Baltimore Sun by the former Maryland Democratic Party Chair Terry Learman on this very issue. I am glad many in our party are now waking up, as well as the members of the minority party, to this new dynamic that we must confront. Another election is upon us, and we know for a fact that tens of thousands of more Marylanders will be disenfranchised this year than just 2 years ago or 4 years ago. Voting rights are civil rights. Making our elections more democratic is fundamental to our rights as Americans and should be the new frontier of our civil rights movement. As more Americans are turned off by political divisions, we should use every tool to bring our politics to the middle, where most Americans are. And the best way to achieve this is by bringing the middle into politics. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Melanie Combs-Dyer, and I chair the Independent Voters of Maryland Executive Committee. Our mission is to fight for the voting rights of unaffiliated voters and increase awareness of Maryland's lack of open primaries. I'm here today in strong support of House Bill 0496. This bill allows an unaffiliated voter to vote in the primary without first having to join one of the other parties. Today in Maryland, most elections are effectively decided in the primary, yet a growing number of voters are excluded. And as Delegate Chi just said, the current system currently disproportionately affects young people and people of color. You know, I'm a provisional election judge in my local community, and I feel so sad when I see an unaffiliated voter arrive at the polls on primary election day. They end up at my station because they didn't realize that for primary elections, Maryland state law excludes all voters except those who are registered Republicans or registered Democrats. I have to watch these unaffiliated voters place their completed ballots in my provisional ballot bag. I know that their ballot most likely will not be counted. Today's system is just unfair. HB 0496 is a practical modernization of Maryland's election laws, and I respectfully urge each of you to support this bill. Thank you.
Chair Wells and members of the committee, my name is Jeremy Gruber. I'm the SVP of Open Primaries. We're a national nonpartisan organization dedicated to more open elections. I want to thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in favor of HB 496. During this hearing, I know you'll hear from a number of independent Marylanders with a simple but profound request: let us vote. I'd like to provide some context for that request. As Delegate Chi already mentioned, there are close to 1 million registered independent voters in Maryland who are barred by law from voting because of closed primaries. To put that in context, that's more voters than exist of all political persuasions, Democrat, Republican, Independent, altogether, in 9 states, including neighboring Delaware. The explosion of independent voters is a nationwide phenomenon. They are already the largest group of registered voters in 10 states and the second largest group of registered voters in most others. Maryland is no exception. Just last year, both parties lost a combined 50,000 members while independents grew by an equal amount. Independents in the state of Maryland are by far the fastest growing group of voters. That's why 36 states have already opened primary elections to independent voters. These are blue states like New Mexico, red states like Texas, and purple states like North Carolina, Maryland is one of only a handful of states left in this country that remain closed to independent voters. Primary elections cost Maryland taxpayers millions of dollars every election year. They are held in government buildings, run by government employees, and administered by the State Board of Elections. These are public elections. Independence will continue to grow in Maryland whether or not you advance this bill. As Rahm Emanuel wrote in a Wall Street Journal editorial just last week, it's time for both parties to wake up, as independence will be a durable part of any majority moving forward. In fact, the only question before you today, whether or not you advance this bill, is whether you're prepared to build bridges to independent voters, as Rahm Emanuel suggested last week, or get left behind. That's why this is such an important bill, and I hope you'll advance it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Pelletier. I'm a Navy veteran, a Anne Arundel County resident, and the volunteer leader of Veterans for Maryland Voters. In the Navy, I was taught that our loyalty belongs to the Constitution and the American people. We operate above the political fray, even when those politics directly impacted our lives. For many veterans, staying independent is a continuation of that mission, a refusal to let a partisan platform dictate our service. This principle has left nearly 1 million of our neighbors on the sidelines. This is devastating because in Maryland, the primary is the election. In 2022, 84% of our partisan races were effectively decided in the primary. If you're locked out of the primary, you're effectively disenfranchised from the only part of the process where your vote actually influences the outcome. Critics argue that primaries are private party business, but we are discussing elections for public office, not internal party committees. These seats represent every one of us. We also hear that reaching independent voters requires too many resources. Our response is simple: we're worth it. By engaging them, we get more effective candidates who must represent the whole community, not just a partisan base. Finally, we should not continue to sideline 1 million people to guard against a phantom party rating threat that research proves is negligible, especially when the current system already encourages that behavior. If we choose to maintain the status quo and keep these primaries closed, we are telling our neighbors, including the veterans who defended our democracy, that their voices don't count until the outcome has already been determined. It is time to give Marylanders a real choice and put country over party. We ask for a favorable recommendation on HB 496. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Chi, was there one other person that you wanted to be a part of your sponsor panel?
It's okay, you can just go,
Okay.
go ahead.
All right, I'll open up to questions. Delegate Wu?
I have not pressed yet.
I saw you looking at me preparing to press the button. That's my cheat sheet.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Delegate Chi, for introducing this bill. I think this has been a long waiting effort for the majority party, even from the majority of Democrats. I feel by introducing independent voters in this democratic process, really proactively introducing them, I think it's a great effort. I really appreciate your effort. I really appreciate everyone here kind of waiting, right? So we know there's a growing trend. We've got more independent voters, especially for young voters. We really hope to include them in the primary. I really applaud for your effort. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions from the committee, I'll next call up Mr. Leland Bradshaw. And then I guess we'll continue down the line. Andy Ellis, Dennis Philipovage, and let's get a fourth one, William Everett, if he's still here with us. Okay. Mr. Bradshaw, you may begin.
Okay. Madam Chair, delegates, I'm Lee Bradshaw. I'm with the Maryland Forward Party. Thank you, Delegate Schmidt and Delegate Chi, for introducing this. I don't think I can make the arguments any better than the previous panel did, but I'll just put a finer point on some numbers. Okay, and this is Maryland Board of Elections data from December 24 and January 26, about a year. So there are 34,877 less Democrats in that time. There are 8,692 less Republicans. There are 801 more Greens. There are 51,081 more unaffiliated, for a total of 990,608 unaffiliated, which is almost a million. By next week, it'll be a million. So I would say, you know, these people, it's a question of voter rights and voter inclusion, but it's also a question of votes. I mean, you all should want that. You don't have access to those votes in primaries now, and they don't have access to you. It's good for everybody if we can get this done. And so we urge passage of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the record, my name's Andy Ellis. I'm a Green Party member. I had the opportunity to participate in a workshop with Delegate G's staff, and I'm happy to support HB 496. As a Green Party member, I never get to vote in a primary, and if this bill passes, I still will not be able to participate in a Democrat or Republican primary. And that's a good thing. I support this bill because it is a good balance between protecting parties' rights to nominate their candidates and between allowing unaffiliated voters a say in local elections without allowing partisans from other parties to influence the outcome. In an ideal world where we had a healthy multi-party system or even a healthy two-party system, we wouldn't need to open primaries to unaffiliated voters. But we don't have a healthy two-party system or a healthy multi-party system in Maryland. The vast majority of state and county races do not have competitive general election races. This kind of situation is not tenable, and it's only going to get more acute as the number of unaffiliated voters grow at a rapid pace. If the General Assembly doesn't solve this policy problem soon, we will find a near future where the primary system that we are used to faces well-funded attacks by national organizations advancing proposals that seek to replace partisan primaries entirely with anti-partisan schemes like TopX. These schemes attack the ability of parties to nominate their candidates and functionally reduce parties to brands that can simply give endorsements. This is decidedly bad. Parties are collective power and expression for voters. We must preserve parties as institutions at the core of our democracy, even as we work to make them healthier and more responsive to voters, and even as we criticize people in our own parties. And we also must reasonably deal with the policy problem that is rapidly growing de-alignment from political parties. HB 496 is good because it strikes a balance, and I urge a favorable report in the name of that balance. Even if I still don't get to vote in state-run primaries, I support it not because it's good for me, but because it's good for voters.
Chair Wells and respected members of the committee. My name is Dennis Filipavage, and I am testifying today in favor of HB 496. Opening Maryland's primaries will provide several key benefits to all citizens of the old line state, but in particular, our veteran population. Veterans have selflessly served and sacrificed for all Americans, not only red or blue Americans, but all Americans. Therefore, our primary election should mirror this, where all citizens should be able to have a say in the election that will most likely determine their respective representative, the primaries. Inclusion is exactly what organizations such as Veterans for All Voters, Independent Veterans of America, Open Primaries, Independent Voters of Maryland, etc., work tirelessly to promote a government for the people, by the people. Participation fosters ownership, and the feeling of ownership is vital to a healthy democracy. According to surveys cited from Independent Veterans of America, over 50% of vets nationwide self-identify as independent or unaffiliated. If that directly translates into votes, millions of veterans across our country can't exercise the right they sacrificed so much to protect and defend. As a people, being willing to accept exclusion or unnecessarily forcing registration with a private entity to gain inclusion to publicly funded civil processes is at odds with our basic democratic principles and values. About 22 hours ago, I was in Doha, Qatar for work. I just traveled about 7,000 miles to be here with you here today. This is how important this bill is to me. I testified before you today as a fellow citizen, a neighbor, a husband, a father, a retired combat veteran who served this nation selflessly for over 26 years. Please let me vote. Thank you.
Well, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. Don't worry, I'll be driving Dennis home tonight. He'll be sleeping in the back of my car. I'm Dr. William Everett, retired colonel, combat veteran, teacher at Loyola University, husband, father, grandfather, and a member of Maryland chapter of Veterans for All Voters. And we ask you to support Bill 496. My colleagues ahead of me have stole all of my thunder. So I want to talk about two items before my time runs out. 250 years ago, this coming August, at the Battle of Brooklyn, 400 Maryland patriots sacrificed their lives and their future to save the American Continental Army from the British forces, ensuring our title, the Old Line State, saving the rebellion. Today, those liberties have been provided by all veterans, both then and now. The most significant product of our sacrifice is the right to vote. Now, my colleagues have talked about the numbers. 1 million Maryland voters are denied the opportunity to vote in primaries, but I'd like to make one point. These are taxpayer-funded primaries. That means taxpayers like me are denied the opportunity to vote in the primary elections. Yet a quarter of our Maryland voters are also deprived of that opportunity. This is taxation without representation. I earned the right to vote, both in the primary and general election through 33 years in uniform by giving back to the community as a teacher and the taxes that I pay, and the Maryland family that I raised and dedicated. I urgently ask you to pass Bill 496 and honor the memory of the Maryland 400 and every veteran and citizen of the Great Line State. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for traveling as far as you did. I think you may be the, I guess, most furthest traveled person that's testified in this committee so far. But thank you for being here. Delegate Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I simply want to say thank you for your service. Thank you for being here. A very simple and probably easy question. What is most important about you being able to vote in the primary election?
I think, like everyone, we just want to have our voice. We just want to be heard. We just want to participate in our democracy. I have 2 young daughters. I want them to have participation. I want their voices heard too. Same with every Marylander. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of you for waiting this long to testify. It means a lot to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing if there's any more questions from the committee. Seeing no more questions for this panel, thank you all again for being here and for hanging in here with us.
Thank you.
We'll move. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll move on next to our next panel, favorable witnesses. I have Kate Stein, James McGill, Donna Sarberger, and John Hammond. Okay, so unfortunately, Kate is not able to be with us, so then we'll call up William Andrione.
You want to go first? Kick us off. Awesome. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Will Andrione, and I'm here today in strong support of House Bill 496, a bill that will allow unaffiliated voters in Maryland to choose a primary ballot without being forced to change their political affiliation. So as I just mentioned, my name is Will Andrione. I'm a senior at Severna Park High School, and I am so excited to vote for the first time this June in the primary election. Yet many of my peers and others won't be able to enjoy that feeling. Politics in 2026 is extremely divisive, especially at the federal level. This is nothing new. But because of this divisiveness, it forces many prospective voters and individuals new to politics to stay away from both parties, simply because they don't wish to fully align with either major party's platform or rhetoric does not mean they should be restricted from voicing their opinion in that party's future. I've seen the outcome of this firsthand. While serving as an election judge in the 2024 primary election, I ran into a lot of unaffiliated voters, and a lot of them had issues. Why couldn't they vote for a primary candidate in the Senate or in the presidency? Why were they limited to the Board of Education? And the answer is the same every time, because Maryland's a close primary and you cannot vote for partisan positions unless you're politically aligned or affiliated with that party. It should not have to be this way. Voting is for many people the only way they express what they want to see in government, and when you restrict their voting in half of the elections, that is extremely, extremely souring. When we see new voters coming in who aren't quite sure where they align yet politically, we shouldn't be restricting their partisan vote, but we should be encouraging it, as encouraging voters early on creates a lifelong and an engaged voter. Voting isn't a privilege, it's a right, and honestly, it's a responsibility. By moving Maryland to an open primary, we strengthen that right and enfranchise and encourage our almost 1 million unaffiliated voters. For those reasons and more, I encourage a favorable report for House Bill 496. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jim McGill. I'm a resident of Harford County, Maryland, right outside the town of Bel Air. I want to start by thanking the committee for your stamina and your openness to hearing all this testimony today. It's a tribute to our Maryland legislators that you have hung in with us for so long. I will be brief because I think most of the points that I want to make have already been made, but I support House Bill 496 really for 3 reasons. First, I think it will bring a greater diversity and a wider range of opinions and viewpoints into our electoral process. I think it will increase voter turnout. Statistics have shown, research has shown that states that have open primaries have higher voter turnout than states that have closed primaries, particularly in the 18 and 34 age group. And third, as other speakers have noted, this is a trend in Maryland. More and more people are registering as unaffiliated. Already the numbers are over 25%, and they're continuing to increase. At a time when our electoral process is under a lot of stress, if not outright attacks, I think it's extremely important that we bring more voters into the process so that they can be committed to the process and will defend it if need be. Thank you for your attention. I urge a favorable report on House Bill 496.
Madam Chair and committee, thank you for staying awake and to hear us. My name is Donna Sauerberger, and about 10 years ago, for reasons that are in my written testimony, my husband and I each registered as unaffiliated, which meant that we were barred from voting in the primary election. Now, Maryland has a long history of barring large numbers of its citizens from voting. In 1870, Maryland rejected the 15th Amendment, which would allow African American men to vote. It took them 100 years to ratify it, and in 1973, they became one of the last 3 states to ratify that amendment. And in 1920, Maryland, again, voted against the 19th Amendment that would allow women to vote. And now, Maryland is one of the last 14 states to require that in order for us to vote in the primary elections, their citizens have to affiliate with the Democratic or Republican Party. Now, I would feel morally compromised if I affiliated with a political party that I do not align with, just so that I could vote. And that's because I don't take my affiliation lightly. When I affiliate with an organization, I am pledging my support for it. And others feel the same. The Independent Voters of Maryland took a survey last month and found that of the unaffiliated who were registered as unaffiliated, 44% said they would not affiliate in order to vote. And many people who are affiliated as Democrats or Republicans don't understand why wouldn't we affiliate. And if you're among those, think about how you'd feel if you were told that in order for you to vote in the primary elections for candidates that you want to win, you have to fill out a form that affiliates you with the other party, the one that you're not affiliated with. And if you would smile and say, sure, I don't care, just sign me up, I want to vote. then there you go. But if you would be, if not, you would be here with me thanking Delegates G and Schmidt for proposing this bill that would bring Maryland into the rest of the country. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll keep this to 2 minutes because I understand I stand between you and your favorite evening beverage. My name is John Hammond, and I reside at 141 Monticello Avenue in Annapolis, Maryland. I get the award for traveling the shortest distance. I live 8 blocks. I'm writing to express my strong support for House Bill 496, which seeks to grant unaffiliated voters the right to participate in primary elections. In an era marked by growing political partisanship, it is encouraging to see bipartisan backing for this proposal, which would significantly increase voter participation in our state's primary elections. Expanding opportunities for voters has been a defining part of America's electoral history since the adoption of the Constitution, and I consider this legislation to be an important, long-needed step forward in that tradition. As an advisory board member of Annapolitans for a Better Community, I have collaborated with other residents to reform the City of Annapolis election code, aiming to allow unaffiliated voters, more than a quarter of the registered voters, to take part in the city's primary elections. Over the past year, our group initiated a petition process to accomplish this change. However, we were unable to fulfill the demanding signature requirements of the city code's petition process in time for the 2005 election. In addition to my current community involvement, I'm a former Annapolis alderman, having served 4 terms from 1977 to 1993. I continued to stay engaged in Annapolis's political affairs. As a native Annapolitan, I have witnessed an increase in political partnership even at the local government level, where such divisions should ideally play a minimal role given the practical nature of municipal issues. Allowing unaffiliated voters to participate in the primary process would foster broader representation and attract a more diverse range of voters. I believe this reform has the potential to reduce the current trend towards polarization of the government. Thank you, Delegate G, Delegate Smith, a fellow Anne Arundel Countyan, for proposing this, and I look forward to your favorable vote and the passage of this legislation. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. To the panel, seeing no questions from the committee, thank you all so much for being here and for hanging in with us. We will move on to our next panel. We have Holly Johnson, Owen Anderson, Phil Andrews, Peter Talley. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All right, we will begin with Ms. Johnson.
Hello, I'm Holly Johnson, also a Navy veteran, and my husband and I live just across the river in Arnold, Maryland. So thank you for this opportunity to testify on behalf of this bill. I personally came to Maryland about 10 years ago, still with the Navy, and was voting in the state of Washington, which has open primaries. So that is my background. And when we retired from the Navy in 2022, it was a contentious year. The gubernatorial election was coming up. We were excited to be Maryland residents. We went and we registered to vote along with changing our residency. And when I registered as an unaffiliated, I found out a couple weeks later, just a few weeks before the election, that I was not going to be able to vote. Reluctantly, I changed my affiliation so that I could vote, so that I could vote for some moderate candidates who might be able to reach to the other side and try to break the gridlock of what was going on. I disaffiliated as soon as the election was over, and I did that again in 2024, but I'm not going to do that in 2026 and going forward. I don't feel it's a reflection of who I am, and I just wanted to put a face to some of the independent voters out there like me that, you know, we don't want to be part of a party in order to vote. And I thank you for your time and urge your support. Thank you.
Madam Chair Wells and members of the committee, for the record, my name is Owen Anderson, Deputy Director for RCV Maryland. We believe a well-functioning and representative democracy is inclusive, transparent, and fair. Our democratic processes must ensure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. We support HB 496. As you've heard, independent or unaffiliated voters have been steadily increasing across the state. Many independent voters include service members, veterans, and immigrants, and all for a variety of reasons. A number of my family members and friends are independent. I'm sure many of you have friends and neighbors who are unaffiliated as well. There are barriers for independent voters to participate in the primary process, and we know that primary elections are often highly competitive and determine the choices available in the general election. I have personally witnessed that impact. In 2022, primaries were happening in the midst of Roe versus Wade being overturned. And the independents I talked to were very interested in supporting candidates in primaries that year. They asked me what they had to do to vote, and I explained our current system. In the end, many of them did not participate, and that was disappointing to me. Regardless of their reason for unaffiliated status, they did not wish to be locked out of a significant, publicly funded political process. RCV Maryland respects the right of political parties to develop their processes for determining their nominee. At the same time, we believe that any election administered by the government should be accessible to all eligible voters. HB 496 allows unaffiliated voters to receive a partisan ballot of their choice without affiliating with a particular party. We believe HB 496 respects the rights of political parties and independent voters. Thank you for your time and consideration. We urge a favorable report for HB 496.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Phil Andrews. I live in Gaithersburg, and I'm here to support this bill. It's now been 72 hours, not since the start of the hearing, but since the start of the Super Bowl. And I want to give an example of the impact this bill would have in terms of the Super Bowl attendance. Because if you followed the Super Bowl and watched it, and I'm sure many of you did, there were about 70,000 people in the Super Bowl this year. There are roughly 1 million unaffiliated voters in Maryland. So think of that as 14 Super Bowls full of Maryland residents who are registered as independents or unaffiliated. That's a huge number, but visualizing that way perhaps can help. Now, let's assume that 30% of those folks would vote if they could vote in a partisan primary, thanks to this bill that's been introduced by Delegate Chi and Delegate Schmidt. Well, that would be 4 of those Super Bowls. Imagine every voter in 4 of the Super Bowls that you saw on Sunday evening turning out to vote in one of the primaries. So the 300,000 number is a realistic number given the size of the population, given the quality of candidates that we have in this state. There's nothing else you could do that could increase voter turnout that much other than criminalizing not voting, which I don't recommend. This is a chance to make a huge difference for your constituents. Who are the unaffiliated people in Maryland? Well, there are neighbors. You can't go on a street, really, in Maryland and not find numbers of unaffiliated voters. There are friends, and in many cases, they're family members. So let's expand the ability to participate in our democracy by approving this bill. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Peter Taylor. I'm a retired social studies teacher from the Eastern Shore of Maryland, Caroline County. I've been an independent voter for over 20 years, and I have to say most of what is important in terms of numbers has already been mentioned by other people before me, but what I want to express to you is that as a taxpayer, I am angry I'm angry that my tax dollars, a portion of them, goes to pay for primaries from which I'm frozen out. This is unfair, it's unacceptable, and there are a million other people who share my frustration. I've been here for 5 hours, and I'm happy to have this opportunity, but I just want to say that if our voices as independents remain unheard, eventually we're going to shout you out of office. And that's not a threat, that's just a promise, because including people to take ownership in their government is what makes them satisfied with their government. When they're not satisfied with their government, then they vote for other people. And I would rather vote for most of you, I think. So give me that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. And to the rest of the panel, seeing no questions from the committee, thank you all for hanging in with us. As Mr. Taylor said, 5 hours plus. We'll move on to our next in-person. I have Nancy Gladden, Jackson Taylor, David Ballot, and Jessica Taylor. Nope, no Jessica. Okay. This, I believe, is there anyone else here in person who is not indicated or I have not called? Jocelyn, please come up to the table. Okay, we'll begin with Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, you were a page at one point, weren't you?
Yep.
Good to see you
about
again.
to bring that up.
No, it's great to see the progression of our pages, so it's good to see you again.
Thank you. Well, on that note, good evening now, Madam Chair and other members of the committee. My name is Jackson Taylor, and I am a youth voter from Montgomery County who is also a registered independent. Today, I am here to show my support for HB 496. First, I would like to say this is not my first time arguing in favor of this bill, but rather 2 years ago in 2024 was my first time. During that speech, I tried to emphasize the importance of opening up our primaries for the sake of our youth voters here in Maryland. Now I've had the chance to actually vote in an election, while seeing the primaries go by and not being able to do anything. This truly made me wonder, what was the point of not having open primaries in the first place? Why would we willingly leave out 1 million Marylanders who are registered independents, especially at a time when voter participation is such a major focus and primary participation is at an all-time low? As I mentioned, being part of the youth perspective of this has greatly influenced me, as I have seen my friends and I get to the ages where we can vote, and the number of us registered as independents has been greatly increasing. This is supported by the fact that in the state of Maryland, 2 out of 5 youth voters are registered independents. So once again, I ask, why would we willingly leave these people out of a staple of our democratic process? It is for these reasons that I am here asking for a favorable report on HB 496.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee, and I just want to let you know that we've been here long enough that the glue on my visitor's badge is giving out. I want to correct your pronunciation, ma'am. It's Ballot. I understand your bias, but B-A-L-L-O-T has been pronounced Ballot in my family for 500 years that I know of. So that's just a little look-see into me. I was raised as a dependent in an Air Force household. I joined the military at the end of the Vietnam era in order to avoid advanced Army training in Laos because I know what rice looks like when it grows. I'm a United States Navy veteran in the submarine service in the Cold War era, and I've retired as a civil servant with the United States Navy. I'm here to support open primaries. We've bandied about a lot of words of disenfranchised, unaffiliated, independent. I don't care about the term. We need open primaries. I'm also going to share with you, I'm not going to go over all the numbers again, but I'm going to share with you how my wife and I, both independents, how we manage election
in our House. She was born a Democrat. I'm a Republican. We're independent. We sit down with our ballots and we take every opportunity on every line item to research it before we vote. But we can't vote on everything because of being blocked out of the primaries. We would still use that exercise of franchise on everything and share that with everyone we know. I totally advocate for this bill to be passed. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable members of the Government, Labor, and Elections Committee. My name is Jocelyn Guzman, and I am here today in support of House Bill 496 to establish open primaries in Maryland. I first became politically engaged when I registered to vote as an independent at the age of 16. I wanted to be able to participate in the decision-making that influenced our communities without being boxed into a choice before I had even begun to explore what each party stood for. As a daughter of immigrants, the importance of voting was something that I grew up with. My parents came to this country seeking opportunities and freedom, yet were met with significant barriers, language barriers, economic barriers, and limits to civic engagement. When my dad finally became a U.S. citizen, he was beyond ecstatic to be granted the right to vote. My parents taught me that voting is not just a right, but a responsibility to make your voice heard and stand up for what you believe in. And yet, under current law, unaffiliated voters in Maryland cannot fully participate in primary elections without giving up their unaffiliated status. That system punishes independence and limits meaningful participation for voters who want their freedom to choose without being tied to a label. The Latino community is diverse, dynamic, and not monolithic in belief or party. Many families, like mine, have a wide variety of opinions on our country's most pressing issues, not falling solely under one political party. We don't fit neatly under one box, nor should we be required to. House Bill 496 would allow unaffiliated voters to vote in the primary of their choice without being forced into party affiliation, removing an unnecessary barrier to participation and honoring Marylanders' freedom to engage on their own terms. Supporting this bill would strengthen civic engagement, protect voter autonomy, and ensure that all Marylanders, regardless of party label or background, can fully participate in shaping our shared future. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 496. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Wells and GLEE committee members. It will be GLEE when I'm finished, I believe. My name is Nancy Gladden, and I live in Harford County. I appear before you today to offer my testimony in support of House Bill 496. I am an independent, unaffiliated voter who believes that choosing a candidate in the primary elections is an important first step in the voting process. I choose not to be affiliated with a party because I have always believed that the decision of which candidate to support is my choice. In other words, I would never endorse a party line mentality of voting. As an independent, I do my research on the candidates and issues that are on the ballot. I read, listen, talk with people that I trust, even with the candidates myself if I have the opportunity. I try to choose a candidate whose views align best with my own, and one who, in my opinion, will do what's best for my community and my country. I have worked as an election judge in Harford County and have witnessed citizens coming to the polls to vote in the primaries, only to be turned away because they were unaffiliated. In many cases, these were first-time voters who have made the decision that they want to vote. They have so much enthusiasm to be a part of the process, only to have their good intentions dashed by our current election laws. I would like to see this changed. As citizens, we all pay the costs involved in having elections, and we all deserve a chance to participate. I feel that House Bill 496 can give us that opportunity and would appreciate your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming down to testify and be in person, and also waiting to be called for your testimony. I do not see any questions from the committee, so again, I want to thank you all for your time with us today and for your testimony. We have, oh, I thought Delegate Fisher was about to push his button for a second. The way you were leaning in. We do have two virtual, let me just make sure, is there anyone else in the audience that was here to testify on the bill that was not called, since we are here still? Okay, seeing none. So with that, we do have two virtual witnesses. We have a Michael Davis, and we also have Mr. Brandon Russell testifying as well. Hi, Mr. Russell.
Good evening again, honorable committee members. My name is Brandon Russell. I'm a resident of St. Mary's County. The number of voters registered as unaffiliated in St. Mary's County has risen by over 3,000 in the past few years as the Democratic and Republican parties continue to lose voters. Let me tell you how independent voters are excluded in St. Mary's. The primary election here is often the decisive contest. In 2022, the county sheriff's race was decided in the Republican primary. That excluded Democrats too, but here's another example. In 2024, the circuit court judge position was decided in the primary election where two candidates appeared on both the Democratic and Republican ballots only. One candidate won both. That means over 16,000 voters in each instance were not able to select who enforces the law. Those issues affect other counties as well and could be fixed by amending other election laws, but there's another reason to have open primaries. Allowing unaffiliated voters to choose a party ballot for a primary election preserves party autonomy while expanding access and increasing participation. It ensures that candidates selected in primaries better reflect the broader electorate they will ultimately serve. This reform does not force party affiliation, nor does it undermine party identity. It simply recognizes the reality of how many Marylanders choose to engage civically. Encouraging participation strengthens public trust in our electoral system and leads to more representative outcomes. Maryland has long positioned itself as a leader in expanding access to democracy, and this change would be a meaningful step in that tradition. I'm a registered Democrat, but I support open primaries, and I respectfully urge the committee to issue a favorable report on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Mr. Davis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm Michael Davis from Finksburg, Maryland. I am one of the almost 1 million or 23% of Maryland voters that are registered independent, although I suspect the actual number of independent voters by conviction is much higher. I say this because unfortunately, I feel I have to register as a Democrat or Republican prior to each primary election in order to have my vote counted at all. This is because most elections are determined in the primaries as each of the two main parties have majorities in either statewide or local elections. Statewide, the Democrat Party has more than a 2-to-1 majority over the Republican Party, and in my county of Carroll County, the Republican Party has about a 2-to-1 majority over the Democrat Party. In both cases, almost all the election results are determined in the primary election, and the general election ends up being a popularity contest between the two dominant parties, as it's almost literally predetermined. As a voter not registered with either of the two dominant parties, I'm completely disenfranchised, and my vote literally does not count at all. I should not be required to join a political party for my vote to count. This is not a democracy, but it ends up being a fixed system controlled by two dominant parties, locking out everyone who is not in either of those parties. So HB 496 is currently the best first step we have to take and make elections open to all voters. I ask you to support this bill and allow my vote and that of many others to count in the publicly funded elections that take place in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davis, for your testimony. Seeing no questions from the committee, this concludes our bill hearing on HB 496. Sorry. And I just want to extend our true gratitude and thanks to the general public that came in today, those that are still here and those that were here with us all day to testify on the various bills. We appreciate your input in the process and for your patience with the process. And I want to thank the committee as well for sticking in. We had joint assignments and bill hearings, and everyone that had to leave came back. So thank you all for your patience and just for being a part of the process. With that, we will adjourn today's bill hearings. Thank you.
We did it.